No.
Hello, and we are live today. We welcome you to TEE TV, and we have our, I guess it's still our mythology, folklore, urban legend. Even though we have I guess these U.S. Marshals and their gunslinging, honorable ways. I mean, maybe that is still a thing of folklore. Maybe Raylan is the last of a dying breed, and this is just a love letter to those, to those old school outlaw lawmen, But either way, it's a part of this show. It's a part of the season 3 of Grimm, Halloween 6: The Curse of Michael Myers, and Justified City Primeval. And we have today, as we always say, only the finest. Only the finest do here. And when we talk about the stickiest of the egg, the greenest of the green, the most obscene, we are talking about Charles. Don't stay off the weed. And
Oh boy. What's up, everyone?
and always here to either say good day or get bent is the man here from the land that will take you under, not the land down under, the land that will take you under. The outback is worse than the hood, folks. I said it. I fucking said it. The outback may be worse than the fucking hood. Okay? And I'm gonna say that there's one man out there that survived it. It's this guy. It's not Crocodile Dundee. It's not the Crocodile Hunter. It's the man who's never eaten a fucking crocodile. It's Damian J. Rogers.
This isn't a show. This is, well, not really a show. G'day.
All right, that wasn't. Now, folks. Now, in case you didn't know, that wasn't an introduction. This is an introduction. Now, here he is, folks. Mr. America. I guess. If you like this face for America, it's me. It's the tribute to the greatest guy in the world. It's the Stone of Destiny. Hold on, let me try it again. One more time. It's the Stone. Wait for it. Wait for it. Of Destiny. How you doing, folks? How you doing?
Pretty
Now,
good.
was my introduction all you ever dreamed? Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Young viewer, young commenter. The Pebble guy is Charles Weeden. Okay, his Secret of the Ooze. He was the Pebble guy. Okay, always keep that in mind. You gotta get the identities right in here. He's the Pebble guy.
Yeah, that's the last time I tell you guys a story from my...
Did you think we'd forgotten in the last 7 days? I forget many things, but that's not going to be one of them.
Yeah, it's just like, that is the last time I tell you guys a story from my youth.
No way. No way. Come on, man. We are supportive. We're just trying to help you. We're trying to help you basically let us know what's really going on with the ooze, man. That's all. That was all.
I mean, yeah, the secret of the ooze would go like, take a little pebble, go boop.
And then all of a sudden your dad takes it, never complains about the pebbles. Like, what the hell are these pebbles doing? See, he never complains about the pebbles. It just disappears, you know what I'm saying? It just, he just all good. There are no pebbles. He uses it for whatever he uses it for, and we never see it again. It's just,
Yeah, he took it out back and shot it.
I was thinking about like once a month, every full moon, him and his friends put on some black robes and do some kind of, I don't know, cult thing with it.
There's a pool back there, but you wouldn't want to swim in it.
Yeah, but
So where do we start?
I think we should start with uh, we should hold off on. Well, do we know if Jim is going to be joining us?
No.
I haven't heard from him, so I'm guessing probably not.
Okay. Well, Jim did tell me last night that he wants to talk about City Primeval because he has words about last night, well, about the episode. But I mean, I could send him a message and say like, "Hey, we're live. Get in here." But
Yeah. As well, see if he's up, I guess.
yeah. But we could discuss Halloween until he shows up. Let's see. All right, so I will actually word it exactly like that. Okay, so hey, we're live. It in here.
What?
So am I the only one who watched not the wrong cut, but the other cut of Halloween 6?
You watched the producer's cut.
I did indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, which, I mean, I watched the standard cut, the standard version of the movie, and I'm just going to go ahead and say, look, just like, all like, things laying on the table, I actually kind of liked the Jamie Lloyd arc of the Halloween franchise. I liked it. But what I didn't like is that in Halloween 6, they killed Jamie Lloyd in less than 30 minutes of the fucking movie.
Yeah, she didn't last too much longer into the producer's cut either. Longer from what I gather, but not, like, not the whole movie or anything.
No. Yeah. They kill her off, like, really fucking early in the movie. And I'm like, what? I mean, come on. I mean...
You don't get that they can't do it, that they can't keep doing it that way. They did it twice. You know what I'm saying? They did it twice with the younger version of her, and they just couldn't keep doing it this way.
Well, I mean, I understand why. I even understand why they used a different actress for the role of Jamie Lloyd. I understand why, because
It was
the
a throwaway.
character, because the character Jamie Lloyd was, of course, pregnant, and she had to give birth. But the thing is that from when I looked into it, the character Jamie Lloyd was supposed to be around, I think, like 16 or 17, but the actress that was playing her, I think, was in her 20s or something.
I would have said mid-20s, yeah.
And
mid-20s.
the actual actress that played Jamie Lloyd in the previous movies was still a teenager. So they couldn't use that actress, so they had to go with somebody older. And I think that's the reason why they changed the actress. Which, I mean, I get it. I get why they did that. And other movies have done it before. So I just...
I actually read that apparently the studio wouldn't negotiate a salary. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just something when I was reading that was like a little throwaway line in one of the articles.
Oh, so that's why they didn't use Daniela Harris?
Apparently. I don't know if it's confirmed or, yeah. I just saw that when I was looking up the differences between the two cuts, and it was mentioned that might have been the reason.
Really? I thought it was because Daniela Harris was too young for the childbirth scene.
Like, it definitely would have been weirder, I think.
It would have been weirder, yeah.
Like, it was kind of weird that she seemed so much older, but yeah, for certain sequences, it definitely would have been much stranger.
Really, I mean, it's not the first time that they hire a 20-something to play a high school student.
And look at the first movie. Jamie Lee Curtis was 45.
Yeah, exactly.
I just keep raising that age.
Yeah. They shot him 6 times.
6 times.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's never going to get fucking old.
6 times. What are you trying to say, Loomis? I shot him 6 times. Yes, but what do you mean? 6 times.
Speaking of Loomis, in this movie, it seems like Loomis was not in this movie that much.
That's because of reshoots. He was in the producer's cut a lot more. Had a much bigger role.
He had a much bigger role. Okay,
Like, it's been a while since I've seen the original vote, or the theatrical version, but yeah, I don't remember him being in it a whole lot. But he died probably just after they shot this movie.
Again, he was in it enough for me. I think they were just trying to change up the situation a little bit, because we're looking at the fact that they did the Michael versus, versus Jamie a couple, in a couple of movies, and they still, and I think they see, you gotta see, for me, what I started to learn is that, I mean, and you think it's pretty basic in movies, but it's not as, but people, I don't know if it's as basic as people think it is, or they don't seem to notice it as much as people think they should. But it's like, to put a guy like, to put a guy like Paul Rudd in the role, in a role that was basically connecting to a, you could say substantial, because they were there toward the end. The boy and the girl that, that Laurie was babysitting was there towards the end of all of that, but not very much.
It's almost more of an Easter egg.
More than anything, but when they they wanted to derive it more than him. Now they were starting to recognize a world that was more aware of Michael Myers, was more aware. It was starting to become more lore now. People believe there's more debates on. The guy was hosting a radio show speaking about it. The whole debate on whether they should continue with Halloween because of Michael Myers and everything. Like, it's becoming more of a cultural thing. It was more of a, of a topical situation more than anything. So then when you have this girl calling in claiming that she's Jamie and that Michael Myers is after her, it's like this whole thing that was being blown off and kind of dismissed. So it was just more of a situation where they were dealing with they were finally dealing with the fallout of everything. I think after all of those other movies, they were kind of really starting to deal with the actual fallout of, of Michael Myers, effect on the town and everything like that, and on people. They were hardly. It was like a whole lot of, and still in the movies, like it was dying down more and more, but it was still that hint of, okay, we're not believing you about Michael Myers, and it's still that, but it was less on the thing of, okay, Michael Myers happened, but he's dead. We need to move on and things like that. More, more of that situation than we don't believe you. There's no guy, sitting around here terrorizing. It was still a shift. It was more of a shift in being more cynical. And it's like, okay, it was a terrible thing that happened, I guess, but let's move on. We can't cancel Halloween because we're still, we're still hung up about that, and
it becomes banned forever.
Yeah, so it was more kind of dealing more in a topical situation, and putting Paul Rudd in as somebody who, I guess, now kind of became more obsessed with it. I think in a way they kind of borrowed, in a way, because the more I think on it, you think they kind of borrowed in a little bit from Friday the 13th with Tommy Jarvis? You think they kind of borrowed that a little bit?
Maybe a little.
I kind of felt that way. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, because I think that definitely would have come first.
Like, what exactly are you asking?
Like, do you get, when you think on it, do you get the feeling they were kind of borrowing from like the Tommy Jarvis arc from Friday the 13th when it came to Paul Rudd's character in Halloween 6?
I have no idea who Tommy Jarvis is because I never saw Friday the 13th.
None of the movies, really? Okay,
look. The only Friday the 13th movies that I've seen all the way through is Jason X. And
I was going to say, I figured Jason X.
And then the remake. That's it. Those are the only ones I've seen all the way through. Is Jason X and the remake.
Well, just so you know, Tommy Jarvis was played by, that's just one thing I gotta fucking say. Corey Feldman was just like, when you think about the best coming of age movies when you were a kid, like before a teenager, and some of the shit that you've seen that really just kept, he was fucking a part of all of those shits. It's like, damn, it's like Goonies, him. You know what I'm saying? Like Friday the 13th, Gremlins, him. It's just like, God damn, it's like every movie that was like part of that youth experience Corey Feldman was in, and then here he is.
Wait, this Tommy Jarvis character was played by Corey Feldman?
Yes.
He was indeed.
So Corey Feldman was in Friday the 13th.
Absolutely.
Okay, I have to see this movie now.
So he plays this kid as always, because Corey Feldman, the one common thread with Corey Feldman is that he's a kid that's, you know what I'm saying, that's got a little bit more common sense, got a little bit more street smarts to him all the time. He can, you know, he's not as naive as most kids would suggest, you know.
I'm gonna ask, and I don't care about spoilers. Does he get killed?
In fact, he has the most iconic moment, one of the most iconic moments in Friday the 13th, you know what I'm saying, history. He in fact basically decides as a young kid, preteen kid, when this whole thing was going on and Jason's in the house, he shaves his head to look more like Jason. It's sort of like I don't know, you know what I'm saying, freeze him up or
wait a minute. So he's a kid in this movie?
Yeah, preteen.
Preteen. Oh, okay, that's right. Because this movie came out in the 70s.
70s, I'm not sure, but
fairly early. I think it was like 80. I want to say 83. I think.
Okay, so yeah.
Somewhere there.
So yeah, he'd be like preteens at this point. So
at the very least, if anything, more like, you know what I'm saying, more like 13, 14, if anything, at the very oldest.
At the yeah.
Right,
So.
right. Okay, I'm sorry. It's just I keep forgetting how old Corey Feldman actually is. All right.
But he basically shaves his head to look more like Jason, to sort of like freeze him up, weird him out with that. And then he basically takes a machete, you know what I'm saying, strikes Jason. And then this iconic thing where he just keeps going at him. He keeps going at him, and the girl is trying to call Tommy, and he keeps saying die. He keeps yelling die over and over again as he's, you know what I'm saying.
Are you talking about the first Friday the 13th?
No. Because the first Friday the 13th was the mother.
Yes, I know it was the mother.
Was it three or four?
Think about 3.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. Which one was the one where he was like in like the home with like the other, like, it was like troubled teens or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Jason doesn't become the killer until the second movie.
And doesn't get the hockey mask until I think 3.
Yeah, because he uses a burlap sack in the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen most of these movies, and yet I know all this.
But yeah, he had, like I said, Corey Feldman had one of the more iconic moments, you know, of all of the Friday the 13th movies. Yeah, he's just going at him. He just keeps whacking at him, just yelling die over and over again as he keeps whacking him.
Well, let me just ask you this: are we going to be watching the Friday the 13th movies?
I don't know. That one, that one's really going to take us into a debate of how exciting were
Although I will say,
movies.
I am not going to watch Jason X again because fuck that fucking movie. Fuck.
But it's Jason in space.
I would rather watch Leprechaun in space.
Is he fucking? I mean, does he fucking have a jetpack on?
No.
Does he ever have a jetpack on? That is never
got
exciting.
Like a cool metal mask.
Then it's never exciting. I want to see him chasing somebody in a fucking jetpack. You know what I'm saying? If you can tell me that I can see that, then maybe I'll be interested.
I will admit that when he got upgraded with the nanites and everything, he did kind of look cool. He did.
It's probably one of the few redeeming parts of that movie.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're going to change the look, I mean, they did pretty well with that. I thought he looked cool.
He did look cool.
I like that, but see, the thing is, I don't look. Let me tell you something. It's cool. See, it is cool. But think about the New Nightmare when they tried to, you know what I'm saying, when they tried to strip, you know what I'm saying, when they tried to strip, you know what I'm saying, Freddy down a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
Wes Craven's New Nightmare. Oh, how I do not like that movie. Oh,
really? You don't even like the way they made his glove. They made his glove look in that fucking movie. I mean, that
really?
shit was.
They try to put Freddy Krueger into a real world.
I was going to say, that's like the fairly meta version, right?
Yeah, that's the meta version of
I think it was
Nightmare on Elm Street.
it was the final Wes Craven one. I think like at number 8. I want to say, or 7.
I think
Like-
it was 7. I think it was
The-
7.
Like the
Yeah.
last before the remake.
You telling me you
Yeah.
didn't like the movie, man?
No, I didn't. I thought it was stupid, and I thought Heather Langenkamp, or however the hell you say her last name,
Mm.
was stupid in that movie too. It's just like, I mean, I did not
Langenschlager.
like it. I mean, and a shocking take here, shocking bad take. I realized this. I didn't even like Robert Englund in the movie. I didn't.
I barely remember that one, but I find it hard to believe Robert Englund was bad.
Don't be a
I don't
douche.
blame him. I blame the material that was given to him.
Hey.
He did the best that he could with what was given to him, and it just wasn't enough.
Take it easy.
I didn't like it. I didn't like Wes Craven's New Nightmare. I didn't. I really didn't like the movie.
I think that's the only one I've only seen once. I've seen all the others at least probably at least 3 times each. I would say that
I'm
one.
sorry,
I think I've only seen the once.
I can't take it seriously when Heather Langenkamp, or however the hell you say her last name, is running across a freeway as her son is being pulled up by some ethereal hand in the sky, and she's screaming, "Kruger, you bastard, take me." I mean, seriously?
You bower swine, motherfucker.
Or as you love, like just like the dirty bastards. Yeah. It's just like, God damn it. It's just,
Don't you give me them evil eyes, Stone.
I would rather watch Freddy's Dead again. And I know that's the worst one in the series. I know a lot of people don't like that one.
Daddy's home.
Yeah. Which is like, Daddy's home and it's time to take your medicine. Yeah.
Morning, Mr. Kish.
What's up, Kish?
It's Gandalf the Early. How's it going?
Which one? Stone, do you remember which one was the one with like the Wizard of Oz sequence? I want to say 5.
That's going to be the Dream. Was it Dream Master? No,
That was the one in the asylum, right?
No, that was Dream Warriors.
Dream Warriors. Okay. That
Dream
was
Master
3.
is the one with Alice in Wonderland, I think.
Yeah, probably was that one.
Be like me, because that was also the one with the video game, but the guy was playing. Be like me, be like me, be like me.
Dream Master, that would be the 4th one, right?
Are you sure? Dream Warriors, that wasn't the 4th one with a video game in it.
The Dream Warriors was 3.
No.
That was wasn't that? Hold up.
No. Dream Master came before Dream Warriors, didn't it?
No.
I don't think so.
No. Look, you know what?
It just tells me I need to rewatch them again.
I know.
No.
I need to see him again.
It's been a while.
Too. Jeez, I mean,
This
it
just
has
tells-
been a while.
This just tells me, Google, help me.
That's a series where I really didn't mind that they got more campy as they went along.
Yeah,
It just gave Robert Englund more freedom to just go nuts with that character.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And then when it's all based around dreams, like, why wouldn't it just get more weird and kind of crazy?
But I still want it to be fucking. I don't know, man. I just still needed it to be. Like, the humor can be there, but I wanted it to be on a fucking. Just on a fucking, like, darkly humorous
Like
scale.
a bit more of like an Evil Dead kind of balance. Oh, actually, that's probably a bad example because they probably went a bit more Evil Dead with it, really.
Oh, okay. Dream Warriors was 3, Dream Master was 4, and
Mhm.
Dream Child was 5.
And then it was Freddy's Dead. Then
that
it was
was-
Yeah, Freddy's Dead Final Nightmare was 6, and then New Nightmare was 7. Then Freddy vs. Jason was after
Oh,
New
yeah.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
Shitty.
Yeah, Freddy vs. Jason was a shitty movie except for one part. One.
The guy from 21 Jump Street loved them in that.
No. For me, it was the ever beautiful Catherine Isabel being in the movie.
That's right. I remember you sharing that, and I was like, "Oh fuck, she was in that."
Yes, oh man, she dies fairly quickly in the movie, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But she does, however, have a very cool death scene in the movie, which I really like. Yeah, I liked her death scene in the movie. It was cool.
Hey
But
Damian. Hey Damian,
but
is it
and
just
then
me, or does it seem like our boy Charles' balls are dropping now?
oh my God, shut up. But no, after Freddy vs. Jason, then we get the remake, A Nightmare on Elm Street, that stars Jackie Earle Haley.
Like, I want to watch that for completionist purposes, but I've never heard anyone say it's a good movie. I don't.
Jackie,
It really isn't. It's a bad movie.
his talents are wasted in this movie.
Yeah, it is.
As a guy who I've seen, in other things, but I think I've seen him pinnacle in, The Watchmen. I think I've really seen him pinnacle in that. I think I've seen like everything. I've seen everything on display for him in fucking The Watchmen, and I just feel like they just thought they could use that for him being like the new Freddy Krueger, and I think that the combination of the new look, the new focus, and then just trying to gruff it all out, I think it's just
Is that what it was? Kind of like Rorschach as Freddy Krueger, kind of.
Pretty much, like I said, like I keep telling you, when they, like I said before, like it seems like with Hollywood, when somebody catches a spark, it's like they want to take that spark of what they brought in one content, and they think they can bring that in the other content. So when they seen what he brought, the show stealing ability that he had, in that movie, The Watchmen, with everything that was going on, you still focused on this guy with this weird moving mask. You know what I'm saying? Like, with everything else. You know what I'm saying? He didn't seem like he was very super, except he was super psycho. You know what I'm saying? And super serious about everything he fucking did. And he stood his ground. It was like, that was the most super thing about him. And it was just like, but people he was a scene stealer. And it was like, and they thought, okay, he can bring this and he can be, but it's like, once you have a guy that puts an imprint on a role like Robert Englund did, it's, you can't just go and try to gruff it out or heavy it out. You can't. You really can't. And you can't make it.
It takes away what makes the character special.
And then trying to humanize him. Trying to humanize him was another big mistake that they made for that fucking movie any damn way. Trying to humanize Freddy. That was a thing. I didn't.
It's like, yeah, he's a pedo child killer, but he likes, toy trains.
The fact that they tried to make him a pedo child killer is the thing that was like, oh, it's about something more depraved. Okay, it's some other. Yeah, it's like, no. Why do we feel like we have to do that to make it more? Nah, some motherfuckers are psychos. Some motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? It's like you could lose your kid. Somebody could basically brutally murder your kid, and a guy could snap and say, you know what? I'm taking everybody else's kid now. And it's just that shit. I don't purr for your kid. I lost my daughter who was precious to me. Now I'm taking all of yours. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't like that change. I didn't like that they turned him into a. I don't want to say it.
Speedo. They turned him into a Speedo.
Yeah, it's just like I didn't like that they made that change, because. Well, I've said it before.
And that goes a long way, doesn't it?
I said it before. In the original Nightmare on Elm Street movies, I never got that impression that
he wore a Speedo. Yeah.
I never got that impression that was what Freddy Krueger was about. As far as I was concerned, Freddy Krueger was just a child murderer.
Now when they got older, let's be real. Now when they got older, yeah, it was definitely some sexual tension. You know what I'm saying? When he, when he interacted with some of the girls. I mean, I'm sorry. Come to Freddy, and that snake like tongue lick. It just didn't say, okay, I'm going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? It seems like, okay, I'm gonna do some things and then kill you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, well, maybe kill you and then do some. I don't know. We'll play by ear. It's just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying.
what am I
Just
trying to
want to
say?
be honest.
I mean,
Just want to be honest. That's all.
yeah, I do remember that. Like, it was really prominent in Freddy versus Jason. It was very prominent in Freddy versus Jason, from what I remember. But
Oh yeah. Oh come on, Dream. You know what I'm saying? With the Dream, the Dream
Dude,
Master want to suck face. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I mean, come
but
on, I mean-
I barely remember that movie because it's been like, I don't know, like over 15 years since I've seen it.
But yeah, he
But that doesn't
yeah,
mean
he-
it didn't happen. It just means it's been a while since I remember it. But
I mean, the girl was in school. The the one smart, like the one, of course, the one black, you know, what I'm saying, person, African American actor they put in to the whole gang and Dream Masters, I believe. She's, you know, what I'm saying, she basically falls asleep while in class, and all of a sudden we have that scenario. Freddy's the teacher. You know, and everything like that, you know, then we have that fucking scenario happening because of course she's a senior, so she's probably around 17, 18. You know, no one's tripping. But anyway, but you know, he's got his whole teacher scenario going, and then she's got asthma though, so that's what that's how they play into that. You know what I'm saying? But she's got asthma, and he goes, "Oh, want to suck face?" So he's, you know what I'm saying? So all of a sudden he's kissing her, but he's like taking her breath out, and all of a sudden she's just, you know what I'm saying, having an asthma attack, but they can't help her, and that's how she dies. So, you know, it's just like I could definitely go here and there and look at certain things, and there's sexual tension moments in different situations. Like, I don't know, he was like trying to twist, like, okay, like I forget what I know it's always attachment to certain things, but I believe in 2, the one girl, the redhead, he was trying to twist her mind. You know what I'm saying? Getting her confused, or whether he was really Freddy, or whether it was Jesse trying to, you know what I'm saying, trying to peek out, to fight back, and trying to twist her mind up, you know, and everything like that, you know, and you know, just, you know, and then when she seemed to be still hung up on Jesse, he seemed to get jealous, you know, and lash out, you know. It's certain things here and there. It's just certain things here and there is all I'm saying. Like when they were making out in the beach house and everything like that, and Jesse May had a little moment of joy and all of, you know what I'm saying, all of his terror, and all of a sudden Freddy's tongue comes out because he wants to enjoy it too. You know, it's just you know,
I mean,
certain things.
in his
we look
defense, this is his life's work. He's a man. He's got urges. It's not like he can jerk off. That'd be just disastrous. So, you know,
Really?
sometimes these things are going to peek out.
And by the way, folks, see, and this is where I'm sort of like a in real life chess player, IRL chess player. How does this work into your whole theme of folklore, urban myth, and, you know, urban legend and things like that? I am so glad that I pretended that you asked that question. All right. Now, the way this works is, I don't know if you guys know what inspired. Do you guys know what inspired Nightmare on Elm Street?
I feel like this is something I used to know, but it's not coming to me. I'm sure I've looked.
The fact that I used to know. Do you know, Charles?
no, I don't.
Okay. Well, Wes Craven was doing some research. Somehow he stumbled onto a story about three or four Asian men who were extremely traumatized, stressed out, would not sleep, was saying that they were constantly having fears that they were dying, being killed in their sleep, and were deathly afraid of going to sleep. One even cut their own eyelids to keep their eyes from closing. And one of the guys, you know, actually died in his sleep. So Wes Craven said, "Wow, this is terrible. Wonder if we create a burned up weird guy along with this, we can make a movie out of this shit here. Sounds great. Let's get started."
Are you talking about the Russian sleep experiment?
No, these guys were Asian, and I'm not sure if there was an experiment. These guys were traumatized. It was shit that was happening. They were seeking help because they were having trouble sleeping, because they were.
So, were they 3 guys who knew each other, or like 3 separate people?
3 separate Asian men. 3 or 4 separate Asian men. I don't know if they knew each other or anything like that, but they were each having a similar issue of not wanting to sleep because of fear of actually being killed in their sleep. It wasn't an experiment somebody was running. It was just issues, and they caught note of it because they were seeking help to figure out what the hell was going on. And Wes Craven caught this headline, caught this information, and was like, hell yeah, we put a weird guy in this. Great movie.
So think about how bad that's got to be to get to the point where you cut your eyelids off.
That's what
Like
that's.
I had a recurring dream many years ago where I was drowning, and I would wake up like, oh, what the fuck? You know, all fucking like traumatized and shit, but I never got to the point where I thought about cutting my eyelids off. That's got to be some shit.
Worse.
Okay, you guys need to like look at like a video on YouTube about the Russian sleep experiment. That shit is fucked up.
It definitely rings a bell, but
But see, that experimenting is somebody, you know, testing the limits of certain things. This was like organic guys, apparently organic guys that were having issues, that were definitely afraid of going to sleep, and you know, and were trying to seek help for that. It was just, you know, a very, very, a very, very odd situation to say the least.
Yeah,
And-
it was odd.
And
But this sounds like not like the whole being afraid to go to sleep, but the whole like cutting off the eyelids things. I mean, that sounds a lot like what happened to the guys in the sleep experiment thing.
But like I said, I saw the interview. I actually seen him speak on it, and he never really said it was like any experiment. He was like that basically, from what he caught, it was guys who really, they were seeking help. That's the only way they got into doctors' hands, is because they were seeking help to try to figure out what was going on. And it wasn't so much, okay, we're gonna do an experiment and we're gonna see what happens here. It was just like these guys were just they were going through a process of like trying everything they could to not sleep, pills, whatever, to not sleep at all, and they were trying to get help, and no one could figure out what their issues were. And then in the process of not being able to get any kind of resolution on this, one of the guys cut out his own eyelids to keep from going to sleep and things like that. So, and then one of the guys actually died in his sleep as a result of not getting any help and being able to figure out exactly what went on, was really going on here. So because even in 2023, we still don't know enough about the brain or even about dreams to really, you know, to really even figure out too much. So way back then, it's like they knew way less. So
isn't that fucking amazing that like all these years later, after so many decades of study, we still know basically shit about the brain?
I would probably say there's still a lot more that as probably many strides have been made, there's probably a lot more we need to know. It's more like space or like the fucking ocean for some reason, it seems like. Or maybe they keep making us believe that. See that maybe that's my theory. That like with space, the ocean, and our minds, like they know more than what they're willing to tell us, but they always want to make it seem like it's a scary mystery, you know what I'm saying, to figure out what else is really going on with the fucking brain or with the fucking ocean and things like that, or with the, you know, I can sit here and, you know, we see Nope and we see everything that goes on with Nope and we think that shit is so, some people would try to poke fun at that shit, but then I go on YouTube and I see this fucking, oh my God, Benami, if I'm getting it right, or maybe but this thing that looked like the fucking Nope, you know what I'm saying, alien, when it fucking finally revealed its full form. These fucking legs that extended so fucking long, and the top, it just looked like this fucking thing. And I'm sitting there like, holy fucking shit. I'm just like, whoa, okay. And then I'm sitting there finding myself in that moment. I finally had that moment where I'm just like, nope. Okay. This fucking shit. Whoa. Okay. No. Nope. This is, whoa, what the fuck is happening here? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is this here? In the fucking sea. Like what the fuck is this here? You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit. And it's just like, I just think that there's more known We just don't know it yet, and I don't know how long it's going to be before we start to know it. Or when it becomes, or when it becomes a thing of it's already too late. They're already what's being done. What's being done is already, you know what I'm saying, it's already done, and there's very little that we can do about it, like usual. Or like technology is what technology is, and it's evolving, and now we finally get ourselves a home computer and everything like that, and we're finally able to get with what's going on. And but it's like by then it's already, we have hardly any input. It is what it is. So I just want to know what do you guys think about that type of thing, about, like, I've always felt like, I've always wondered, does Hollywood sometimes, does the overall certain Hollywood powers that be, I guess you might want to say, do they present things that make it seem like it would be weird? One second.
Yeah, I definitely think like there's a lot being held from us. That's for sure. The extent of that.
But I would just say, maybe the movies. I'm sorry, maybe the content is like making us believe that because we see it and because they're presenting it, and like this fantastic movie. And it's like, oh my God, that really couldn't happen for real. That really couldn't be real. People just don't. You can't record people's dreams. You can't do that.
I've heard that idea floated before, that certain things get put into Hollywood movies so that, if the reality of that would actually come out, people are like, I saw that in fucking insert movie. That's ridiculous. It's a movie. You're full of shit.
That's what I think. The Jetsons fucking, oh yeah, it was all that fantastic future shit that we just thought, okay, oh yeah, it's weird cartoon shit. Like, yeah, you're not gonna be able to to interact with somebody and communicate with somebody like on this big on this big screen. There's somewhere else, you're there, there's not a phone, and you're interacting with this person on this fucking screen. But guess what now? Over the last few years, we do that now, don't we? We do that now, don't we? You know what I'm saying? We do exactly that. And what's more, we do it. Oh yeah, because they did have one of those too. He did have one of those too, didn't he? Didn't Justin have one of those things where he could actually, a portable thing where he can interact with somebody, FaceTime on his, on his little portable device? Didn't he also have that on Justin? I feel like
yes.
I think so too. And even in his car. Even in his little ship, he could do it, he could communicate, there too. Like, the automatic, automatic door. He can launch his kid off in the school. Automatic door open. I'm just saying. The fantastic thing. Either some of you say maybe it gets you used to, but I don't think so. I just think that it tests you. Okay, we can get used to certain things, and that's cool. And then certain things that we want people to not believe could ever actually happen, we'll just make it and show it in grand form, and that it actually didn't happen. But I will say again, in the whole mythology and urban legend and things like that, I would say that that the scene in the opening scene, I say opening scene, I guess you could say, but I guess you could say in the first initial minutes of Independence Day, where the ships emerged out of the clouds. They were completely covered in cloud, and all of a sudden when they were ready, they emerged out of the cloud to reveal themselves. I honestly felt like that seemed like the cloud that was following Moses, through the fucking desert and shit like that. When you read the Bible, there was a speaking of a cloud, fire in the sky, that followed them, that followed Moses and I guess those people that he was leading, through, and it followed them. It seems like a fucking ship to me. I'm just saying. It seemed very similar when I looked at that scene in Independence Day. I'm like, wow, that really seems like what they talked about in the fucking Bible. It's crazy.
Yeah, like, wait a minute.
Like, really, like it really kind of came. It really came off like that. I gotta be honest.
So
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 what do you
did
guys
Moses
think
part the
about
Red
that?
Sea, or was it the cloud in the sky?
I think it was the science. I think it was the science, and you know what I'm saying, got them and certain other forces in play. You know, I think it's a lot. I mean, who knows, man? Who knows around that time? And then honestly enough, which is kind of funny. I mean, again, check, folks. Let me give you a little check into some of our content here. Now, there was a scene, an episode in this particular season that we're going to be reviewing from Grimm, where it's spoken about, like in Egyptian times, that certain vessels were basically more on display and worshipped as gods around
Oh,
that time.
what do you call it? The Anubis?
Yeah.
Yeah, Anubis was one of the Vessen that was worshipped. Well, the singular is Anubis, the plural is Anubai.
But then it's also different because again in Egyptian, in Egyptian culture they do have the drawings, and yeah, there are different types. There are one that do look like the Anubis, and there's one that looks more like a bird or an eagle, as it were. And there are certain Vessen that do take on that particular look and description and things like that. So I just think, what I'm saying, and that'll be one interesting thing that I would want to speak about in particular, just kind of put a pin in when we finally do get the Grimm and start speaking on it. Is it seems weird to me at certain points when they felt that they wanted to, they were on full display, and they use and being on full display, they enacted certain things, they influenced things. You know what I'm saying? They did things. They put themselves. I mean, especially in that time where people can have certain drawings and document things. And I guess they weren't completely against it, but it does seem like. But then they're kind of playing into the story of how hard it is to uncover a lot of that shit, honestly. But and maybe this is the reason why, because people are trying to stop it. But it seems so weird that they always act like. I think it's more of a control thing more than anything, as far as what I'm getting from the show, at least up to this third season. Because I like to kind of erase everything and just lock back in and get a whole new theory. Because I mean, that's a few years ago. I'm different now. My viewpoints, the way I look at certain things, are a little bit different than when I was younger. So it's like I just lock back in, and I think now it's like it's about a lot of control with them, or about how they view themselves versus how they view just regular humans. Because it's almost like when they want to use their other form to do certain things, it was almost like a thing of pride. But it was like, oh yeah, to be buried like that is like a sacrilege. But what did you expect them to do?
Well,
When you're displaying yourself that way and being looked at as a god, and that's why you're looking like this, and you can change like this and all this type of shit. It's like,
no, I assume you're talking about the episode where they introduced the Beati Pauli. It's the faction of Vessen that protect their dead from being put on display.
But it's also the Vessen Council too, though. It's also the Vessen Council and how they see certain things, and how even the Vessen themselves see certain things, and how they say it. It's almost like they look at it like religious form, and it's like you're sacrilege. I mean, sacrilege is what's used mostly, most time than anything when it comes to God. Which, I mean, and hence thus thus one of the episodes being called, we once were gods. But it's like, because but I think they still see themselves as God-like as compared to a human, and it's like anything that basically usurps their control is more of a violation to them. But they can use it to influence, to move about the world, to change the world if they want. But it's like, to have somebody sort of like exploit it is almost tantamount to, to spitting in the face of a god in a way. So it's just like, it's sort of weird to me. I kind of felt like it was more of a control issue than anything.
Look, the reason why Beati Pauli was reacting the way they did to that mummified Anubis being put on display is because they want their dead to be treated with respect, not to be put on display for all to see. And that is what was happening when that scientist was examining the body. They were going to put that body on display, and Beatty Polly did not want that to happen. And they are very aggressive about protecting their dead.
I get that, but you also have to understand that it wasn't just them. Monroe reacted in a very heavy way to that.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Rosalie reacted in a very heavy way to that. And even the Vesson Council, when they sent their assassin, you know what I'm saying, reacted in a very heavy way to that. So it wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, it wasn't just, you know what I'm saying, that particular sect that was, you know what I'm saying, they see a certain way. When you use the word sacrilege, but it's like, what do you expect? They got caught up in a time where that's how they did things. It was basically, they were big on preservation back at that time, mummifying, you know what I'm saying, taking out the organs and putting in flowers and things like that. They were, you know what I'm saying, they were big on, you know what I'm saying, preservation and things like that. So they just got caught up in a time to where you displayed yourself that way, and all they're trying to do is preserve what, you know what I'm saying, what they were displayed. And it's like, to make it seem like it was some sort of a sacrilege, like some sort of intentional thing, is more controlling.
The sacrilege is not what their ancestors did, putting the Anubis on display. The sacrilege is what the scientist is doing now. That's the sacrilege.
Not according to Monroe. Not according to Monroe, though, Charles, because Monroe felt like even the act of him dying and still being in that form was still offensive to him. It was still offensive to him. He still felt like that's not the way it was meant. He was not, even though they displayed and showed themselves in that way, they were not meant, when they died, they were not meant to die in that way. They were meant to go back to their human form and basically expire and show themselves that way. That was my takeaway. Like they didn't even want, but even though they put themselves out there for that to be seen in that way, and then for to be worshipped, you know what I'm saying, for that form, and all they're doing is honoring that form that they saw. But yet he still felt like that was offensive, because it's still a thing of, like, you subjugate those people under, you know, under a belief that you're a god in this form, but then still say, once I die, keep my secret. It's weird. It's weird. It's kind of weird and oddly controlling in that way.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? What do you think, Damian? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think there's definitely a complex involved with that kind of mentality.
Yeah, but no, it's like what Alexander from the Vesson Council even said, is that they don't condone what Beatty Powley does, but they don't actively try to stop them. They usually don't get involved in their affairs,
because the truth is powerful. Because the truth is as powerful as a Vesson council, you know what I'm saying, actually are in their respect. They know that there's a modern world emerging around them that could, you know what I'm saying, that could rip them to shreds if they get provoked and scared enough of what, you know what I'm saying, of what they feel like is going on. So while it is a power that they still wield, they, you know what I'm saying, they do understand that it has to be kept under wraps to a certain degree. They, you know what I'm saying, they couldn't just be what they are and just exist. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there was a time where that could happen, while there is a council and how they reside and how they move about certain things, and the royals knew about it, and maybe even certain other, you know, the people who were non-Wesson, you know, non-Vesson even knew about it, and you know what I'm saying, as part of a, you know, an overall agreement. But it's like, modern times are happening. More and more people are not in the know. More and more people that are in power are not in the know. More and more high powered weapons that could kill them, you know what I'm saying, becomes more of a danger to their whole, you know what I'm saying, to every different species that's out there. So it's a way different situation. So maybe they might have tried to take more of a controlling, stance with the the peyote poly, at one point. But now they realize that they need them if they're going to move forward and basically preserve what they've had for all these centuries. They're going to need them now. So but again, I guess I don't know if we're not getting off track. I mean, we're still talking and covering what's going on here, but I guess at this point, should we get into, I guess, get a little bit more in the Justified? I guess a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, we should talk about Justified. I don't think Jim is going to join us.
Okay, I would.
Just to go back to Halloween briefly.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Sorry, what were you going to say? I was just going to say, what was the ending of the original, or of the theatrical version of Halloween 6?
They, Kara and Tommy and Danny, they managed to, Kara gets abducted by the Cult of Thorn, and they take Jamie's baby to the mental institution.
Yeah.
Tommy and Loomis are drugged and they are left behind. There is what I assume is a cut in the scene where it jumps directly to them going to the mental institution. Like, there's no them figuring out where she is. They just go straight to the mental institution. And because they automatically know where she is, which I was like, okay, how do they figure out where she is? They just go straight there, and they go there, they look for her. Here's the funny thing: Tommy ends up coming up to a maximum security ward, and I'm like, huh, okay. And then right before I say something about this, Tommy then says something. He goes, huh. Maximum security ward, and he opens the door and just walks right in, and I start laughing, going like, maximum security ward with no fucking guards.
but isn't that just Paul Rudd? See, I just love so when we look back on certain things, I think when it comes to like typecasting in a way, like you start realizing, like, isn't that just Paul Rudd? Like he says the things that the regular guy's thinking when he's watching the movie. You know what I'm saying? He seems to be the guy, or he seems to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if anybody's going to be servicing these kids, it's going to be me. And he has that look like, and everybody's like, because everybody else in the audience is kind of like, and he's kind of like, yeah, it's kind of, that's kind of weird saying that.
So the reshoots must have made him a bit more Paul Rudd than you would expect, because in the version I watched, he doesn't really break that sort of kind of somewhat creepy, traumatized character that he has.
Yeah.
I think, but see, it's the creepy. See, what you see is creepy. I see is like
it was not creepy.
No. Some people can see a fucking bro. I mean, looking back at the fucking movie, I can see how people can see fucking creepy.
Did you see that picture I sent at the Telegram?
Oh shit!
Where he's like just kind of looking over his shoulder, looking like a hunchback.
Or anything. Or even there's even certain scenes where he's in the store. I mean, or it's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just. But yeah, it's just. But overall, it's a guy who, it's like, he's just like convinced. He's not trying to. Like, he's not trying with all desperation to convince people really of what's happening. Like, he's convinced, and now he's just kind of moving along and doing what he's got to do. And when you're doing that, you're trying to be covert, but his covert just looks creepy. He thinks I'm being covert, but it's like, my precious, I'm going to get Michael Myers now.
Okay, so he is the Gollum of this movie, and the baby is the One Ring.
Yeah, in a way.
Kinda, yeah.
I think Michael sometimes is the precious. I think proving that Michael Myers is here and taking him down, I think Michael Myers is the precious.
So, like, have you ever seen the producer's cut version, Mrs. Tom?
I think I always had.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I feel like that's the version you would prefer, because it really goes into the cult aspect like from what I gathered, like because again, it's been a long time since I've seen the original, well, the theatrical version.
Okay.
And this is the first time I've ever seen the producer's cut, but it goes way more into the cult aspect, including up to the ending, which I was going to go into before, but
Because they were performing
in the theatrical,
because they had the kid and they about to perform the ritual, right?
Yeah, but like in the theatrical, they don't really sort of imply that Michael is the father of the baby, right?
Because that would be
No, they
fucking
don't.
ridiculous. Because that would be
They-
fucking ridiculous.
They don't.
Because that would be
they don't
fucking
mention
ridiculous.
They
Yeah,
don't,
like,
they
it
don't
is
mention
definitely
who the father
ridiculous.
is at all. They don't.
Okay, because in the producer's cut, they don't outright state it, but they pretty much say everything but. Like, they basically say, like, he's the father of this kid.
That would be fucking unless they somehow in some twisted way was able to obtain sperm and somehow in some way it was able to inseminate. There's no way that makes fucking sense. There's no way that tracks. And
Well, I mean,
why would they have him create a bloodline relative as one more on the list that he has to take down before this whole fucking ritual is over? Why would they have him create that?
I will say it's definitely much more confusing than I remember.
Yeah, it's just
this particular version.
It's
But
fucking
you also
ridiculous.
learned that, and I had trouble finding a list of like the direct sort of differences. But in the theatrical version, did they reveal that like Dr. Wynn, that guy who was went to meet Loomis and shit, that he was in control of Michael all these years?
Oh, absolutely.
They do?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And that's what gave me the theory that he was way back that he had the same kind of access that Loomis had to that facility. So he was feeding him information, helping to ready him for the for the moment that he had to make that happen or whatever. And I guess he got to a certain point where he felt like he was ready, or at the very least, like I was saying, Lori is about to graduate and she may leave town. And this whole situation has to complete itself in town. Like that's the whole thing. Like, this is the village. Haddonfield is the village, and this ritual has to be completed within the village. So and I think that's when it had to happen. It was just this whole thing where it had to take place. So
okay. And how was Michael finally stopped in this version, in the theatrical?
They inject, like, once they lure him down into the basement of the mental asylum, he's in a room filled with a bunch of like reject like babies in like incubation chambers and all that, and they manage to like hide behind some like areas, and Tommy manages to trick. What the hell is my cat doing? Tommy manages to like trick Michael by holding a blanket, and he says like, "Michael, you won," and he's going like, "Haha," and he's like, Michael walks up to him and like extends his hands like he's about to hand him the baby, but then Michael hears the real baby laughing in the background, and Michael's like, "Oh shit." And he grabs Tommy by the throat, holds him up, and then Tommy takes a bunch of syringes with some green fluid in it and stabs him in the neck with it. I think he has like 4 or 5 different syringes like wrapped together and just like stabs him in the neck with it. Doesn't take him down, but does disorient him enough. And then he starts beating him with a pipe. He beats him with a pipe. Just like over and over again. And then he gets thrown up against a wall, gets knocked out temporarily. Kara comes out of the shadows, grabs the pipe, beats Michael with it. And she, I think I'm remembering this correctly, but
you're doing good so far. I will let you know if you went off track. You're doing good.
And she beats him. She beats him with the pipe.
Happy Halloween!
But Michael manages to overpower Kara, and gets the pipe away from her. He grabs Kara by the throat and slams her on top of a table, and he starts choking her. And then Danny screams and begs him to leave her alone. Michael is distracted and then lets Kara go, starts going after Danny. Danny is hiding in like this tunnel and is screaming for his mom to come save her. And he's like screaming, "Mommy, mommy, come help, mommy, mommy." And I think at that point, that's when Tommy comes back. He has the pipe and starts beating Michael again. And then Kara grabs Danny, and then they run, or Tommy tells them to run, and Tommy starts beating Michael down. And this is Tommy manages to stab Michael again with another syringe, and that's when he starts to feel the effects of whatever he was injected with. He starts to beat him again with the pipe, and he starts to fall down, and Tommy starts beating him. Kara and Danny manage to get out of the basement, where they are reunited with Loomis. Loomis then puts them in the elevator. They get out. Tommy manages to continue beating Michael with the pipe, mostly in the head. Once Tommy sees that Michael is down and clearly unconscious, Tommy thinks about putting the pipe down, but is like, no, he's probably going to get back up. So he takes the pipe and starts beating him some more. And then there's like a couple of flashes on Michael's face, and you start seeing that green fluid start coming and oozing out of Michael's eyes.
This kid is good, folks.
And and Tommy then he just starts going like whack, 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 and just keeps beating him down just for good measure. And then he just tosses the pipe, and then there's a quick flash to just another scene cut to Tommy and Kara and Danny in Tommy's car, or maybe it was Loomis's car or something. And Tommy tells Loomis, "You should come with us." And Loomis says, "No, I have unfinished business." And then Tommy, Kara, and Danny look at Loomis, and they look at each other, and then they drive off into the proverbial moonlight. And then it just cuts to black, then in loving memory of Loomis's actor's name, and then roll credits, and then
Donald Pleasance.
And then that's the end of the movie. And then that's it.
Okay, so there's about 3% of that is what I saw in the producer's cut.
Yeah.
So in the producer's cut, the ending, in the theatrical cut, did they go into the whole Paul Rudd knows about the Thorn cult, he knows about runes and stuff like that?
Yeah, there was that, but
it's got this collection of runes.
That's earlier.
Okay. Well, yeah. So you get to the sequence where Kara is on the table with the cult.
Uh-huh.
And from there, Loomis and Paul Rudd turn up.
The Kara being on the table, that didn't happen in the theatrical cut.
Oh, it didn't?
It didn't, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, in the producer's cut, she's on the table, strapped down to the table. The baby's there. Okay. Got the whole, the Cult of Thorn gathered around her.
Okay.
Paul Rudd and Loomis get to the mental asylum. Paul Rudd and Loomis separate. Paul Rudd kind of takes his own initiative, sees a cult member going down a hallway, follows him, eventually finds his way into that whole, the ritual room.
Okay.
Takes the knife, puts the knife to Wynn's throat to get them all to back off. Then escapes with Kara, the baby, Danny. So they start escaping. They get down the hallway, almost out. They're aware that Michael's following them, and then
it's weird. I'm tracking on both of you guys' statements. It's weird. That's why I'm telling you. I feel like I've seen it, but we keep going, please.
So they get to the elevator. Loomis, her, Danny, and Loomis all escape in the elevator. while Paul Rudd stays behind. And Michael's sort of slow, Michael's definitely, in pursuit. But he lays down these runes that he's got, which are, like all the different symbols and stuff like that. He cuts his hand, puts some blood on the floor, makes a circle out of all the runes. And Michael gets inside that circle and just stops. He just freezes. And Paul Rudd sort of kind of gives him a bit of a look, he's like, he grabs Paul Rudd by the throat, does lift him up for a second, but then it's like the circle takes effect, and Michael just freezes. Paul Rudd, gives him a bit of a look, like, are you gonna keep coming at me? No? Then he bails as well. I guess goes to the elevator.
Okay.
Michael's frozen there. And then Wynn comes along, it's like, Michael, what have they done to you? Michael's just standing there frozen. Then you see his burnt fist kind of clench. And then it cuts to outside, Loomis and everybody getting to the car. Paul Rudd comes down, he gets to the car. And they all escape from there. Loomis does the whole thing where he's Loomis, come with us. And he's, no, I've got unfinished business. He goes back in, sees Michael lying on the floor in the middle of this circle, takes the mask off, and it's Wynn. And then Wynn says, it's your game now, and grabs him by the wrist. And Loomis sort of looks at his wrist, and it's got the Cult of Thorns symbol. Like, it sort of appears on his wrist. And then he says, sort of screaming.
Now,
no!
No way.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then, you see the rest of them kind of getting away. And, you see a figure in, a very dark hallway that I guess is meant to be Michael. You don't see his face, but it's implied that, he sort of switched outfits with this guy and he's gotten away again. Loomis has been sort of cursed with this thing, and you see what I mean? It's kind of confusing.
Wow. Wow.
But they go way more into the cult thing.
Yeah, those last couple things in that version. New. But in the producer's cut, he does basically annihilate a whole operation room full of medical staff, right?
No.
That doesn't happen there?
No. There's actually very little gore, really, in the producer's cut.
But there's a point, because there's a point where they're being chased into the facility, and he's in this, and there's operating room full of staff, and he just completely just annihilates them.
Yeah, no, it didn't have that sequence.
Wow.
Yeah, because that happened in the standard cut.
Yeah, from what I understand, with the reshoots, they added a lot more gore and death.
Okay, let me ask you this. What happened to John Strode?
He got electrocuted.
But did his head explode?
No, it did not.
Fuck. Really? Oh my god. Alright, fine. Then the standard cut is the superior version, because in the standard cut he gets pinned to a what is that thing called? Fuck. I can't remember what it's called. An electric box. He gets pinned to an electric box, and his head explodes. That right there makes the standard version the superior version.
But maybe
that whole sequence, except his head didn't explode.
But what if they're playing us, Charles? What if they're playing us and basically and getting us? Okay, we'll get the whole violence and death and shit like this to throw us off of the story arc that was supposed to be happening there.
Give me the story, but also give me head explosions.
I mean, yeah, we all would have loved that, but for some reason they felt like it was a trade-off. They basically took away more of the cult story to give us more of the violence and gore that we look for in slasher movies.
Based on what I read, it seems like they cut out a shitload of the cult story and a lot of Loomis, and kind of made it a bit more in line with just a bit more of a straight-up slasher movie.
Look. The only thing I really got from the standard version is that Michael Myers was pissed. Like he was very angry.
Well, I mean,
And I'm sorry. Correct me if I'm wrong, Damian, but Paul Rudd is far less rapey in the producer's cut. Like he has a less creepy vibe.
Yeah,
well,
I
I
thought,
mean, I mean,
oh
he's
my
still
god,
creepy, but
but how would
so
he
he's
be
kind of rapey
rapey?
in the theatrical version.
Well,
how
because
would he be
there's
rapey?
such short cuts of him, and he's always leering or looking. Charles could explain it, I'm sure.
I mean, I get where you're trying to go with that, but I'm just saying, like, rapey
Charles, how
vibe.
rapey was he? He was so rapey, I had to put duct tape over my butthole while watching the movie.
We already acknowledged that he was creepy, sure, but rapey though. Grapey is what they call it out on the
okay,
YouTube. They call it grapey.
on a scale of like on a scale of 1 to 10 on rapey level, I would say he was at a 12.
Oof. Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
I never got that vibe in the producer's cut. It was kind of just
I didn't
weird.
get that in the theatrical. Not like that. He was creepy, sure, but that. I mean, he was.
There was just like seriously, there was something really off about him when I.
I mean,
when I
yeah,
was
he was.
watching him.
He was.
That scale went down as the movie progressed, but when he was first introduced, I was like, "Oh my god, that guy's gonna do something inappropriate."
Oh God, really?
I mean, to be fair, like my introduction to him in the producer's cut was him with like I don't know if it was a camera or a telescope, but looking into a window while she's getting undressed.
He was spying on her with
Telescope.
a camera when she was in lingerie.
So it was
Okay.
I thought it was a camera. I was like, is that a camera or a telescope? It looks like a camera.
Not in the house. In
saving
the
this
house
for
with a
later.
telescope. In the house with a telescope, though, wasn't it?
No, it was a
It
camera.
looked like I
was a
thought so.
camera. It was a camera. It was like
Didn't
a
hear
little,
any
like,
clicks
Polaroid
going off,
camera,
but
dude. It was not
yeah,
a
I think
telescope.
yeah, no.
But it was. I mean, the only thing I got from that was voyeur.
And then they sort of look at each other. She looks at him, he looks at her, and it's just like, she closes the curtains, and he just goes back to doing whatever it was he was fucking doing,
Jerking it.
looking at constellations, waiting for the symbol of thorn to pop up.
God damn it! It's just like seriously, could you not be more like just like subtlety? You goddamn voyeur.
That's it. At least like close your blinds mostly and have the camera just kind of peeking through. Don't just be standing there in the window with your light on. Just be like,
You might as well just be standing there with your dick out, okay?
yeah, exactly. You might as well be.
Yeah.
You're gonna get pretty much the same reaction because
Yeah.
she probably assumes you've got your dick out and she just can't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
You fucking creep.
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking about Michael Myers jerking off to you. Just never mind. Shut up. Stupid bitch. Close your blinds.
Oh my god, but no, it's just like he was very creepy in the movie, but I mean hell, it's just like even when he was just like look, when he like even in the part where he was looking for the baby, when he was when he found the baby in the bathroom, I was like, seriously?
That's where
could nobody hear the baby?
Yeah.
The baby was there overnight in a cabinet. The baby has not been fed, has not been burped. It was probably cold.
Its mother is gone.
Its mother is gone. So, did nobody hear it?
Yeah, that's where that picture I sent to the telegram came from, when he's kind of like lurking over his shoulder. He's kind of just skulking around the train station.
Yeah. It's just like, I mean, I'm just going to walk up to the guy and go like, what you doing with that baby? Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. Seriously.
What are you doing with that baby? What? And then he just kind of skulks away.
It's like, I'm not the one holding the baby. You are.
Yeah.
Oh my god! But seriously, I like Paul Rudd. I think he's a good actor. It's just in this movie, the creep factor was way too high.
It was something I've never seen from him since. I guess he's just never had like anything that he's been required to be that kind of guy in. But It's definitely
but
a
then
very
again, at
unique
this
Paul
point-
Rudd performance.
At this point, I'm just used to him being Ant-Man.
Yeah, Ant-Man or just Paul Rudd.
To be honest, the first thing I actually ever saw him in was that movie he did with Jason Segel, where he it was called I think it was called I Love You Man.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, where it was
Slabada man.
Yeah, the scene in that movie that I like the most in that movie is where they're walking down the sidewalk and Jason Segel's dog took a shit on the sidewalk, and the guy said like, "God damn it, why don't you clean up after your dog?" And Jason Segel said, "You mind your own fuckhole," and it starts going like, "Rah, rah." Yeah.
I saw that in the theater, and it's the only time I've seen it, but I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. I like it. It's funny. But, no, just, I mean, like I said, I like Paul Rudd, but in this movie, it was kind of pushing the moment where I was like, ease up on the creep.
Sorry to interrupt, guys, with a unhumble brag, but some men from Canada in the film industry have told me that I Love You Man is partially based on me and their experiences with me and my fight with Lou Ferrigno and Linda Blair. There's some gentlemen in I don't believe it. Maybe the story about the Incredible
I don't
Hulk.
either.
No.
Yeah.
No.
They do use my Incredible Hulk story in there, though.
Hold on. I got a sneeze coming. Bullshit.
Nope. You can read Rue Morgue issue 6, I think. Issue 6. You will read a recounting of my Lou Ferrigno Linda Blair fight in there. And that movie was made in Canada by people in their crew. This is what they tell me. That they told the story so many fucking times that their friends made a movie out of it. I don't believe it, but that's what they say. That Jason Segel's supposed to be based on me.
All right, well, we're taking a trip to Fantasyland. I'll be back in a second.
No.
I'll suck your cock in Fantasyland, you fuck.
It's St. Olaf, folks. Don't do that. And it's fine.
Would a man run off of... Shut your fat mouth.
Me, sir?
Don't tell those St. Olaf tales. Don't. I'll withhold. You want me to withhold? I will withhold.
What, the story? No, don't do that.
I will withhold the truth. Go speak to Rod Gudino, editor of Rue Morgue magazine, and Gary Pullen, art director, who also did Rob Zombie's some shit for him, for his albums. You go ahead and ask them. They're the idiots who told me this. Not me. I'm just recounting a story.
And we're fine with it. We're absolutely fine with that, sir. We're not trying to... Look, no, maybe Charles was. I mean, Jesus Christ. He gave you the old school sneeze.
I know! He was making fun of me.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I wasn't doing that, sir. I never do that. I just call people out on it, or I just... Look, I'm just trying to tell you. Look, man. I'm trying to say... Look, I'm not saying that people handing you free weed, that it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that
it's happened like thrice since that story, Stone.
And I'm just saying there's a magical place, and I respect it. It's like St. Olaf. That's kind of what I kind of equate it to. Like when Rose from the Golden Girls would tell these stories, and, you know, it was just like...
Oh, cut it out. Everyone knows it's white privilege. That's what it was.
White privilege got you free weed?
Yeah.
Okay. I could
Mediterranean privilege, okay?
I guess I could work with that. So what brings you here, Jim, besides Charles's message for you to get in here, I guess?
Well, yeah, Charles said, get in here. I can't fucking take these guys. They're really annoying, especially Stone. I think he's flirting with me. He keeps winking at me. I'm like, I'll be right there, Charles.
That is not at all what I said, but,
Did you really message me? Because I didn't...
Yes, I did.
Oh, I didn't even know. I just got up. I slept. Boy, is it wonderful to sleep in an air conditioner all day and then walk into your hot-ass bedroom. It actually is finally nice for once.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I usually
Yeah,
try
I
to get
sent
the
you a
temperature
message
pretty
because
right.
we're ready to talk about City Primeval.
Did you already?
Not really.
Not yet.
Oh, good.
We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Well, let me get my cup of coffee and then we'll wait for Damian. I'll be RB.
Yeah. Yeah. Dead air, by the way. Dead air. Yeah, but oh man. Oh, look who's back. Yeah, it's the Blute Badass. Okay. Yeah, but
This is the stone of
Yes,
destiny,
yes.
child.
yeah. You know, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go see how Blackie's doing. But yeah. You pick up on that. I finally actually said it.
Oh, okay. But I was wondering, was it the name of your
Today is a new
girlfriend?
day.
Was it the nickname for your girlfriend now, or because I mean you seem very comfortable with that? I didn't think it was about the ooze. I thought it was about
No,
your girlfriend.
Who else would I call that?
Oh, I mean, I thought you had a girl back there. I was about to check on Blackie back there. I was like, okay, woo, okay, bro. Thank you, Chocolate Fantasy. Woo.
What the?
I thought we were taking a turn today in Blackie. Okay, no problem. Sorry. My apologies, Charles. My apologies.
God
I'm
damn,
sorry.
You're
Look.
the one who calls it that. And I
Yes,
said
I
I
know.
was never gonna call it that, and then all of a
you-
sudden I just did.
And you always were.
Pick up on it.
Yeah, I did pick up on it, but you were always uncomfortable. So then when you say, yeah, I'm about to go back and check up on Blackie, I was like, Blackie can't be there. He can't be back there because he said it was gone already. So this must be like his girlfriend or something. I was kind of like treading lightly on that. I didn't want
First
to.
off, I don't have a girlfriend, so there is that. So, haha.
Step away for 2 seconds and Blackie comes back?
But see, I mistakenly thought Blackie was some chocolate fantasy he had going on back there. You know what I'm saying? In his bedroom. And
First off, if I had a girlfriend, I would never call her Blackie.
Chocolate
Because
fantasy.
because
What if-
I
what if she
would be
demanded
murdered. She would murder me if I did that. I would be a dead man.
no, but see, you got to do it in an Australian accent. It sounds better when you do an Australian accent. Like, how you doing, Blackie? Yeah.
Oi, Blackie, suck my cock.
Yeah, it sound like.
See why you think no see why aren't you mad at him, Damian? Why he make you sound like old
Oi,
Ozzy
Blackie,
Osbourne?
suck my cock, Blackie.
He makes you
Me,
sound like
Damian Rogers.
he makes you sound like Ozzy Osbourne right now.
Hey, get on here, Blackie. Suck my cock, oh, Blackie. Oh, Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, touch my pecker. I know you love it.
Oh, we laugh.
We do. This one, it's no fake payoff on this one, Jimmy.
No,
you
no.
gotta know that. You gotta know that.
They say there's these people out there. They're like, those guys over there, bunch of creeps and jerks who just cause trouble. They're a bunch of no funny. All I ever hear is laughter on this show. And you know what they say when you're writing a script, right? Like anyone who's writing a script, a comedy script, says, if you laugh at your own script, like when you're reading it with your group, that's how you know it's okay. Because if it hits the fucking beats. We seem to laugh at each other. We must think we're funny, which means people who are watching must also... Laughter is contagious. There must be laughing going on, is all I'm saying. Coming from people who complain about us who don't laugh. And by the way, there's a competition show going on. I found out last night with a certain guy had recruited Jerry Shepardini to join him for another version of TEE-HEE TV.
What is this? What is this?
They
shit?
can hate, they can imitate, but they'll never be as great.
And true enough, because of these two guys, here,
Just Charles.
especially. No, don't say that. No. Where would you be if you couldn't do a shitty, Australian accent? You know what I'm saying? If Damian wasn't here, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Where would we be?
I'd be making the same accent about Jerry Shepardini. My Australian and my Scottish are the same.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm
Pretty
sorry.
much the same, yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
Oi, fuck my bum.
No, I'm sorry.
Same.
No, I'm sorry. For Jerry, I would reference Groundskeeper Willie for sure. You fucking scarf and your hat. I fucking hate it. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off.
That's normally accurate. I got to tell you, though, Jerry, even though he was 3/4 bottles of vodka in last night, we did a show with him, Luke and I, called Something Stupid. Dumb name. Luke comes up with a really dumb name, Odd Stuff Pod.
I think it was Odd Pod with 2 Ds.
Yeah, it was a terrible name. Wonderful show. Terrible name. Jerry was the most sane and calm and coherent of the group last night. It was quite a thing.
Really?
Indeed. Yeah.
Fuck's going on?
I don't know. I think because it had a dumb name, it was called
Jerry,
the
don't
Odd
be
Stuff
mad.
Pod, and Luke and I were just. I don't know. We were acting very. I guess we just chose our characters the second it started, and our characters were just ranting, raving lunatics. I don't know.
Because I saw that when I went to tweet the link again for this show, and I was like, what is this? Fuck, I don't have time to check it out.
Did you just scroll over it and see me in the fucking red hair wig? I put on a red wig because I bought that Chrissy Mayer wig, never used it but once, and I was like, let me get my money's worth. I'll fucking throw it on for last night. I just told you before, it's hot as fuck in my room. So an hour and a half of wearing this big ass red wig that kept tickling my face. I was fucking pouring sweat, but I stuck with it, buddy. I committed to the bit. Now let's clear up something real quick about Jason Spiegel's, okay? Let me just tell you why they say it's based, those two, it could very well be a goof. Maybe that happened serendipitously, and it reminded them of me, and then they go out and say, oh yeah, with our buddies, we fucking tell the story so much that it fucking became a movie. Because the way I met these guys is they came down, I met them at Trauma Films. They came to cover the Chiller Festival from Canada. It was a big thing. It was early in the magazine, so they were putting big money into this. And once we met, it was over. Me and my friend, we held them hostage for the whole fucking weekend and took them on the wildest fucking party weekend of their lives. And it was nothing but screaming out windows, again, fighting with fucking Incredible Hulk, the whole nine. It was this wild weekend of holding these two men hostage. It was supposed to be the cover story, a big fucking layout in the magazine, ended up becoming just a tiny blurb on the bottom right corner of the fucking page because we were so fucking wasted the entire weekend. And yeah, we wouldn't let those guys go. And they were Canadian, so everything they would say, we'd be like, ha, fuck you, buddy. Shut your mouth. You're stuck with us, buddy. I will fart on you. No joke. That's
Shut
literally
your fucking face, Uncle Fucko.
That's literally all we would do. Was we were just making Terrence and Phillips jokes at them, forcing alcohol and weed into them, and fucking driving in a fucking souped up Monte Carlo fucking way too fast through the New Jersey roads. They were terrified and enthralled.
St. Olaf on shrooms, folks.
It's the real world!
Hey, Jim Kendall, this reminds me of the time you fell asleep. I
Go
put my
suck
dick
a
in your
man's
mouth and took a
pecker.
picture.
You did what? What did you do to me?
It's a reference to the South Park movie, never mind.
Oh, good. Got scared. Last night, Becky was all on the chat saying she knew what my penis looked like and stuff. I mean, I'm getting freaked out that people are videoing.
Who have you been sending it to?
Nobody.
Hmm.
I've never sent my penis anywhere. Only hackers would know what my penis looks like.
I sent it, but I put a smiley face over the head.
Yeah.
Only shoved.
Would I have been wrong? A lot of people were on the BYB show last night. Apparently, in the underground circuit, people were handing out links, and I happened to see the link, and I almost jumped in, and I wanted to show my penis. Would I have been wrong if I did that?
Why would you have done it? What would be your purpose?
For the goof. Because I don't know what was going on. I don't know what was... I guess they were getting invaded because, like, Joe Exotic And all these different people were coming in masks and just through the show and just disrupting their show. So I was like, boy, this is a great time to come in there and fucking hang Chad, as they say.
Get it semi-HUD and put it right up to the camera.
So they'll go, gosh. Everyone knows soft, flaccid, tiny cocks are much funnier. Just ask Ski Mask. Rod Gudino, Gary Pullen from the Rue Morgue magazine. Clip this, Becky, you cunt. Show up and confirm this story, you cocksuckers, please. Because Mr. Stone, his whole entire life is just fucking crumbling with these St. Olaf. Because it's like when in Fear and Loathing when they see the guy licking the acid off the other guy's arm or something. It's that kind of a thing. It's just gonna plague him for the rest of his fucking life. So please get it to hear one of these. Somebody find them is what I'm trying to say. Get them in here so that he can prove it. Jesus Christ!
You gotta cut it out. Oh my God, he's crazy.
Chimney crickets.
I've never said that I don't believe your stories. That's the thing you have to understand here. I'm not saying I don't believe your stories.
Holy shit. I don't believe his story. Keep going. I know what you're saying, and I love it. I misunderstand nothing. I love when you say St. Olaf because I love Betty White.
I do too, and
I would totally
I'm just playing into an over the top joke that says your life and your history just seems really fantastic, almost unbelievable, and that's why I put the St. Olaf on it. It's almost unbelievable, but we never got a confirmation that it was just stories that she made up. That was always the lovely mystery that never got solved.
Sorry, bloke. I can't find Humans of Bankstown named Kim. I can't find it. You're going to have to link or something. Well, St. Olaf is a wonderful place, and I advise you all to join me here sometime. I don't think you can, though. It seems to be a singular thing. Because everyone else seems... what's just normal to me, everyone's like, that's so weird and crazy. I cannot believe that. Here we go. Fuck you guys. Silence.
What?
You're being too quiet. Hey, are you guys going to talk any more about Justified? I think you might have spent a total of 3 minutes discussing it.
Yeah. We tend to go off.
I would say maybe 10 seconds because we're waiting for you.
Yes, they were waiting for me, Mr. Kish, so we could have this proper discussion.
We should go into Justified, mostly for Kish, but yeah.
Now, I was actually looking for the Humans of Bankstown.
She's so good.
Oh yeah. Willa is the best character.
Did you find it, Stone?
Of television ever.
Yeah, and I don't see anybody that looks like you.
She deserves all the awards. Absolutely.
Yeah. Nepotism. This is why Hunter Biden is a problem. That's all I got to say. See, I made it political. See what I did there?
Oh boy. All right.
No, nepotism though. In this instance, is just ridiculous. She's horrible, man. Look, it's not Justified. It's Raylan Givens. What's that show? Gilmore Girls? It's the Givens girl or something. Because
Givens
girl.
Girls.
Givens girl. Look, it's a story about Raylan Givens as a father. It's a drama show about him as a father with the background of Justified just peppered in there. And it's not working because she sucks so bad. There's nothing to care about. For instance, when he said she was crying at the table. You're never home, Daddy. Oh, you were never there. It's like you don't even care about me, Daddy. We don't know what happened in the last 15 years. Yeah. Has he been a complete and total absentee father? Has he been there and she's just a little whining bitch? You know what I'm saying? We don't know what to feel there. So, it's just stupid.
I think it's always going to be this prevailing story no matter what. of like no one can seem to understand, no matter how entrenched they are with someone in law enforcement or something like that. It's like they can never seem to understand that there's certain things about it that are going to be different than a regular 9 to 5 job, and they just can't seem to grasp that. Because I don't think nothing about Justified before and about Raylan Givens would suggest that he would be like blow offish when it came to his child, at any point, no matter what.
No, you would. That's exactly what I'm saying. You would have expected him to be like Father of the Year, especially the way he was with hookers. Like, he's always trying to save a hoe. You know what I mean? Like, he's the kind-hearted fucking hero or whatever. I don't know. I'm on camera.
Yay! But like I said, he's an old school. That's what we're talking about. He's an old school lawman, U.S. Marshal, lawman with the quick on the draw, cowboy hat, boots, and
quick on the draw. He didn't know how to pull out. That's exactly right, and that's why we have that stupid cunt. What Willa? More like won'ta. Oh God.
Jeez.
In the words of Pip from Future, hold on. Let me actually. I'm gonna do a Richard Kish impression. I've been practicing. In the words of Pip from Futurama, you raised our hopes by casting Keith David and then dashed them immediately while killing him off in the first episode. Then you introduce us to Raylan's daughter. Thanks. I'm Richard Kish.
That's not how he talks.
Yes, it is. You've not hung out with him in the real world. I have.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Do you mean?
Because if that's really it, he's never not gonna be Gandalf. He's never not gonna be Gandalf after that.
Yeah, that's what I just did. You shall not pass.
He's never not gonna be Gandalf.
Spot on.
No way, that's true. Because he's never not gonna be Gandalf the Weird after this. No.
You are not going to pass.
No way.
You shall not pass go. You shall not collect $200. That's the perfect Kish voice.
It's like he's here.
Here's my other Kiss impression.
It's you, Mr. Kish.
It's time for the news on Men. That was my other Kiss impression.
I'm not sure if I can't. Did you mean to do that?
Mm-hmm.
You did.
No,
okay,
totally accidental. The universe did it.
I wasn't sure.
Oh my God! What the hell?
But
no.
Justified was great because the story kept you wrapped in. I mean, it was literally, if you weren't watching Raylan doing some fucking cool hero shit, you're watching Boyd do some fucking awesome villain shit. And like the plots are just building up. And then you had the side plots as well. And that shit was rolling. So you had constant tension, intrigue going on that show. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you want to know every moment you're on the edge of your seat. With this shit, it's just like, oh, here we go. All right. Is this over yet? Okay. All right. Oh, this guy, the blonde's back. Okay. Well, he's kind of sucks, but all right. It's a little interesting.
The thing that I would say one of the problems with Clement is he didn't mind Cole with Rayland.
Yeah, well, I bet he burns Cole with
Racist.
I was trying to say he had sex with black men. It's not racist. It's inclusive.
Yeah, but look, I mean,
what he does is inclusive.
I would say the only character in this show that is actually kind of interesting to me is Carolyn. She's the only one, the defense attorney.
Oh, I hate her. Only because she looks like an elderly, worn-out LaGuerta. And she's not, I know she's not even like a fucking Puerto Rican or nothing, but I don't know.
She's sort of one that actually she's got the posture of like a chicken, I guess.
Why is that dumb little bitch trying to hook her father? He's not bad for a white guy. He's not bad for
fuck
a
me.
white guy. Who wrote that line needs to be arrested.
I literally cringed at that line.
Dude, I can't
I was
believe
like, do you see yourself? You're paler than he is, you stupid white bitch.
Yeah. Did you guys not realize, though, that my Willa voice is exactly the same as my Jerry and Damian voice, and it actually worked this time? He's not bad for a white guy. That's Willa's voice.
He does his impersonations. They sound like the real people.
I'm 20 years old and never had a childhood because my daddy wasn't around. So now this is what I think a real 15-year-old sounds like. It's the only accent I've got.
God damn it. God damn it. I mean, just hearing that imitation of Willa is irritating. God damn it.
And yet less irritating than the real thing.
But seriously though, okay, so I don't think anybody meant to say this little girl's a dumb racist. I think they thought, the writers actually thought that was a good line, which means whoever wrote that line is a fucking racist piece of shit, in my opinion. I'm disgusted by it. What does that fucking mean? Why do we constantly... He's pretty good for a white guy, isn't he? You want to be my mama?
What the fuck was that? Seriously. What is going on? Look, did they hire the F team when it comes to the writers thanks to this goddamn writer's strike?
Well, that's what they did. They got some scabs preemptively because of the strike.
I feel like they've got a different writer's room just for her. They got one writer's room that's writing this main story, which is, it's not terrible. But then there's this other writer's room that's doing all the other shit that no one gives a fuck about.
It's her and her 12 teddy bears in her fucking bedroom. That's the writer's room for her seeds.
You know what?
Having a tea party.
I will write this, Daddy!
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised at all if she sleeps on a bed of porcelain dolls.
Probably.
Kish makes a good point that he guarantees Elmore Leonard did not come up with that racist line. And Leonard would write something, I don't want to say like, he's good for a white guy, but he would write something maybe sort of racial in a way, like, but in a good way. Like, it just wasn't like that. It wasn't that kind of shit.
Like, at first, with this show, I thought they were kind of writing the line kind of nicely. They were injecting a bit of racial stuff, but they weren't being too sort of heavy-handed with it. They were kind of being like, they're being kind of fair, I guess, like kind of reasonable with what they were doing with the racial storyline. And then
what did they do? I don't notice anything.
I mean, I think it was during the court scene. I just remember a couple things where they were definitely trying to sort of like inject a little bit of racial stuff, but they weren't trying to be like, oh, white man bad. Duh, kind of thing. Whereas that line literally felt like, white man bad, duh. And it came from a character who...
She literally said, he's one of the good ones, Darky. That's what she said. She might as well have said that.
You might as well, maybe. You might as well have.
I mean, isn't that supposed to be a racist? White people used to say that about black people all the time. Back in the 70s, whatever, 60s prior. They're one of the good ones. Like, leave him alone. That's one of the good ones. But now that's an okay thing to say? He's not bad. He's pretty fly for a white guy.
I mean, that specifically has been cool since the 90s, but otherwise, yeah, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, what else? So Kish here says, if you could ignore the daughter, there's still plenty of meat there. Is he saying if she was in the original? Because I don't see the meat in this one. Again, it's too far between.
All right, I'm just going to say something real quick. Yeah, don't run her in the same boat as people like me.
Leave the Aussies out of this, okay?
Yeah.
I agree, because I've never met an Aussie that sounded that annoying.
Yeah, it's just like if she's autistic, she makes the rest of us look bad.
Although there's an autistic.
As me and Charles talked about, that's someone who's been hit with a brick.
Yeah.
That's her character. That's someone who's been hit with a brick, and now she's just that way.
It's like Little Nicky in the movie Little Nicky. Somebody hit her in the face with a shovel.
Even he, as insufferable as he was, is not as bad as Willow.
I've never seen that movie. My lady asked, how does he, as such a great actor, Timothy Oliphant, like just let his daughter tarnish the show's legacy, his own legacy? Why? And I was like, because he has to know she's horrible. And I'm like, he probably doesn't. Have you ever seen Timothy Oliphant in the real world?
He's like he's high all the time.
He's like a surfer. He's like, wow, dude, it's me, Timothy Oliphant. And it's me,
much.
Timothy Oliphant. And I'm really high on marijuana pot right now. And he's like, whoa, dude, surf's up. You want to hang 10 with me? He's very much a surfer dude, fucking just sun bleached, brain bleached kind of character who I can imagine his only thought about his daughter is like, dude, that's totally my ray of light. She's the great. She's the wave I ride. Chip, chip.
Okay, all right.
Fuck.
I have to ask: did the mother of his daughter, was she high when she was pregnant?
Apparently, it's that same woman from the fucking show. What's her name?
What?
Yeah, the not the prostitute that shot the husband. The one his ex-wife on Original Justified. Apparently, that's his daughter with her.
Really, Natalie something Zaya.
Maybe I'm wrong.
What?
I'm wrong.
What the fuck?
I feel like I'm getting the Natalie part right. I'm not sure.
Winona. Natalie Zia is her name. Natalie
it is, right?
Zea. Yep.
That's his
Winona
actual wife?
was her mother.
Huh. There you go. I had no idea.
Oh, so I guess she was in season 5 and season 6 of Justified, Willa. She's in the episode of Murder of Crows and Restitution. She's being held by Winona as she talks to Raylan on video chat. And then she's in the crib. Oh, she's in like 4 episodes of season 6.
Wait. She was a baby. That doesn't work out because she's like 20 now, right?
No, she's 15. She's a 20-year-old in real life. Yeah.
Oh, so you mean the character was in?
Right.
Okay, yeah. I thought you meant the actress. I was like, wait a minute.
Actually, it was one of the children they used right before an adrenal. Never mind.
Yeah.
That's why it's an unknown actor.
Okay. Yeah. The character definitely was, but the actress, no.
I think Stone got lost looking for that fucking Kim in Bankstown because last I heard he was like, I found him, and then gone. FBI showed up, fucking took him down.
Thanks, bloke, you fuck.
Cocksucker.
But I'm kind of liking, I'm not hating the way everything else is going.
Can you please read that before you go on?
Richard Kish says, "Yep,
Asperger
I guess Raylan and Winona split up and have joint custody of Asperger Annie."
See, if you would have read that faster, Damian, the laugh would have timed out.
Yeah, fucking.
Ow. Fucking hell. That actually hurt. Okay.
Well, I guess so. Well, weren't they split up in Justified? Isn't that how that went?
They were they did get back together briefly, and that's when Winona got pregnant with Willa, and then Winona got she realized why she left Raylan in the first place, and that's when she left him again.
Oh, for the same reasons his dumb little daughter is crying? Is that why? So they're just redoing a plot? I'm just guessing, because he's never around and he's dedicated. Yeah,
he's dedicated to the job, and she didn't want to be a part of that life, and so she left him a second time, but she decided to keep the baby, so she went through the whole pregnancy, gave birth, but she was willing to have joint custody with Willa, and that is why Raylan is still a part of Willa's life. even though he's kind of an absentee father, thus why Willa had said as much in City Primeval. And being a bit of a... What's the expression?
Cunt.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. But no,
I just don't buy him as an absentee father, though, because, like,
well, I
even
mean,
if he's there on weekends, he's working, he's providing, he's doing his job as a fucking father. You know what I'm saying? And he's there as much as he can be, one would guess.
yeah.
If he gives up his cop job, what's he going to do? How's he going to provide? He's going to go be a mall security guard or something?
Well, yeah.
Work in a
personally,
7-Eleven? Like, what do you want from me?
Personally, I think Willa is being a bit selfish at this point. I think she is.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Selfish and stupid.
She's obviously an idiot walking through Rape Alley on her first night in fucking Detroit.
Yeah, which I still think is incredibly stupid. It's like, what the fuck are you doing, kid?
She's like, I'm wearing an AC/DC shirt. Nothing terrible will happen to me.
You are a 15-year-old girl walking through one of the most dangerous cities in the entire country by yourself. What the fuck are you doing? I mean,
yeah. And you know, speaking of one of the most dangerous cities in the country, I'm a little disappointed in the what do you call it when they film like locations? There's a specific type. Like, it's not like the cinematography, but like when you're whatever. They suck at that. When I went to fucking Detroit, it was one of the only places I've ever been to that I felt like I was in an alien land. There are fucking towers with fire shooting out of them, like, are surrounding you. Like, it's like going into Mad Max Thunderdome. Never in my life have I fucking been in a place that felt this way. And again, when you're driving in and you've got like literal armed junkies walking the street and you just see these huge towers going, shooting fucking flumes of fire out of them. And where's all that? It looks like they're just filming anywhere. I don't see anything unique Detroit-y about it.
No, like, they added a blue kind of hue to everything, but that doesn't really represent.
The more badass cars, would that have helped?
Well, that's the other thing. You know what? I saw a lot of people driving ATVs and like children. I forgot. You just reminded me. So I walk in, I see all these Mad Max people, the flumes of fire shooting up, and then little children, like 8-year-olds on quads, boom, through the fucking streets and doing jumps and shit. It was like a total lawless area. But I don't remember any fancy cars really.
I mean, like, badass muscle cars, you know. Detroit, you know, it's badass.
Maybe I do. Now that you say it, I feel like I do recall some muscle cars being a thing there.
Yeah, it's just like, was this woman like asking to be assaulted at some point? I mean, thankfully she wasn't assaulted. But I mean, it's just like, what did she think? Like, oh, I'm just gonna explore this abandoned warehouse, and oh, maybe nothing's gonna happen to me. Oh no!
Oh, look, a dark tunnel. Let's go down there.
I think that's what she was saying. Look, a dark tunnel. Get in here.
Look, she had a cross colors jacket on. She felt
she's
like
20. It's okay.
She felt like she was the streets.
She has to have some kind of rape fantasy because she didn't want chicken fingers from that Oklahoma. She wanted chicken fingers. I'm just saying.
I mean, that girl must have lived a sheltered lifestyle because
With Winona as her mother?
Well, Charles is probably right because Winona had dealt with all of these threats through Raylan in the past. It was very unsafe.
I mean, look at how she reacted to Raylan beating the crap out of Clement.
Wrong cry. That was the wrong cry. She did the sad cry, and that shouldn't have been a sad cry. Should have been an appalled cry or disappointed cry.
Look, I get that it was the wrong cry, but she was still crying.
I know.
It was a bad cry, but it was still a cry.
I mean, Winona's not probably beating guys up on a regular basis. I get that, but
Yeah, but still.
Then there was also a thing in this episode where Raylan's like, I can't do my job and take care of you. She's like, well, Mom can. It's like, yeah, but she's fucking working in an office somewhere. I'm out here mixing it up with psychopaths.
Yeah, nobody's trying to shoot your mother at the Xerox machine.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you?
Yeah.
What are you, stupid? And it's like, oh yeah, she is.
But I bet you someone's trying to.
It's my daughter.
But I bet you there's someone there at the water fountain trying to give her the chicken fingers, if you know what I mean.
Oh, almost definitely.
He means
Is
penis.
Winona married or something, or did she get divorced again?
Oh yeah, right. She had another husband in that, didn't she?
Yeah, she
Wasn't
had.
it played
But
by? Wait, he was played by somebody, wasn't he? Like Ari Gross, or maybe he was played by, or what was his name? Mark Leonard. I don't recall.
No,
like either cousin Larry or the guy from House played him, right? No,
No, he played the. He was a guy that played Charlie Brewster in the original Fright Night.
Right. That's what I meant. Yep. Okay. See, to me, those characters are very similar because those were. Yeah, I had some bad heroes. Charlie Brewster was my childhood hero. Dean Cameron.
He was your hero?
Goddamn right. He went against a vampire. I mean, like, come on. That was like my dream life. Fright Night was a fantastic film.
He was not my hero. That girl was ready. That girl was ready to get de-virginized. And
Bruce Lee was another one.
He was all in the window. He was all in the window, Jack. You know what I'm saying? Jerking off to the guy carrying the goddamn casket.
Oh, pish posh. That was Marcy Rhodes from Married with Children, and she totally likes vagina.
Okay, but not at that time.
Can you imagine the set of Married with Children with Al Bundy, Ed O'Neill, just running around calling fucking Marcy a dyke behind the scenes? Because that's how it went. Like, while on the show, he's calling her chicken legs and chicken this. Behind the scenes, he's constantly calling her a dyke and fucking making vulgar lesbian jokes about her. Like,
Really?
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 Yeah, according to her, he was super fucking rude and vulgar and anti-gay. But in the 80s, 90s way, in that way of when you kind of rib somebody that you really do actually respect, and that's the story. That's the story, and he has not denied it. So
He is. Wow. But yet he gets to get on another show and have Sofia Vergara be his wife. I mean, jeez, man. I mean, that almost shakes your faith in karma if that's really true.
no,
though, but
my faith in karma goes back when you realize Sofia Vergara leaves the set of these fucking glamorous productions, goes home to the sounds of death metal and fucking dorks playing Dungeons and Dragons all day long. That's what she goes home to. Her husband is a fucking mega dork, and like every other dork in Hollywood, they have a Dungeons and Dragons club that they play in the basement, and he's just like smokes weed and listens to death metal all day. So that's her life. That's what she comes home to.
I'll be honest.
how do you know
Dude,
this?
that sounds like a pretty great life.
She said so.
She said that?
Yeah, she and he said so. Let me make sure I'm getting the right Mexican.
No, I think you are correct.
Hold on. Isn't Joe Manganiello one of your people?
No, I mean her. I was talking about her. I was trying to. I was misracing
No,
her.
I'm fairly sure I have.
Yeah,
read
then it
that
is him.
before.
If that's her husband, that's what I was going to check. The one that Pee Wee Herman has a crush on, right? In the newest Pee Wee Herman movie on Netflix, the whole time he's going, Joe Manganiello, on his penis. I would do a bad Pee Wee. Joe Manganiello, I love his penis. That's a much better Pee Wee Herman.
Hello, I'm Pee Wee Herman.
This guy's playing Dungeons and Dragons and smoking weed all day. Really,
And listening to death metal.
and listening to death metal.
Yeah,
Look,
no,
maybe I'm making
have
up the
read that
weed part.
before.
But
No, I think I read that too.
You're
I
probably
think
not.
so.
You're probably not.
it fits if you're sitting down there in
Yeah.
the basement listening. It's him. It's Vince Vaughn, Tom Morello.
Really?
Yeah, that this is a part of his little dungeon. Here, let me fucking see if I can put that in there. Joe Manganiello Dungeon D&D group.
How was that
D&D
not a
group.
great way to spend a day, though? I mean, really. Smoking weed, listening to death metal, and just fucking having adventures.
The Big Show. Tom Morello, Vince Vaughn,
And the Big Show?
The Big Show, DB Weiss. DB Weiss, co-creator of Game of Thrones. That is what Sofia Vergara comes home to. These people sitting in, and you know what? Seeing the rest of that group, it's definitely a weed group because Vince Vaughn smokes like a motherfucker.
I'm pretty sure Tom Morello smokes his ass off.
I'm sure. So does the Big Show. Wrestlers smoke lots of the weed. So I'm guessing now
Morello
also
blows
so does
smoke
DB
out his
Weiss.
ass.
Especially when you got to come off the fucking, you know what I'm saying, HGH and PEDs and all that shit. I guess you know what I'm saying, something's got to balance you out.
But it looks like there's some other lesser known people, like apparently his Joe's brother Nick, writer John Cassell, who apparently wrote a Dragonlance script based on a D&D movie. And then you have Fanboys director Kyle Newman. Wait a minute, I think I know him. Kyle Newman. I know of him. Let's see, who else do we have here?
I'll see Fanboys fucking years ago.
League of Legends story designer Ryan Verini and CrossFit Masters champion Ron Matthews. And then actor George Finn, whoever the hell that is. So that is one hell of a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, I gotta say.
It's an interesting collection of people.
I never expected you to say the Big Show, though. That was truly unexpected.
Right? It's like all those names and the Big Show. All these titans of the industry and the Big Show.
Because that is truly like...
I think he's the only guy who I'm just like, hey, what?
What?
No, because it's just like how do you befriend a guy like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you befriend a guy like the Big Show unless you're like in the industry with him? Like, how do you connect with a guy like that?
They probably smoked a joint outside of a death metal concert.
Big Show.
They apparently, your answer's right here. No, that was how Morello got into it. They reached out to Tom Morello. Yeah, it doesn't say how the thing started. So that's how he got in it.
But yeah, the Big Show, Paul White, small role in The Waterboy, but hella funny. You know what I'm saying? Hella funny is in a small role in The Waterboy. You know, if you guys remember.
Vaguely, yeah.
You know, he had longer hair then. He was playing a pro wrestler, Captain Insano. He just got finished from a match and everything like that. He's being interviewed after the match. And, you know, Bobby Boucher calls in and is asking him, does he have an experience? He sees that he's sweating profusely. Does he have an experienced water boy?
I love Captain Insano.
He's like, does he have an experienced water boy? And he's like, oh, yeah, what are you, kid? What are you, kid? 12, 13, whatever? You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm 35 years old. he's sort of,
and then they almost laughed themselves to death.
You can tell he's never been laid. Oh my god!
Hey, here's a lot.
Just kind of angrily hangs up the phone.
No, I think he awkwardly kind of just like, damn, that kind of hurt. I like
you can see he's annoyed, but he's just like, all right.
A little quick conclusion on that Dungeons and Dragons thing. Their campaign is called War of Dragons, and they've actually also had some guest players who you would know of. The Game of Thrones other guy, David Benioff, he played with them a bunch. James Gunn is also a guest player, and Saturday Night Live cast member Taran Killam. Do you guys know who that is?
I feel like I heard that name before.
Taran Killam. He was on the show for years, and he's also married to someone like fucking.
Hey!
Who is he married to? God damn it.
Well, while you think of that, this ties into TEE TV. Here's a little Easter egg you guys might have missed. This campaign is so underground popular that it inspired a little name drop in season 2 of You. Do you guys recall War of Dragons, Dungeons and Dragons reference in You season 2?
Damn.
No, I don't.
I wasn't logged in like that, so I.
Fuck off!
What?
Juan Cabrera and Chuck D drew the characters for their fucking for their campaign.
Damn. Did they record this or?
No, this is just for them, man. As far as I would know,
God damn.
they fucking should be. They should be recording.
Yeah,
the
like,
most,
how do you
there should be a
you're
camera
making
rolling
so much
24/7.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way,
It's
folks,
audio.
I just want to put out there, I want to put into the ether and document on the show. I think that we should either bring back like playing poker live.
I agree.
On the show, or spades.
Well, we poker we could play with just two people. You can't play two people spades. Although I always like spades. It's got that warm feeling. There's something fun about it. I don't know what it is. It's simple, but it's also action packed and fun. You know what I mean? Like it's just I don't know why it is so fun.
And if we can get teams, I was saying if we can get teams together, like right now we have 4 guys. We could play spades now.
Well, Discord has a poker app now where we can all play poker together in a Discord video chat.
Then I'm gonna start. I want to start inviting people. I want to have like a round robin type of situation. I want to start inviting people in and having our own guests and playing poker and kicking people's ass. I want to kick more ass than just your
I'll have
ass.
to learn how to play poker. I never
Oh,
bothered.
Mike. Really, you guy? You don't know how to play poker? Come on, man.
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know how
blackjack
to
guy.
play
It's
poker.
simple, like me.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to play poker either.
Jeez. We got 2 nerds down here. No, not Damian's not a nerd. He plays those games where you put your hand on the table and the guy put the knife through it. They put the knife through it.
5-finger fillet.
Oh, that's what they call it? That's what they call that shit? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know what it was called. Okay, it's called finger fillet. Okay, that's the game name, folks. Finger fillet.
How can I buy a knife? Jesus Christ.
No, I'm saying that's not
I've
what
got
we're
a
gonna
knife, but
Hell no,
it's not the right knife.
hell no, that's not what we're gonna play. We're still gonna play poker. It's gonna have to teach you guys how to play poker. Seriously. No limit.
It's called pin finger, nerve, bishop. That's the one I know. Knife fingies, 5-finger fillet. That's the other one I know of. Chicken or the stab between the fingers game.
What was the one with fingies?
Knife fingies.
It's like a 5-year-old calls it.
Yeah.
Let's play
I
knife
wanna play
fingies.
Knife fingies.
You stupid
It's twisted,
kids.
but it's twisted. It's twisted and fun. It sounds real twisted.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. When my kids were that age, I played knife fingies with them. I did. They liked
sure you
it.
did.
They loved it.
I'm sure you did it with a plastic knife, and it wasn't
Yeah.
harmful.
That is right.
Yeah, plastic.
No, I
What
just
is he,
taught them well
fool?
enough
Hold 'em.
first.
Absolutely, hold them.
I taught them well enough first. That's all there is to it. I just taught them well enough, and then I let them do it. It was a dull knife. I mean, like, don't stab your fingers. Don't fucking go hard. The worst is going to happen. You're going to poke yourself. You're going to go ouch, and then fucking
Finesse it.
you lose.
You just finesse it. Don't try to stab that.
Yeah.
Just finesse it. Just
Don't go
finesse it.
sideways with wise. You got to keep, it's a simple game. Got to catch the groove. The kids were actually, I'm not even joking. Like, we really did used to play this sitting out in the yard, just shits and giggles.
See, I'm just saying. I'm saying again. I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just this is what this is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, look. Thank you. I got a compliment. And attaboy to Stone for his earlier referral to me as Gandalf the Early.
What's the reference, though? I just think it's funny because I heard you say Gandalf the something recently about Kish that cracked me the fuck up. Don't remember what it was.
Gandalf the Weird.
No, I don't think that was it.
No, come on, that's got to be.
No, I don't think so. It's only mediocre,
I
like Luke
feel
with
like
the
there's
Bind.
been a few variations at this point.
But yeah. This morning it was when he first was like one of the first ones in. It was like Gandalf the Early.
Yes, Luke. Hold'em is the only poker to play, unless you're some kind of fucking weirdo pervert. You're playing Texas Hold'em. I invented my own version of Hold'em called New Jersey Hold'em, and it's much better. It's much more skill based. There's just about no luck involved, and it's only a tweak of a few simple rules. Like for one, you have to use both cards in your hand. You can't just use one.
Oh yeah, I mean that's usual. That's usual.
No, it's not.
people can actually eliminate one?
Wait, maybe I'm wrong.
Because I wouldn't think so. I
Yeah,
wouldn't think
yeah, right. No, you can. Because if you have an ace and a 2, and there are fucking 3 more aces, a king, and a queen out there, you're having 4 aces and a king. That's your hand. You're not 4 aces and a 2. If you have an ace and a 2 in your hole, your 2 is going to go away for the higher card in the river and in the flop.
the way I play,
Whatever.
the way I play,
I don't know, my name's right.
but the way I play, you have the 2 cards in your hand, and it's like you basically rely on the community cards that get you wherever you're trying to go. Now you may be trying to chase a straight with those 2 cards, but it may not happen for you, and you just have to find the best thing that you have. You know what I'm saying, with your cards and the community cards. So you may only have 3 kings or 3 aces, as it were, and that 2 is just a fucking 2. But if somebody has a better overall complete hand, then they pretty much got you. It's just kind of like the way we play
not
it, you
bloke.
know. Huh?
Nothing. I was just telling Bloke I did not write a book about that.
But yeah, that's probably, like I said, that's the way
Yeah.
we would play it anyway. It was like, so if you have an ace and a 2, and the 2 aces come on the community cards, and you got 3 aces pretty much. And just
Well, you guys
2.
are ripping me off, bro. That's my game I invented. It's called Jersey Hold'em.
Oh, really? I'm stealing your idea by
By playing the game wrong, yeah.
by Minority Report. No,
By playing the game wrong.
that's the tough way. That's the gritty way in the streets, pal.
No, but
not that country
it
club
is.
shit where you can
That's-
eliminate cards, pal. Come on.
Why do you think I made up that way? Because that's the way you should play. Because it makes people would argue, oh, but then it takes away bluffing because people can like card count but no, they can't. When there's multiple players, you don't know who has fucking what. You just know what they might have. So it
Yeah.
makes bluffing more skill based. You know what I mean? Like it makes it more tense.
And you have to. And me, I've always. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm holding these.
Sorry to
secrets on
interrupt.
that.
It eliminates the jerk offs who just go out there, all in,
Yeah.
all in. Get rid of those motherfuckers, and then you have the nice skilled men playing a goddamn man's game with Jennifer Tilly and their big old clit. What are you saying now?
Or you just figure out how to slow play those jerks, but you know what I'm saying? Let them stay in and take their fucking money, because I'll step back, because I play my
8
hand.
hours at the table, easy.
Yeah, I don't play the guys. I play the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you know what I'm saying, that's kind of how I am. Me, I'm an odds gambler. So I'm gonna play. If my hand is strong, I'll go at you. I don't give a fuck. You can go all in. I'll go at you. If I feel like my hand is strong enough to go at whatever you got, I'll go.
How strong of a hand? How strong of a hand will you go all in on? What's the lowest hand you'll go all in on?
The lowest.
Even 3 of a kind is rough, in my opinion.
I was thinking that, but I'd probably start short of that. Probably would go, you know what I'm saying, 4 of a kind.
Bye. Don't forget your super chat on the way out the door, dork.
Probably 4 of a kind, or maybe, you know what I'm saying, maybe.
Oh, 4 of a kind you're all in on unless you're a fucking lunatic.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely do that, but I mean, 2 pair is still a little risky though.
Yeah. 2 pairs risky. 3 of a kind, and it's not don't do it. It's just I'm just saying that's probably that's the lowest I'd even probably consider.
I feel like Full House. I mean, you feel like Full House is not that strong? I feel like Full House is pretty strong, depending on what kind of Full House you got.
Oh, it is. If you have a full house, go all in. I mean, well, if it's a high one, and if you're playing, it just depends on who you're playing against. I hate those players, and they've taken over. I can't even watch. I used to love watching World Series of Poker and shit like that. Can't watch it no more because there's too many of these internet douchebags now sitting there, and they just sit there and they go all in, over and over and over again. It's become that game, and I fucking hate it.
Because it's the people who study it. It's people who study it, and they think there's other people who will be intimidated by that. It just got to get more people in there who are less intimidated by that and can play the game. You know, can play the game over time. That's what it really is. They want to get the guys out that can't, you know, say that they'll be intimidated by that type of shit. That's all.
I'm seeing motherfuckers doing all-ins on 7 and 2s in the World Series of Poker. That's when I gave up. I said I'm done. 7 or 2
And what was on the
in
community?
the hole.
And what was in the community?
Don't matter. It could have been all aces in the goddamn. You have a 7 and a fucking 2. You shouldn't even see that fucking. You shouldn't even see beyond the. Don't look at the flop. You're out. If you're in the blinds, don't look at the flop. If you're at a 7 or 2, that's that. I mean, if you're not in the blinds, if you're blinding, then you're already seeing the pot. If you're only a half blind, do not see the fucking the flop with a 7-2. No.
But if you think you got noobs out there that you can scare off the off the meat, it's like they're gonna try that shit though. I mean, there's always been that guy in poker. I mean, can you agree with that though?
Sure.
So I mean, there's always been that guy that was willing to try to scare people off of the prize. If they feel like they're noobs and they feel like they're susceptible to that.
Since we're boring everybody, let me just say this one last story.
Come on.
This one guy, and they so at my poker table one day in what the fuck was the name of that casino? It's in Pennsylvania, son of a bitch. Anyway, at the poker table where I would go constantly, there were some local drug dealers then who came in with wanting to flex, and I had finally made my way to the big boy table. I usually played the smaller table just to make a regular amount of money, but I had made so much over this week that I was like, fuck this shit, I'm going big boy today. So I went to the high rollers table. I'm sitting with these drug dealer characters. They were bragging about it and fucking flaunting their fucking stacks of cash, and they kept doing that, and I just kept fucking folding until fucking finally I had like 4 of a kind or whatever it was, and this motherfucker I think probably had a full house, right? Because he was bluffing the whole fucking time. Puts it in, fucking, of course, loses. So upset, and then I get up as soon as he loses. I took all that fucking money he'd been winning from everybody, because he keeps going all in. I took this fucking pile of fucking chips, thousands of dollars, swept it towards me, and the guy's like, all right, it's cool. I'll get you next one. I'm like, no, you won't. I'm fucking done. What the fuck you think I'm sitting here for? You think I'm gonna keep playing this fucking game? He goes, no, you gotta let me play again. I'm like, no, I fucking don't. I don't have to fucking let you play for shit. I fucking won. You fucking lost. Game over. And I fucking took the money and fucking left. And he got up after me and was stalking me for a bit until he finally got tired and went back to the table. we decided not to go right outside.
You know what? I think I got this figured out. It's not like
it's not sale off.
No, it's not. No, you're exactly right. I agree with you. It's not really like that. That's just me being funny. But really, does anybody besides me see like the future of Jim being like Arthur from King of Queens?
Yeah, I do. I hope my children let me live in their basement. Let me tell you, and my wife's widowed. Wait, no, I'm widowed.
No, I'm talking about.
JK.
I'm talking about. Say every once in a while, I want lemon ices. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you better hear it. That's right.
I invented a new type of crumb cake.
Yes. I'll be inventing new crumb cakes until the day I die. So that's just simply how it is. Even if
telling all these stories about how he's gotten over on people, how he's schemed and conned. How he's actually slept with some other guy's wife and blamed it on another guy. I just see him being Arthur Spooner after a while.
Arthur Spooner, I agree with you, but I've always saw myself, even as a youth, even as a boy, back watching Dream On HBO all those years ago.
Love that show. Love it.
It's my favorite show on earth. B.S. Eliot was a character on that show who was basically this writer who had like this most interesting life story that he was writing that nobody even knew if it was true or not, if he really even had the book, if he wrote this, or if he was just some drunk in a bar talking shit. And I just knew early on, like literally as a fucking young boy, I knew that was going to be my life growing up, that like I was just going to be that guy with a fucking whole bunch of stories, and maybe he has a book sitting back there that he's never finishing, and no one would ever know until he died, and then they found it, and they were like, oh, he wasn't B.S. Eliot, he was T.S. Eliot.
Let's just figure this out then. Hey, Damian, who do you envision yourself as you get older? It's not Mel Gibson, is it?
It is. It's Russell Crowe. Richard Kish pointed out that Damian and Russell Crowe look a lot alike because Russell Crowe got fat.
You know, I don't even want to give an answer.
Come on.
And by you people, I mean Jim and Kish. Not you, Stone. And not you, Charles, but Jim and Kish. Fucking.
I'll tell you what, I'll go make a coffee while you come up with your answer, so that way I won't intimidate you.
Or maybe why he compiles that. Maybe Charles. Maybe you have a vision of yourself of who you might be as you get older. I don't want to say
you're looking at him. You're looking at who Charles is going to be when he's older. Get off my lawn, like he says right now. Curmudgeon-y old man in a young boy's body.
I sometimes think maybe the guy who's the geologist on Big Bang Theory, but maybe not.
Who is the geologist on Big Bang Theory?
Was that?
Is that? No.
Raj?
No. Is that who I think it is? Howard?
Is that his name
Oh
too?
no.
Howard.
That's just me. I mean, comparing
mean?
to any of the Big Bang characters is mean.
That's mean. Wow, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Unless you're comparing him to fucking. Oh God!
I figure I might be
Howard's girlfriend.
I figure where I am right now. I'd be more like Lou Gossett. I'd be more like Lou Gossett Jr. as I get older.
Howard is the one that marries not Penny. What's her name? What's Howard's wife's name?
Like
Bernadette.
The small chick who.
Bernadette. Yeah, Bernadette.
Who had like
Bernadette is hot. Bernadette is hot.
Yeah.
But.
So is Penny.
Penny is hot, yeah, but Bernadette is hot as well. But
she was hot. She was hotter initially. She got something. She did something with that nose. I don't know why certain females feel like that nose. Their nose is what it is. Like that's what got you on. That's where she was her cutest when she had that nose and that look, and she was a little bit more filled out and things like that. She was at her cutest. You know what I'm saying? That's when Penny was at her cutest. When she started to get older and started to slim down and started.
Say Kitty? Like Kitty Foreman?
yeah, but look,
No.
you compare me to Howard,
Oh.
really?
Howard?
With
Not
his
Wallowitz,
fucking
right?
ball
The
cut?
other guy name.
Come on,
Okay.
man.
Wallowitz. Yeah, Wallowitz.
No, I'm not talking about. No, not him. No. He was an engineer.
Oh, then who was the geologist then?
Had to be Raj, right? The Indian guy.
He was the astrophysicist. No, okay. I want to say astrophysicist, but he was the guy, geologist, the rock guy, the tall guy, the big guy with the glasses. You know, he was after Amy Farrah Fowler at one point. He was trying to.
Sheldon?
No, not Sheldon. Not Sheldon. The other, the rock guy. God, what is his name? What the fuck is his name?
The Indian man?
No.
Raji?
I said that already.
Is it the guy with the speech impediment?
The speech impediment.
There's like 4 guys. How hard is this to figure out? There's 4 men on that show.
But he wasn't the main. He wasn't.
I heard you name 3 men. There's only 4 men on the show.
I'm gonna get his name. I'm gonna get there because
Deduction.
where are these guys at? No.
Wait, I think he did have a speech, but you mean the guy who was like, he was part of like their, what were they? They were all part of like
whenever he tried to pronounce certain letters, it would sound like a W.
Yeah, that fucking guy. It's got to be that guy.
Yeah.
In which
Werner.
case, Stone, how dare you?
No.
God
What?
damn it,
Say what?
When I try to pronounce my R's, they do not sound like W's, okay? God damn it.
No, not that guy. Okay, no, not him either. Okay, let me get to this guy because obviously we
Charles is more articulate than anyone on this fucking show.
we have gone way off the rails here, and I gotta get.
Yes, and I'm still confused because I was making a joke, but again, there's only 4 people on the fucking show, and you named 3 of them. How are we missing who it is?
because it was the one guy. It's the guy that would normally be on The guy with the glasses, kind of tall, kind of got that monotone voice. He would normally be on Mr. Show with Bob and David too. That's where I would
Are you
normally.
talking about Brian Posehn? It's me, Brian Posehn. Hello, it's me, Brian Posehn.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
All right,
him.
good. Now I did it right. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, him.
No, he's not going to be Brian Posehn. He'll be.
I gotta look this up. I need to see who Brian Posehn.
He played Bert.
Posehn.
He played Bert.
He's the big gawking Hulk nerd character.
All right, hold on.
He was the mailroom guy in Just Shoot Me.
Yep.
Bang,
Lovely show.
Bang,
Wonderful
bang,
show.
Bang Theory.
Oh, Richard figured it out. Speech impediment man.
Speech impediment man. He's not.
Or maybe.
Oh, him.
Big A? Maybe.
Yeah, Bert Kibler.
Yeah,
Bert Kibler. Yeah.
that guy. He was a geologist. That he was a rock guy. He made rock jokes and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? The Rock Show and all this other type of shit like that. He was a geologist. He was a rock guy.
So he's a big oh, damn it! You said geologist, and so he's a big wrestling fan.
You guys are gonna hate this.
What is it?
Well, you guys are either gonna hate this or you're gonna
Already
love
do.
this. When I was younger, I had an obsession with rare gemstones.
Yeah, and you sort of threw them in a bucket of sludge. We know this.
No. I had an obsession with rare gemstones, and I would collect them. My grandmother on my father's side, before she passed away, she had made sure when I was a baby that I would inherit this. I had a box that was filled with a bunch of gemstones.
Box of hair. Grandma left Charles a box of hair.
Yes,
Sorry.
that's what happened. No, it was a box of gemstones that I
I can get a
inherited
T
from
gemstone.
her.
Were they
and
righteous?
Other characters
Yeah,
that I'm blanking on.
But no, these gemstones. were
Gay
mine.
gemstone.
Like no, these gemstones were these were like really nice
Fucking
gemstones.
uppity bitch gemstone.
You have lady gemstone, gay gemstone, rude
Daddy.
gemstone,
But unfortunately,
Daddy
these
gemstone.
yeah,
were stolen.
cuck gemstone. Sorry,
Stolen by who?
They were stolen
Mama
from me
gemstone.
by
We're just over here
somebody.
talking like imbeciles. These two are having a real
I
conversation.
don't know who stole them. I just know they were. I just know they were stolen from
Fuck 'em
me
if they can't hear our jokes.
At this place that I went to after school, because I took
Was it special?
this
Why am I
box of
saying these
gemstones
things?
with me to my school, and when I left the school, they were gone. So somebody found them in my backpack and they took them.
Yeah, because that's what I was going to say, Charles. It's not so weird to collect righteous, precious gemstones as a youth.
God damn it! I knew you were gonna make that fucking reference.
It's the second time.
Yeah, but I mean,
That's what Damian and I were sitting here doing the whole fucking.
but what he was willing to acknowledge is that maybe he will end up being
Some-
Brian
some-
Posehn when he gets older.
Yeah, but no, some asshole kid stole the stones from me.
That
Some
fucking
asshole
sucks.
kid.
That fucking
Well,
sucks.
We even got the faculty involved to try to find out who took it, and no one came forward. So yeah.
Krampus needs to put a foot up their ass.
I would love to hear about
You know,
Big
like,
A being mean to
Like
Kish.
I hope
Big A
look,
was
it's
really
just-
nice to
this,
me.
This happened back
Always.
in elementary school. Like this was
Yeah,
back in like
same.
elementary school when this happened, and I've already moved past it. It's in the past, and it's over and done with.
So you still have pain, is what I hear. You
I'm
still
still kind of bitter about it, but this was like 30 fucking years ago. I mean,
Was this pre or post Blackie? Is that why you started feeding stones to
Damian.
Sludge? Like,
this was probably post.
He's like, I'll make my own gemstones.
This was probably post Blackie. Look, I'm just ripping the Band-Aid off. I'm just.
What's these fucking psychos over here, man? What the fuck is wrong with that?
Come on, we're fucking dating things by pre-Blackie and post-Blackie now. It's fucking wonderful. PB and PB.
No, we go. Maybe we say BP. No, BB before Blackie and post
AB.
Blackie.
No, BB and AB. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that
Before
works.
Blackie and after Blackie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We got there.
So yeah, this was after.
It took some
Blackie.
doing, but we got there.
I think it's interesting how I wrote a silly thing. I said wants are like haunts. They're filled with ghosts. Because everything that you want, everything you don't want, like Charles no longer wants gemstones. It's all full of ghosts based off of tiny little things from your past, and it's just weird how something so small for Charles, gemstones, now he hates them. For me,
I hate them. It's just I don't
but
like
now you
them
don't want to
anymore.
do it anymore. For me, I was one time as a little boy given a very important Jets hat to take to a monster truck rally, right? It was from the 70s. It was used to be my father's as a kid, or it was my grandfather's, something like that. And it was super important, and I lost it. And ever since then, well, one, I don't lose things, but also I have a real aversion and hatred of losing things. So it's just funny how these tiny, tiny little moments last for the rest of our fucking lives and dictate our decisions. Just this tiny little moment.
Man, that was
Penis!
that was fucking profound, Jim. We had to sit there and soak that one in. I just
Big floppy peckers!
And there you go. That takes us. That's the palate cleanser, folks. That's always going to be the palate cleanser. So, I mean, have we sufficiently? I apologize for my absence. I had some things to take care of. I'm the only.
Well, what is there else to talk about with Justified? It's fucking, in my opinion, bare bones and annoying. I'm about done. I'm gonna quit. If that little bitch doesn't get on the plane, if that little fucking bitch doesn't get on the plane, I'm quitting. I'm not watching no more.
You guys have really got a fucked up viewpoint of this father-daughter relationship.
No, I have a realistic viewpoint of a show that's not meeting. It should have stayed done. You're one of the only shows that nailed the landing. Shows very rarely have a flawless finale. A universally hailed, fantastic fucking finale.
Okay.
And you're gonna fucking tarnish it for this bullshit? Fuck out of here.
Like,
So
it's
what
truly
should have been
one
different?
of the few shows I would label as pretty much perfection. That
What should have been different
entire
about
run.
Willa? Should she have been more like Winona? Should she have been more like Raylan?
Maybe if she didn't talk in this stupid fucking voice, it wouldn't be as bad. But maybe if she knew how to act, too, it wouldn't be as bad.
She
Like,
does not
I know
sound like
Stone,
Tiny Tim,
previously
sir.
you said, like, previously Stone, you said you thought it was a put on. After the newest episode, I don't think so. I think that's just the way she is. I considered that. Like, when you said it, I was like, maybe it is, but after this episode, I'm like, no, I think that's
Not
the way
the voice.
she is.
I mean, but it's like, but what I'm saying is like when she interacts with Raylan, it's more of playing into the more simple country sensibilities that he thinks that she would have. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
because
Daddy,
of him,
don't
because
I
of
look
Winona.
like your sister? That's what you mean by country sensibilities?
No, damn you.
Sorry, my mistake. My mistake.
No, damn you. But no, it just and
what
so
the hell?
so she does that. But when she gets out from under him, she's trying to play more street savvy, you know, and things like that. So I think that the whole, you know what I'm saying, the whole Raylan's little country daughter, you know what I'm saying, Raylan and Winona's little country daughter is just the put on, and she's just like, but when she gets from under his thumb and whatnot and gets out there, some places she, you know, she tries to be a little bit more daring and a little bit more exploring.
You know, that wouldn't be the worst, like, if she even had some sort of just edge to her. But the fact of the matter is, this character is just going to be a victim, She's a ploy, not a good kind either. She's not going to get killed. She's just going to be the. She's going to go and do. She's not getting on that plane. She's going to get herself fucking in trouble. But I don't know how it fits because if you go based on the book, what's going on with that? What's that? What nationality is that guy? The other guy that they're trying to run a scam on with the safe room.
Albanian.
Okay, so the Albanian. This whole story is supposed to be Raylan. I told you guys this last week, I think, or maybe on one of our other shows. The Albanian Raylan is going to use the wild man, the Oklahoman, to get to the Albanian. So it's sort of like a Silence of the Lambs stories. In the original, it was Raymond Cruz doing this, but now it's Raylan.
Wait, the dumb fuck with the hot dog stand?
Yes, he ain't dumb. They've already been setting it up, like talking about how, over there with the blood feuds, and if you kill my brother, I've got to kill you, but then your brother has to kill me, then my cousin has to kill him, then his cousin has to kill him, and eventually it goes so far down the line, it gets so confusing that they got to bring in outside people to kill both to sort of settle things.
Oh, blood tic-tac-toe. Okay, I get it.
And so they're already setting that up, and they're showing you all of his guns. Yeah, no, he's a serious he ain't no hot dog vendor. He's a serious underworld leader. Spoilers!
I don't sell
Read
hot
a
dogs.
book, you fruits.
I don't sell hot dogs. I turn you into
Nobody
hot dogs.
reads books.
Who reads books anymore? That's the one.
I still try to read, but like I said, we can't be included. We can't really overall be included in that. It's weird. It's weird. It's like because it's like I'm trying to get back into writing myself, and I don't want to read other people's stuff because I don't want to feel like I'm like.
Do it. I know what you mean. I want to cut you off because that's how important it is. It's a lesson I'm learning right now.
Okay.
I feel like I fucking lost my vocabulary. I haven't read a book in probably a decade. I've read bits, I've read pieces, and it is just I feel as though that I'm not reading like I used to have a book in my hand at all times. I used to carry around a book bag with multiple books in it. You know what I mean? Like a walking library.
I still love the Westing game. I read the Outsiders book from start to fucking finish. Loved it. The Westing game was one of my all-time favorites. The Secret Life of Walter Mitty, one of my all-time fucking favorites, man.
Yeah, that one definitely. And that was Then This Is Now is my preferred, by the way. Have you ever seen the sequel? Emilio Estevez made it, the Lost of Outsiders, called That Was Then, This Is Now. Except he just decided to set it in the 1980s. Which made it kind of ridiculous. I guess maybe budgetary reasons, but it's a very good movie. Very good movie. But yeah, read. I strongly suggest reading. Right now, if I had the time to read, I would, because I feel I need to replenish. As soon as I finish this project I'm working on, first thing I'm doing, this book is full of spiders. I'm going to finally finish it. Then I'm going to read What the Fuck Did I Just Read? And then I'm going to read, if you're reading this book, You're in the Wrong Universe or something. I'm going to finish the whole John Dies at the End quadrilogy and just try to get back into it. Then I'm going to start reading nonfiction books again. I'm going to reread Age of Spiritual Machines, etc. Because I need to rebuild my vocabulary. It's dying.
I could definitely understand how you could feel that way.
Every other word I'm writing is penis, fuck, cock, balls. It's not that bad.
That was the title of my last short story.
It's just
It was this penis, a true story.
I do have to admit, on a serious, I do find myself struggling like to elaborate.
It's a startling new story. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
Startling true. Startlingly true.
I find myself struggling to elaborate in different ways when it comes to writing certain things. It's like I want to be able to vary up what I'm saying, but I kind of have to, like, damn, I don't know how to fucking like.
Well,
say
Thesaurus
that
is your friend, man. Yeah. Which again, they really should ban the use of AI in Hollywood for actually writing stories and shit. But what a wonderful tool it is. When I am writing, No, when I would. Because now I will use AI for this very purpose. It is taken away. I would have a dictionary, a thesaurus, or I'm doing it on thing, or I'm fucking like when I was writing They Call Me Jesus and doing the second half with all the Wild West stuff. It's all historically, or even the stuff with the Isaac Newton, whatever the fuck it is. It's all historically accurate. So I'm constantly researching this, researching that, taking an hour, like in between paragraphs, to research things, just for one word too. Sometimes because I'm like, oh, did they eat spaghetti back then? And I have to fucking go through like the history of cuisine. But now with AI, you could take a fucking paragraph and be like, yo, fact check this shit. Tell me what I'm missing. Do you have better words for this? You know, a better way to say this. And it really takes away a lot of, because writing's a lie is what I'm trying to say. It's just a bunch of nerds showcasing their big vocabulary while following a specific format. You know what I'm saying? And the AI can very much take hours and hours and hours off of your, well, if you're talking about an entire novel, it would take days, weeks. It would take weeks off of the creation of a novel just by the amount of research you don't have to do now, you know, for stuff like spellings, definitions, thesauruses, or synonyms rather, and or like I said, fact checking, historical research.
Yeah, it's like it definitely has its uses for sure. Like, what was it? It's probably gone back a month and a half or so. I was listening to a Matt and Shane's Secret podcast where they were sitting down with Danny McBride, and he said he put into, like, he tried to get AI to write a Righteous Gemstones episode. And he was sort of like, yeah, like, it's nothing I would put out. And then I think his point was sort of like, you know, when he gets down to, like, personal perspective and stuff like that, it's just like, he would challenge it any day. It's like it just can't get that sort of, that really sort of personal aspect of things. It's not, at least at this point, it's not capable of it.
And Luke is right. We do need to start a 21st century book club, i.e., a literary version of TEE-HEE TV.
Yeah, I would suck at that.
I'm clapping for myself. Even though Luke came up with the idea, I'm clapping for it. Fennel, good idea, right? Fennel. Because he could hear.
Yeah, I see the point.
Fennel, show Charles your butthole. So, are you guys done with Justified? What's your next topic?
Well, we discussed Halloween. We discussed Justified City Primeval. So all that's left is Grimm.
That means I'm leaving. I'll wait until Mr. Stone gets back, just to keep the banter alive. So how's you guys' week been? Haven't seen you all week. Oh, that's right, I did. On the wonderful Morning Alarm over on the DJR network. That's right here. Wonderful show. Fantastic show. 30 minutes an episode, Charles. Don't you think I'm brilliant? I've convinced these men. 30 minutes per episode in the morning. Not an hour and a half. Just 30 minutes. Quick, wake up.
Yeah, well, here we do.
Can you imagine that? He could
this
convince
is
someone
different.
like me to work less.
This is
amazing.
beautiful. This is, I'm not even joking, TEE-HEE. I was saying this on Lucas's dumb name show last night. Is my dream come true. It's my podcasting aspiration. A block of like Saturday morning cartoons, but for adults. You know what I mean? The children now, they don't have that glorious experience that Weeden and Stone and I had. You may not even have had it, Damian. The Saturday morning cartoons, the big fucking 5.5, 6 hour blocks of just the greatest cartoons that would ever fucking grace your television screen. And it's a shame these children, they don't have that now. But at least we've got this. I always wanted to, create an animated block of adult cartoons for Saturday mornings, but this is the next best thing. It requires way less work.
way less.
Charles, have you seen the newest Strange New Worlds, episode 8?
So episode 8 is the newest episode.
Yes.
Yes, I did see it.
Is that not, since Luke is fucking torturing us with making us wait to talk about Alpha Pod Rants, God knows when, I think it might be one of the best episodes of Star Trek, period. He says of season 2. I'm saying of Strange New Worlds. I'm saying of maybe all Star Trek, because it solidified, at least to me, Mbenga as the fucking GOAT. The Star Trek GOAT.
It was a great
amazing.
episode of Strange New Worlds. Is it the best episode of Star Trek, period?
Well, you've seen Deep Space Nine.
No, not even close.
Yeah, well, not including Deep Space Nine. How about that?
I would say that there were even a couple of episodes of Voyager that I would think were better.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Is
What about
not
the
Luke of the
episode
Bind,
original
is not.
series where he's all sweaty. George Takei's all sweaty trying to fuck everyone.
I do remember that episode. I do remember. That was
Yeah,
a
right.
horrible episode. Well, you know what I really think about that?
Yeah,
So,
Wait a minute. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. There was an episode where George Takei was actually all sweaty and trying to fuck everybody.
Everyone.
Oh
on
my
the show
God, we're
was-
such a
I
team,
can't
aren't we?
remember why. They
We're
were all
such a
kind of-
team, aren't we?
They were all kind of
Yeah,
fucked up.
as soon as I pulled it up, I looked over and saw you already had it.
why. But yeah, George Takei was running around, I think with his shirt off, all sweaty, trying to fuck people. Essentially.
Oh, that's the Naked
Not even-
Now, or the Naked something. The Naked Now, I think, is a TNG episode. I think that might have been that episode.
Yeah, I think it was the first series, like the first season, I think.
I thought you were joking at first, but yeah, that is a very... Of course, talk about a goddamn phone and it starts dinging.
I haven't turned my phone on yet. It's been charging all night, but I haven't turned it on.
He's running like, you want to go to the gym? The gym? However he pronounced that fucking word. He's all sweaty and rabid.
So,
You know,
I'll just
Let me-
say it. Star Trek is weird.
Foaming at
It
the
is.
mouth.
You want to go to the gym?
I have to say real quick, yeah, this is a sidebar note. I have to say we're almost at 3 hours. We've done pretty efficient work.
well, you guys
here.
are about to get into Grimm. I was actually just going to give a quick final statement. Speaking
No.
of that
I
Sulu
wasn't.
thing.
That's what I'm saying. I wasn't. I was just saying real quick. I wasn't. I was just saying is like the fact that we've already spoken about Justified, that we've already spoken about Halloween. I mean, even in the theatrical and the producers cut, and I think we've even I think we kind of spoke about those major things, and now it's only this at almost 3 hours. That's pretty efficient work, I do have to say.
And I have to say, because if you guys go back, you'll see about 5 separate failed segues for me to say right now about Sulu.
And there he goes.
Maintain it. There's a certain tone of voice where you know what he's gonna fucking do.
Well, here's a little tidbit. There he goes to Rick the Day.
Oh, come on, Wreck. Come on. But I mean, I do have to say though, pretty efficient work for what we had on the menu and everything like that. Pretty damn efficient work.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're probably going to need all of this time. We'll probably almost get to 4 hours because now we need to go through Grimm. Are we ready, or is there more that we wanted to speak about? Any more folklore? Any more urban legend? Any more mythical things that we think maybe are true?
Well, I mean, we discussed that episode of Grimm involving the Bearded Powley, where the sarcophagus and the Anubi trying to stop the mummified.
Really
Anubi
sounds like
being-
an alphabet
the
people
Anubis
thing.
being put on display. We didn't talk about what happened at the beginning of the season, where Nicholas Burkhart was basically being turned into a zombie, and decided to go into the bar.
Okay.
Go on his little rampage,
Okay.
and also for the record, survived a frickin' plane crash.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Somehow.
Well, I mean, they were kind of low flying. They hadn't gone into international waters yet. They hadn't even made it to the ocean yet. They were above a forest. But one of the pilots survived. The other, actually, I think both pilots survived. The Baron Samdi, he died, thankfully, because that guy was a dick. But
Nick was also punching his way through a fucking metal box.
Oh, a coffin, basically, or a casket,
Yeah,
or
metal coffin.
whatever you want to call it.
Just punching to the point where when they discovered the thing, there's knuckle marks in this fucking thing.
Yeah, but no, it's just like Nick Burkhart just starts going on a rampage and everything, makes it to a bar, and basically gets into an altercation with some biker dude. Guy goes like, "You're in my way," and he I don't know. I don't remember if he punches him or if he just does the whole throat go like that or something. I don't remember that. He does do that eventually and gets into a whole fight and everything, but it starts a bar fight. So time for the obligatory bar fight.
Okay.
Which sadly that they didn't play Rammstein.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed by that.
Because when they went into that fucking Vessen bar in season 2, they were playing Book Dick, I think it is, Book Dish by Rammstein. I was just like, yeah, that's what these motherfuckers would be listening to.
Yeah.
But this time, I was disappointed. I wanted more Rammstein.
Yeah.
Because Rammstein is fight music a lot of the time.
Oh yeah, of course. But no, Nick ends up getting into a bar fight. We find out later on that he actually ends up killing the guy that he instigates the bar fight with.
Instigate? Okay.
Yeah, he's the one that basically starts the bar fight. He starts it.
Nope. This fight starts when somebody puts their hands on someone else.
Oh really?
That's when it starts. I mean, that's assault, man. You put
I think
you
he
put
was
unwanted
reacting.
touching. You put unwanted touching on me.
Reacting? Oh, okay. Look. I'm in season 6 now, so it's been a while since I've watched this part, and I didn't take notes.
It's your fault, Brown Eyes.
Yeah, brown eyes. What? Oh, I do have brown eyes. So yeah.
But yeah, Nick turned up all fucking, coked up or whatever the fuck. But yeah, I don't recall him striking the first blow. I think it was a reaction.
But no, but mainly he put his hand on him to sort of move him. But that's assault, baby. That's assault. You put unwanted touching on me. That's assault. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, pretty much. But no, Nick manages to get out of the bar, and he's roaming through the woods, and of course they use Monroe to find Nick, and they find Nick breaking into a house with a family, and this family is a man, woman, and their 2 daughters.
Get the goddamn door! Get the goddamn door, John! Get the goddamn door! Ah! See, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. In a moment like that, I don't need you doing that shit. I don't look, especially for a yuppie upstart guy like that. You know what I'm saying? Stick up his ass. You know what I'm saying? He's probably had a cocktail or two while he was out with the kids. You know what I'm saying? He don't need his wife. You know what I'm saying? Stressing him out with some coked up maniac what's coming through the lawn at him. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to get the keys in there. You know what I'm saying? It's come on, be supportive. Be fucking supportive here.
Yeah. That whole scene was a little finicky, to be honest. I'm actually kind of curious as to why Nick even targeted that family in the first place.
Just walking.
I think
I'm
this is the
walking.
first
Yes,
house he
sirree.
came across. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm walking. Yes, sirree. I'm raging. Who can it be? This house here? You know what I'm saying? Shit. You about to
Well,
get a
you
load of
guys
me
said it
too?
yourself. The only
Shit.
reason why he attacked those guys in the bar is because they provoked him. Hold on, I'm being called away.
Well, whew, because it seemed like Charles was going to, you know what I'm saying, bulldoze through a good few episodes. But I'm going to say, real quick, that it was kind of humorous. I kind of likened Monroe, Rosalie, and Juliet as the Scooby Doo gang, because
Yeah.
it's kind of funny. It's like Monroe is Shaggy and Scooby in one. You know, Rosalie is definitely more. If I'm look, you can have a different opinion if you like. It's no, of course, it's just not what it is. We can have a debate on this, but I think Rosalie's Velma.
Daphne?
Rosalie's
Oh.
Velma. No, Juliet's Daphne. Juliet's the Daphne. I mean, come on, she's the fucking Daphne.
Really? With those eyes that point in two different directions?
Oh God, come on. We're not talking about the
You won't be saying that for much longer.
Well, I said they give us some kind of eye correction?
No. Calling Juliet Daphne, you won't be saying that for much longer.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
it was just at that point when they were dealing with the zombies and things like that. It was just kind of funny to see them and dealing with Nick. It was like come on, man. It's like every single time, like he was just Shaggy out. Let me make a noise. Let me step on something. Let me drop something to where it, like he throws the plan off. You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, Shaggy, come on,
Yeah,
man. Like, Jesus
but
Christ.
Rosalie is easily Velma. Absolutely. Rosalie is Velma.
because she's smart. She's kind of, you know what I'm saying, she's kind of quirky. You know what I'm saying? She knows things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Rosalie is the one that has the know-how. She knows how to solve a lot of their problems. And she's the one that has access to all the concoctions and the potions and everything. And she can solve all the spells and the curses and all that. So yeah, Rosalie is Velma.
and
Definitely.
Daphne is like, Juliet is Daphne in the way of the vanity. It's like with her being read into the situation, it's like she's now been deputized. You know what I'm saying? She needs to know shit. She needs to go places. She needs to, she needs to be here. She needs to hear this.
Also,
You know what I'm
act
saying?
like she knows shit despite not knowing shit, really.
Yeah, but like I said,
she-
you are not going to be calling Juliet Daphne for much longer.
Yeah, my side memory knows that, but I kind of lock in. Like I said, I kind of lock back in even when I review an old show that I've seen before. I lock back into it brand new, especially if it's been a few years. I try to lock back into it brand new and re-experience it and try to have a new opinion about it as I'm talking about it. So, but
Because
yeah,
this season aired probably 10 years ago?
it is 2000. Yeah, probably like 10 to 12. 10 to 12. And I would say let me just think here as we move along in these seasons here.
But
Okay,
I
so-
feel like Charles warned me against this. I could be wrong, but I feel like you said you won't like Juliet after a certain point. I don't know if it's for the reasons that I'm disliking her, but I swear I slowly dislike her more and more as the
When
show
I-
goes.
Well, look, something happens to Juliet during some point in the second half of season 4.
Okay, so
yeah.
Yeah.
there's a certain point where I'm really going to dislike her.
Yeah,
Because
something happens.
gradually,
to her.
as the show's gone along, she just annoys me.
Yeah,
Something about the character just annoys me.
Something happens to her that basically turns her into a villain.
When I was
Okay.
in my 20s and I was watching this, it wasn't on like that whole dynamic of their relationship wasn't really on my radar. Of course, I knew about the memory loss and everything like that, and how that played a part. But I was more focused on the fantasy of it, the action of it, and less on the drama of the relationship of it. You know what I'm saying? Mainly, so it was less annoying to me than it was now to see how she was when she first got read in. It was more like, okay, you act like you understood why things were being kept from you, but then you feel like you need to be a part of everything. How does understanding why it was held from you does not give you an understanding of why you can't be every single place that there's shit going on? Like, I just don't get how that doesn't balance out for you.
And she also has just this general energy of like, despite me knowing maybe of what you know, she just has this kind of know-it-all attitude, which kind of bugs me. Like, she's constantly learning things too, but she's got this very just like, yeah, just this kind of know-it-all despite knowing nothing, like, kind of air about her. And that fucking bugs me.
Yeah, the general, like, when this show was on air, when it was like airing normally, the general consensus around Juliet is that people fucking hated her. They did not like her at all.
I didn't. When I was, like I said, in my 20s, I kind of saw her as, look, she was somebody that was kind of in a relationship, and, you know, like, things really kind of moved kind of quickly in that situation. Like we were saying before, like I said before in the first season, it wasn't a whole lot of trying to play into the history of things and then leading up to then. It was just like, boom, here comes Ant, you know what I'm saying? Here comes the Ant, here comes the, you know, here comes the trailer, and here comes the Vesson immediately, you know, and it's just like, you know, we're kind of dealing with that situation. And so, like, you know what I'm saying, like it was saying, a lot of it was being processed by him, so it was being held back because he didn't know how to fucking explain it to himself even. So, and it's a lot of danger involved, and he was trying to, you know, the less, you know what I'm saying, the less that was known, the less she was involved, the less she was being seen, the less danger. But, you know, then you're living together, people are gonna bound to find you at the house. I mean, the natural event of the story kind of, you know, but I think people expected more of like a Sarah Connor response, more of like a companion, like the way Rosalie is with Monroe, you know what I'm saying, everything like that. She could be such a woman about a lot of the shit that's going on even still, but she understands, you know what I'm saying, everything, you know what I'm saying, you know, it's, you know what I'm saying, to a great degree. And she understands the way it has to work. Even a weird situation of connecting with a Grimm, she's still able to handle it and support Monroe and support the whole situation. With Juliet, it seems like I think people were expecting more of a Sarah Connor response, but they got way less than that, I guess. And for them, it bothered them. But go ahead.
Like,
I'm sorry.
We get a pretty much just like, once she finds out about the way things are, she gets this very much just like, oh, well, I'm just like you now kind of deal with it. It's like, no, you're not. You know some stuff, but trust me, we're not the same. I love you, but we're not the same. Please.
But I think that was probably,
and the show even kind of tries to push her a little bit that way. Like the whole thing with Juliet's friend who gets abused by her husband, then comes to live with him. Yeah. And there's like that whole fight sequence with the husband. To me, they were kind of pushing her a little bit too much to be like, oh, you know, look how capable she is. It's like, well, if she can do things like this, what makes Nick so special? It kind of takes away. Like, it both pushes her too far forward, and to me, kind of detracts a little bit from what makes him special.
It would seem, but see, I think the main problem that a lot of focus was put on the Vesson, and rightfully so. There's a lot of different things to unpack with a lot of these different, you know, species and everything like that. So what we think about one may not be with another one. Like what, I forget what her husband was, but he may not have been as strong as somebody else you might imagine. You know, if she was taking on a blue bot, it might, you know what I'm saying, it might have been a different result, you know, altogether, you know, so you just never really know, you know what I'm saying, he may not be as strong, you know, as you might expect. So it's just, you know, it's different things, and I get it. And yeah, it was kind of simpy the way all of a sudden he gets you know what I'm saying, he gets sucker punched, and all of a sudden he's down for the count while she's able to, you know what I'm saying. Now eventually becomes 2-on-1, but yeah, I get what you're saying. You know, it's just like, but I think it was a lot of concentration on the Vesson and trying to unpack all of that before I think we started getting more into what I guess what Grimms are and what's really going on, because I mean it's definitely a lot more there, and they definitely weren't showing it. You know, you would figure that they would show it at certain points, like, but you had to kind of find out through conversation, at least at the very least, how they know and how how Vesson know that, you know, that a Grimm is a Grimm. We had to find it out through conversation.
Turns out, spoiler, it's in the eyes.
I mean,
it's all in the eyes,
as it should have been, but I mean, that would have been cool to see that. That would have been cool to at least experience that and kind of find that out, and not have it sort of like kind of like danced around. Like, you never see their eyes change when they look at anybody. You never see their eyes change.
Well, funny thing about that, we will eventually see it.
Part of me knows that. I just try to lock in, but it just comes off a little weird that you find out initially through conversation that that's how, and they really move kind of slow on revealing exactly like what all entails a Grimm, because it's much more than that. You know, like even his mom being older, like seen in season 3, even with his mom being older, you still see she's very fucking swift. She's still very fucking adept, you know, and agile.
There's this sort of this extra element of like some kind of inherent skill there. It just seems to be just ingrained.
Skill, combat, and stealth, and you know what I'm saying, in a lot of different ways. I mean, like the way she's able to move so fucking quietly and shit like that, you know, and things like that. Even still being at her age, I mean, even his aunt, you know what I'm saying, was still proven to be fucking formidable. You know, even while she was battling fucking cancer. You know, it's just like
she's fucking like in like her death throes. She's still got that ability.
So it just, I think enough wasn't explored. It was seen, but I understand that it's a lot to unpack when it comes to the Vesson as a whole. I mean, it's just a lot of different things to consider. Like, just a lot of different things that are out here, and a lot of different things that you start wondering, like, what the hell? And then they start playing into more things that play in different cultures and everything like that, which we definitely see play out in this season. Like, for example, I think we're getting pretty close to, let's see, the water nymphs, the different interpretations of mermaids and mermen and things like that. I mean, what's your call on that? I mean, is it full fin? Is it full fin, half fin action? Is it more webbed? You know what I'm saying? Webbed action, like they're
You're
trying to show.
talking about the naiads?
Yes, I was going to say that, sir. But you know, I leave those lobs out there for you to strike out of the ballpark, and you do it every time, Charles. That's why I love you. That's why I love you.
Yeah, the naiads. What exactly are you asking about them?
Like, what's your call on mermaids and mermen? Is it? Do you feel like it's more like that? Is it more like full? Is it more like that the full on half fin type action?
Oh no. They don't have the full on fin. They don't.
No, not them exactly. What I'm saying is, like, what do you feel like the real mythology of it is? What's the truth? Is it that they can morph to more human type and walk on water, and then once they get into the water they get that whole fin thing going on? Or do they more kind of like they show here on the show, they more kind of go more hybrid? They kind of get webbed hands, webbed feet, and this whole thing where they can kind of just swim super fast and things like that. Is it more like that, or is it more of the classic viewpoint?
I'm thinking the naiads are closer to the siren myth not the mermaid myth.
So they're two separate things.
Yes, sirens and mermaids are not the same thing.
But what would be the main difference then?
Well,
Sirens draw you to the rocks, whereas mermaids may fuck you on the rocks.
well, I mean, they're
Thank you,
similar,
Australian
they're
sir.
Similar, but they're different. They're similar, but they're different. I mean,
So
they
the
do-
the mermaid situation is exclusively they're always like half fin situation.
yes, they are. They don't have a human form. They're always half fin.
Okay.
But the sirens themselves,
Effectively the lower half.
from what I understand it, the sirens are always human-like, but they might also have similar fish appearances. Like they might have scales. Their eyes might look a little fish-like. But they do have like a kind of ethereal beauty to them.
And they're
which
males, and they're
does
males too.
the males as well.
So
Yeah.
there are male sirens too.
Yes, but the thing is that the males are the ones that would the women are the females are the ones that draw the men the human men in, and the male sirens are the ones that actually do the killing. That's what I think is what happens. And that is what I believe that's what makes me believe that the naiads in Grimm are the source of the siren myth.
Okay. Okay.
Because if you notice, the female naiads in this episode of Grimm, all three of them were actually relatively attractive.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, and to be honest, in all interpretations of the siren myth, they all talk about being sort of lured towards the singing by beautiful women.
That's it. You hear the sound,
Yeah,
and you see the sight, and all of a sudden your ship's fucking splinters, and you're probably dead.
exactly. Yes, exactly. So I think that the naiads are connected. They are connected to the siren myth.
So I mean, do we have any more on this particular episode, or should we go right to another sort of like more urban legend, cultural urban legend that was being brought to life on this show, the El Kukui?
Oh, El Kukui. I freaking love that episode.
Wait, which one was that one?
That's the
man.
one where the one where basically it's more of like the hero Vesson, you know what I'm saying? Thing
It's basically a Vesson vigilante that's
Oh,
killing
yeah.
a bunch of like gangbangers in the neighborhood, and it's revealed
Yeah.
to be the old woman. They end up going into the house where she's killing that gangbanger, and then she like devogues and sees the Grimm, and she goes,
Oh.
"Hi, Chihuahua, you're a Grimm."
My
And
daughter
I'm like,
my
"What?"
daughter laughed about that too. My God, my daughter laughed about that too. Jeez, man, so cheesy. You guys are so cheesy.
Wait, are
God.
you calling us little girls?
Oh my
So
god, I fucking
my
love
daughter,
that.
my
That
daughter
was
and
so
Charles, so
funny.
fucking cheesy. I can't believe you.
I thought that shit was funny as
It was
hell.
good. It was good.
God love you too. You're so fucking hokey. I can't even. I mean, it blows my mind how hokey you two are. I was like, I can't even believe it. Get such a kick out of that. I mean, come on. Jeez.
That episode was one of my favorites of the season. I freaking love that episode. Like she was sitting
also-
in the back. She was sitting in the back of the car talking about their car, saying like, "I bet it's fast," and I'm like, "What are you doing?"
She's-
I was like, "I love this
But-
woman."
Is this the first season where we find out that Sergeant Wu is Drew Wu?
I think.
No, yeah, the one with the I realized it with the Aswang episode, yeah, where she calls him that.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like
is she talking about?
wait,
Is she talking about him? I'm like, oh yeah. See, I tried to let it
wait,
go.
wait a minute. His
I
name
put it
is
out of my
Drew
mind.
Wu?
Yeah, I put it out of my
Serious?
mind. I tried to put it out of my mind because it was just, come on, man,
like,
low hanging. It was low hanging fruit. Drew, you know, Drew.
Like really? You could have picked
nope,
anything. He's Drew Wu. Really?
Andrew. See, Andrew.
I don't give a fuck. Even still.
Andrew, that wouldn't calm it down for you. That wouldn't bring down the acidity level
Andrew
to that.
Wu is like, what are you gonna stutter?
I'm sorry, but every time I hear his name when they call him Woo, it just makes me think of this one little thing: Swidgen.
San Francisco cocksucker. In this case, Portland cocksucker. Yes, Wu, the Portland cocksucker. What the fuck do you mean? Wesson. Portland Wesson cocksucker. Yes, Wu, the Portland Wesson.
My God, I'm telling you.
Point on the fucking paper. What the fuck you mean?
What a morning, folks. Well, no longer. Morning no longer. I mean, I'm sorry. We have now tapped into the afternoon, and it is fun. Ain't we got fun right now? But that was funny. Yeah, you're right. I mean, the one that they couldn't jail, they couldn't kill. Wouldn't be right to kill her because she was taking out the right people.
Well,
they
no
couldn't
one would
jail her.
believe that it was her doing it, so she got off scot-free.
But he couldn't Grimm. He couldn't go Grimm on the situation because that wouldn't be right. You know, so she was killing the right people.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
you know,
he
and
couldn't go after her as a cop, and he couldn't go after her as a Grimm because she wasn't killing good people. The people she was killing were all doing bad things. They were all hurting good people.
Yep. So it was one of the more interesting ones. There. And by the way, I just want to give you, because I was looking up some stuff on Grimm, and I just want to give another shot at, like, because they did have a poll of what the cutest the cutest Vesson was. So any top pick for you guys?
The cutest Vesson.
Fuchsbell, really?
See,
yeah, Fuchsbell's pretty cute, but
it's easy. That's easy, but for me,
hey, it's easy, but it's like I'm trying to think of anything that would
top for me is the
be
Musai.
less sort of like.
Yeah, I'd go with the Musai as well. The Musai.
Which one was the Musai?
Pretty cute as well.
The one that had him all caught up in season 2. You know what I'm saying? Red, they kill a guy.
The Muse.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Musai.
Yeah.
The Musai is pretty cute.
Yeah.
But I mean, she was cute when she was vogued, and she was cute when she wasn't vogued as well. Because
Exactly.
the actress playing her was like really fucking hot.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then I would go Naiad right behind them.
Naiad.
I'm going to
The water nymphs.
I'm going to reserve. I'm going to reserve my. I'm not going to say anything on that because I'm not entirely sure how old those characters were.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. You're being ridiculous now.
If they're presenting them as nymphs on network TV, they're not going to be 13, Charles. They're going to be legal. It's fine.
I don't know, dude.
They were talking about drinking beer out on the beach. You know what I'm saying? When they was singing
right,
badly.
so they're at least 21. Okay, there. Yeah.
They were talking about that and talking about picking up, you know what I'm saying, 2 girls that's in rate and all that type of shit like that. I mean, they seemed like they were,
All right. But I don't know. It's just like I was like.
and they were talking about getting into their mating ritual where they, you know what I'm saying?
All right. Then at that point, I'm like, yeah, they are at least 21 years of age. Okay,
or something like that, or at least 18. Because I mean, they're talking about taking, that they have to get pregnant. They can only get pregnant by human, you know what I'm saying, by human
I don't
men.
know. It's just like, look, I'm in season 6. It's been a while, and I haven't taken any notes. Okay.
Well, then you let us lead the way, Charles. We'll be gentle.
Yeah.
We will be gentle.
Yeah, you could have phrased that better.
Okay, I'm sorry. Release into me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, okay, no. That doesn't work either. Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that
but
makes it
no, it's
worse.
just okay. So the naiads are at least 21 years of age because they are talking about beer and everything, and you got to be at least 21 years of age in the United States to even drink alcohol. So okay, yeah, so it's fine. So yes, they are attractive.
Well, at least because I mean, at least the two girls maybe may have been like closer to drinking age. You know what I'm saying? If not one, you know what I'm saying? Maybe one was 21, maybe one was a little bit. But the other girl, the third girl, maybe was probably like more around 18. She was younger, a
Yeah.
little bit more shyer, but she was still interested in
As long
boys.
as long as it's in that range, it's
Yeah,
fine.
As long as it's in that range.
because they were,
Jeez.
but then they're talking about having to take a human male partner in order to get pregnant. So this is more than just, they wouldn't risk that with like barely what I'm saying, like not. Yeah, they wouldn't do that. I would. It's NBC.
Oh, one would hope not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is
so
NBC.
go back to the 80s or the early 90s, maybe, but not now.
Oh, yeah, but that was a weird time to begin with. So
Yeah, so this is NBC. So I'm hoping that we're okay with that. And in which case I would have only been about a good 3 to 4 years away. At that point when I was watching,
Yeah.
when I was watching that anyway. But at any rate, we'll go past that. El Kakui
yeah,
was
oh,
great.
absolutely. Let's move
Yeah.
on. Let's move on.
Let's
Yeah.
just
So then we get
speedo past that.
Yeah, speedo past that.
So then we get to another interesting new situation in episode 6 with the stories we tell our young, where they're dealing with a God, I keep getting that name wrong.
What is it? What are you talking about?
The sort of like infected person that sort of takes on what seems to be a vessel, but really not. It seems like possession. It's a G. They call it a great aggression, or what do they call it? Oh my God!
Fuck.
Why am I getting that name? What?
Are you talking about the kid that gets the parasite in him?
Yeah.
The Grausen.
Yes, the grousing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Grausen. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Where it's the like he goes to what was it? He went to somewhere in the Middle East where he went into a swim in some river or some lake in the Mediterranean or something, and that's when the parasite got inside of him, and that's when the Grausen parasite like took hold, and that's when he became a Grausen. And how the Vesson Council deals with this issue is they take the kid and they kill him, which there is no
Disappears.
They just straight up kill them.
Yeah, that's why you
And-
say he just disappears.
Yeah,
That's
they
how you-
just disappear. Yeah, I don't know why I did air quotes when I just flat out said what they actually do.
Because you want to say, I'm not going to kill him. I don't kill people. They kill people. So this is what they're going to do. They're going to kill him. See,
I don't kill people.
Yeah.
The Vesson Council kills people. Yeah.
I am not a crook.
Yeah, but no, but
I
no,
like water nymphs who are
yeah.
legal.
Yeah,
I
but,
I like crazy gypsy psychos that help Hex and Beast get their powers back.
Hey! I don't care what that woman sounds like. She's hot.
I didn't say she sounded like anything. I'm just saying you like crazy gypsy psychopaths that help Hex and Beast get their power back.
That actress is fucking smoking hot. Okay, god damn it.
She is. It's just her voice. That voice.
That's Eastern Europe, baby.
That's 70
Eastern
pack a day
Europe.
voice.
She likes you.
Yeah.
Ooh,
But,
it's working. It's working quick.
But no, back to the Grausen. In the episode, they find out what it actually is. They find out that it's a parasite, and it's a parasite that doesn't like cold. So they take the kid out into the woods, and they expose him to exposure. Which I mean,
That sounds
yeah.
wrong. Please elaborate.
Yeah, but no, exposure to the elements, basically. Exposure to the
okay.
elements. And And no, just like the parasite starts coming out of his nose, comes out of his ears, and then it dies and becomes like little black pebbles or something, and it like starts.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Yeah, hey, we found Blackie.
Yes.
Try to talk about Grimm. We're getting an origin story.
What is wrong with me, man? Why did I name it Blackie? See, people don't think I'm so wrong for that.
And,
I'm not wrong for that, folks. It's just words.
They
words.
saved the kid's life, and then the Vesson Council wanted confirmation of this. They gave the Vesson Council a file, and they went back. And Alexander went back to the Vesson Council, talked to his boss, and said, "Here's a file. We were able to confirm the kid is a Grausen, and they were able to confirm that he's no longer a Grausen, and we can't go after the kid anymore." So, now I guess going forward, they're not going to kill the Grausen. They're just going to, whenever there's another case of a Grausen, they are going to just expose the kid to
cryogenics. Let's say cryogenics
cold temperatures, and then the Grausen parasite's going to come out of his ears and nose, die, and then the kid should be fine. So yeah, I just wish that they would have figured this shit out centuries ago, so that they wouldn't have to kill all those kids in the past.
It's like, really? You call yourself a council and you're that fucking stupid that you never did any tests of any kind?
They didn't know about cryogenics, man. They didn't know about cryogenics back then.
They had cold weather.
Yeah, that's it.
You're right, sir. You're right. You are right.
Just, I don't know, middle of winter in the Black Forest in Germany. Toss the kid out there for like 6 hours, and he'll be fine.
So, how much time do we want to give to the gator episode? Is there anything interesting?
The Gallimchitis?
Yeah.
The Gallimchitis? Oh my god. Oh man.
How much do we want to give to that episode?
Okay, so guy goes in sewer, hears something off in the distance, goes to investigate, gets ripped apart, half of his body is missing. Grimm and Hank go to investigate, find guy, arrest guy, interrogate guy. Guy gets arraigned. Then they find out that Hank gets kidnapped. He's being held hostage in sewer. Nick takes guys in jail to go do a trade for Hank's life. They do trade exchange. Hank gets tape taken off his mouth, says there's 3 of them. Then there's a huge fight out, and then they kill 2 of the Gallimchitis. The original Gallimchitis is disabled. The other 2 Gallimchitis are dead. Gallimchitis says, "You killed my brothers." He gets arrested, goes back to prison. End of episode.
But it does end with
a little bit of foreshadowing earlier in the episode. They're talking about just like, oh, there's 2 of them. And they say something like, oh, this is not 3. That'd be weird. Then all of a sudden, look out, there's 3 of them.
I think you see the sense of, there was a sense of enjoyment at the end as he put that weapon back, as he put that wrist weapon back that he used to dispatch 2 of the Gator brothers. I kind of have my own notes in my notebook. I kind of call them the Gator Boys. You know what I'm saying? So he kind of dispatched 2 of the Gator Boys, and he put a weapon back, and he's sort of like, he's kind of grinning like, he really gonna enjoy that.
Gator boy. They say, "See you later, boy."
Oh my god! Really, Charles?
I'm sorry.
Jeez, I am so surprised.
I think we should just end the show right now.
No way. No
I'm
way.
sorry. It was
We're having fun
there.
now.
I had to.
We're having some fun on a Saturday. Are you kidding me? We are having some
I've never
fun.
been offended on this show before, but I
Oh, you're offended? You offended by Avril Lavigne? Are you serious? Oh, come on, man! What happened? Did she break? She break up? She look.
Indeed.
She broke up with the guy from Sum 41, and I guess that pissed you off. I understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, she gave him a
get
fat
it.
lip. Huh?
She's fucked up like that, man. I think
Huh?
she like. I think she like basically like tries to like
was in
dump
too
every
deep.
guy that she's with, man. Like dude, she was supposed to be engaged to a dude and just dumped this guy. He found out about it. He found out about it in the news.
Really?
Yeah.
He's reading the paper. He's like, wait, she left? Looks around his fucking Sum
They're no
41
longer
mansion.
engaged. What? We're no longer engaged? Like holy shit.
Hey, Avril, what is this shit? Just hears his voice echoing back at him. He's like, ah, fuck. She's gone. Yeah, well.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Avril Lavigne, she once went to did a concert at my local mall, and we, of course, in my family do not like Avril Lavigne, so we were there just shopping, doing what you do at a mall, and my brother had the smart idea to say something to berate Avril Lavigne, and we were on the other side of the mall, so my brother yelled, "Get off the stage!" And it echoed throughout the entire fucking mall. Everybody heard it.
And you know why it echoed? Because there was no one applauding.
So now we know that Charles was the good son.
Yeah, but no, it's just
Boo. Boo, Avril.
yeah, it's just they apparently security also heard, but they didn't know who did it. Yeah. But this was
we all just kind of shrunk down for a moment.
Yeah.
Who's
But no,
the dead
no,
man?
No,
Who's the
but
dead man saying that shit?
The thing is that this was like years and years ago. This was like back when we were like fucking teenagers. Yeah.
But you were still the good son.
Apparently, yeah. I was, yeah. It's just like, and my brother did not like that very much. He and I did not get along. But yeah,
All right.
that's a different conversation. So yeah.
So here we are, and we have another folklore tale that seems to have been brought to life by the show Grimm.
Ow, ooh, ooh.
Okay,
Yeah, I got
That
a
wasn't-
little bit of sharp pain in my back. I'm okay.
that was almost like an evolutionary slip there. He almost made the sounds and the movements of a monkey just now.
Really?
I mean,
Really?
you didn't hear that? Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh, ooh. I
Oh,
was like-
come on!
I was just. That's what I saw. I just okay, it was just me. Okay,
You
not
know
a
what?
problem.
Nope.
Not a problem.
Ugh.
I'm sorry. I'll move on. I'll move on. But we talking about the 12 days of Krampus.
Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about the Krampus episode.
Oh, yeah.
That was an interesting one. Okay.
You've been naughty.
That was a weird episode. I wasn't really a fan of that episode. It's just like there was another Christmas episode that happened in I think in season 4. That Christmas episode I liked more than the Krampus episode, because the Krampus episode I didn't really care for.
It was fun. I mean, it definitely brought the history of the Switch to life for me. I'm like,
Look,
oh my god, really?
Like it was good for the lore behind Krampus, but it's just like I just really didn't like it. I didn't like it.
I realized
It
how
wasn't
far back
like-
switches go. Like, damn, he was like, damn, my mom took something that was like a long passed down tradition for centuries, whipping with switches. Holy shit! You know what I'm saying? Like, holy crap!
The only thing that I liked about the Krampus episode is that when they were trying to figure out what it was, Monroe and Bud both started asking questions about it, saying like, hey, did they leave a lump of coal at the scene? And then Nick was like, yeah, how did you know? It's like, I think I know what this is. It's Krampus. And then when they figured out what it was, I thought that part was cool. But then everything after that I just didn't care for.
To me, it felt almost a little bit like they'd seen some of the couple of Christmas episodes of Supernatural, and they kind of wanted to do something like that. It just wasn't as fun. It was still a decent episode, I
don't even
thought, but
remember any Christmas episodes from Supernatural.
they had some good ones. I think there was probably only a couple, but it was when they would do like just sort of not goofy episodes, but just sort of more fun episodes, leaning into the more comedic aspect of the show.
Yeah, of course. But no, it just, I don't know, just this episode just didn't really do it for me. It really didn't.
I can understand. It was a little.
To be honest, I like the Galamkitis episode more than this one.
Yeah, I could agree to that. Like,
Yeah.
I did like it, but yeah, I would definitely agree. I liked that episode more.
Yeah.
But the one episode I didn't like was when they killed Kirk Acevedo in the first 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, what?
Kirk Acevedo from Fringe, Oz. He was the military guy.
Oh, him, that episode with Frankie. I was the one with the manticores.
Yeah, they fucking tricked me.
Oh,
I see Kirk Acevedo pop up. I'm just like, there's no way he's going to get killed in the opening scene.
And he got
But
killed in the opening
He did.
scene.
He fucking did. I was like, you sons of bitches.
Yeah,
Oh.
that episode I actually kind of liked. I did. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, it was a good episode, yeah.
It was a good episode, yeah. And I thought the Manticore were actually an interesting vessel.
Yeah, it's something, definitely one of the more unique ones that we've seen so far.
They would be known as a chimera. That's a type of
Yeah.
of creature, but
Yeah.
they're basically a chimera. But no, just I mean, I wasn't expecting Frankie to be a Steinadler. I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting her to be a Vesson at all.
No,
Really?
I
Why
was
not?
thinking she was just... Yeah, no, I didn't think that at all.
Yeah, it's just like when they were interrogating her, trying to find out if she had killed those guys, and they assumed that she was the Manticore. I was expecting her to say, like, a Vesson, what's a Vesson? Like, she was going like, I don't know what you're talking about. And when they were going to have her vogue, that she was just not going to vogue at all. And then when he mentioned that he was a Grimm, she vogued, and before they even had a chance to confirm what she was, I was like, oh, she's a Steinadler. And I was like, that actually makes a lot of sense, because Steinadlers are prone to be in positions of authority, specifically law enforcement and military. There's a lot of Steinadlers that are in law enforcement and military. And, I mean, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Although I'm actually kind of surprised that she was able to be overpowered in a gang rape situation. But it also made me suspect that one of the people that managed to overpower had to have been Vesson as well. Had to have been. And turned out it was. One of the guys that did the deed to her was a Manticore as well, unfortunately. And yeah, thankfully that guy got what was coming to him. Now, he didn't get killed, but he did get arrested. Because Frankie's former CO, who was dying of cancer, decided to fight the other Manticore who did that horrible act to Frankie, and basically force him to kill Frankie's former CO and have the police see that done so that he can be arrested for his murder, so that if he can't be arrested for the sexual assault, he can at least be arrested for the CO's murder.
Which I think is what he said. He's like, they can't get you for what you did to her, but they can get you for what you did to me.
Yeah. And to be honest, I was like, yeah, that's the good way to go. That's just like, I mean, he was already dying, so he accepted his fate. It was like, look, I mean, at least my death will have meaning, basically.
But then, wasn't there something interesting where it seemed like there was some kind of conversation, and he was acting like he was about to get treatment, but then he seemed like he was at some hotel out somewhere beachy.
No. That whole scene like he said he was getting treatment and everything. No, he was already at a hotel in Portland. He had stopped treatment for his cancer. I think he was stage 4, and he had pretty much given up chemotherapy or any other type of treatment for his cancer, and he had accepted his fate. He
So
knew he was going to die. He accepted his fate, and he had already set up his plan, and he was just going to do whatever it took to get the justice that Frankie deserved.
so when Dee died in that fight,
Did the CO die?
yeah,
Yes, he did.
okay, because something was weird about the way the episode was sort of like running back again. Because I'm like, was this the end? I'm like, why am I seeing this again? It was weird. It was kind of so. That's why I thought it was the ending. It was weird, fucking weird on that one.
Yeah, but no, the whole point of that fight at the end of the episode was that the CO wanted that private military contractor to kill the CO and have the police witness that murder, so that the private military contractor would be arrested for the CO's murder, so he could go to prison. Because they couldn't get the private military contractor arrested for what he did to Frankie, so they could get him for killing the CO. That was the whole point of that fight. And since the CO was already dying of cancer, he was like, this is basically my way of getting justice for Frankie.
All right, and let's see. So,
Yeah.
looking at the notations real quick, we have. Do we want to give? Okay, we have the Wild Hunt where it was
That episode was good. That episode was very good. I mean,
Which one was the Wild Hunt?
That was the one with crap. I can't remember the name of the vessel.
Is that the one where Kelly comes back?
No, it's the episode where Monroe's parents show up, and it's also the one where that Vesson is killing the people in positions of authority and scalping them.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was a two-parter, wasn't it?
It was a two-parter, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was also the episode where Monroe actually proposes to Rosalie with one of his cuckoo clocks.
Yep. He proposes to her, and I thought that was a great way for him to propose to her. Yeah, I thought it was really well done, and
Was it the end of the first part of this one where it was like, oh fuck, this ain't over, or something like that? As like the to be continued thing?
Yes. They actually do that a lot. They do that a lot
with
two-parters. Where, like, Monroe's dad...
At the start of the season, I think it was like the first part of the first episode. It was like, yeah, this shit ain't over yet. And then,
Monroe's dad goes like, oh, Grimm! And Monroe says like, Dad, no! And then it cuts to black and it says, oh, shit. And it says to be continued. And I'm like, no!
I thought that was so funny when Monroe's dad figured out he was a Grimm. And it was almost like he threw up and then voted. He sort of like got kind of close to him and he's like, and then turned into a blue bud. It's like he threw up. It was funny. Just his reaction was just so visceral.
I get you on that, but it's kind of weird, honestly. When I think about their relationship, especially when we get into the Vesson Carnival, as it were, you realize that the two main stars of that of that show were in a relationship, and they were Blutbad and Fuchsbau, and it was sort of like, so it seems like that pairing is not so much of an anomaly, as it were.
No, it's not. But that episode in particular, that's another episode I didn't like.
Well, please explain. Please explain it out.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just say now that I'm the only one here for now. I don't know if Damian is still here, but my reasoning for not liking the episode with the Vesson Carnival is mostly because I don't know. It's just I never really liked episodes in various TV shows that have to deal with carnivals because I've never liked carnivals. I've never liked them. I mean, when I went to carnivals when I was a kid, I just never liked them. Always thought they were weird and kind of boring. Just never cared for them, and just they were just never fun for me. And I mean, I get what they were trying to do in the episode when they were explaining what Monroe called the Ukipin or Unkipin, which is basically an explanation where if a Vesson constantly vogues in and out of human and bestial form, they have a tendency they may not be able to leave their bestial form, and they're stuck in that form forever. And that was what was happening to Sam Witwer's character. I get that's what they were doing, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I mean, I just I just didn't care for it. I couldn't get into the episode. Now, the only thing in the episode that I actually did like is what happened at the end of the episode after everything was resolved and the leader of the carnival was arrested. Was Rosalie decided to keep the outfit and spice up things for her and Monroe at the
Yeah,
house, at their house.
he went wild for it, quite
Yeah.
literally.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just like, oh man, Monroe's gonna have some fun tonight.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, but I don't know. It's just, I mean, overall, the episode just didn't really do anything for me. It really didn't. I mean,
like
the only thing that I thought was kind of cool was when they revealed the different Vesson at the carnival, which I was able to name off most of them. I was able to name off a Fuchsbau, a Hasleach. No, it wasn't a Hasleach. It was a Siegbarst. It was a Siegbarst, I think. And it was a Damon Fuhrer, or
yeah,
Damon Foyer, and a what was the other one? Blue Bod, which was Sam Witwer's character,
yeah. It was nice to
and
see him. I haven't seen that fucking dude in ages.
yeah, I know. And then the carnival leader, the guy that's in charge of the carnival, he was 100% a Lowen. He was a Lowen,
What was
absolutely.
his name? Haga?
Can't remember. Can't remember his name.
Yeah, some kind of H European name.
But yeah, it's just, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't really a fan of the episode overall. I just didn't care for it.
It was one of those like it was one of the episodes and one of the few episodes with this show really where I feel like they kind of squandered the like the idea. They just it didn't reach its full potential. Like you could have that could have been really cool, and
It could
it
have
was
been a
all right.
cool episode, but it wasn't.
Yeah, it was just like yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. And to be honest, I'm actually kind of curious to see what Sam Witwer's been doing lately.
Yeah, because I'm trying to think.
What has he been doing lately?
Potentially, the last thing I saw him in was the no, it kind of the Star Wars
Uh,
games.
okay, so apparently he was in. The next thing he's doing is he's in it's a short called The Ringmaster. But he was in, he did additional voices in Star Wars Jedi Survivor, the video game.
Never
He
played.
did a character called Walter Londra in Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores, which is the expansion for Forbidden West.
Yeah, which I haven't played yet because I think that's fairly sure that's PS5 only.
Yeah, I don't have the Burning Shores expansion. I have Forbidden West, but I don't have the expansion. It looks like he's been doing a lot of video game acting.
Because that's the last time, aside from this, I can think of seeing him was in Force Unleashed, I think it was. There was 2 games where he played the main character.
He did a lot of. He's been doing a lot of voice work lately.
Okay, and then before Force Unleashed, I think it was Smallville, where he played Doomsday,
Yeah, which
or
I
the
wasn't
guy
really
that
the
became
biggest fan.
Doomsday.
I wasn't really a fan of his performance as Doomsday.
Wasn't terrible. It was like it was okay, but yeah, nothing special.
Yeah.
He's just something about that guy is just memorable. He's one of
Oh
those
yeah,
just
he's a
actors.
great actor. He is. He's a great actor. But yeah. But okay. So aside from the carnival episode, what else is there to discuss? I'm trying to remember another episode.
Yeah, let's see. What's we got? Right, so many, but other ones like truly notable ones. I mean, the one with the the with like Drew Woo's fucking his like old friend, the pregnant
Yeah.
woman
Yeah.
with
That's
the
the Aswang episode.
yeah. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
That was a good episode, but just keep in mind, Wu doesn't actually find out about Vesson, like get confirmation about it until season 4.
Yeah, like I wasn't sure. I remember you telling me when that was going to be, and I couldn't remember. So I was like, surely this has to be the time. Because you
Yeah.
go through that whole thing where he thinks he's fucking nuts, and Hank's talking to Nick like,
Well, to
I've
be
been through
honest,
this.
like you
Like,
you saw how Hank handled it. Hank handled it pretty bad as well, but they resolved that pretty quickly. If you would watch the show when it aired, the way they handled how Wu figured it out was much worse. The way
much
they
worse.
handled how Wu figured out about Vesson was a lot worse than how Hank handled it because they took forever to tell Wu the truth. They took forever.
Because
We had to
I
wait
think they should.
months for them to tell us.
Months. Yeah. I
We
think
had to
they should
wait
have just done
months.
what they did with Hank. They should have just been like, just take him aside and be like, listen, I've got some shit to explain to you.
Yeah, it like
Because Wu even went through a very similar thing to Hank. He was like, I know about these things. Like maybe it's real, maybe it's not. But I've seen some shit. I know what I saw, and I was kind of disappointed that they let it play out the way they did.
yeah, I mean the only upside to binging it now is that we can just breeze through it and then just hurry up and get to the reveal for Wu.
Yeah,
Yeah. But just keep
because
in mind that Wu is the last person to figure it out. Like no one else on the team figures it out. He's the last one.
because goddamn, like I was just like, really, you gonna just let Wu think he's fucking nuts? Let him spend a few weeks or a month or however long he was in that fucking asylum that he's checked himself into? He's gonna let him do that to himself? I thought that was really shitty.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like Hank is the one that wants to tell him from the get. Hank wants to tell him from the beginning.
And he goes
But
to do it and chickens out.
well, because uh, he chickens out because Nick tells him that it's a lot. Nick tells him that, I mean, you got to be absolutely sure that Wu is ready to hear this. Like, Nick only told Hank the truth because he had no choice. Because if Nick didn't tell him, Hank would have killed Carly.
Or Hank might have killed himself. He was very much in that kind of weird
Yeah, he would have.
kind of
Probably.
space.
It's not a matter of probability or might have. He would have killed himself, and he probably would have killed Carly too. He probably
Because he's
would
sitting
have.
there like he's sitting there at home, not sleeping, with a shotgun, just sitting there, waiting for something to come in. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, you
And
got to do
Wu
something
was
about it.
almost to that point.
Almost.
The only thing is that the only reason why, well, I'm going into spoiler territory, so I'm gonna shut up. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up now. So
What do you mean? What do you mean? I will say this though.
yeah.
if we're talking, if we're coming off the Oswong episode and everything, and what happened in the fallout, or what happened with Wu after that point, I still think that after that point, it was like, what did he need? See, and I think that's the thing where I think that he wasn't quite rated up to where, you know what I'm saying, to where they were, and it was kind of really apparent at that point, because how much did he have? How much did he need to qualify to know what was going on? You know what I'm saying? He had somebody very close to him dealing with some situations that, and mentioning things that they heard as kids. You know what I'm saying? And things, you know what I'm saying, things that scared them that they heard as kids. And they're trying to deal with that. And it's like, he's dealing with that, and then he actually gets confronted by it, and then they're still allowing him to check himself into a mental facility, kind of feel like, you know what I'm saying, maybe he's cracking up, and allow him to process through that.
Yeah.
And on process through that and act like it was what it was. And it's like, he was confronted. I mean, like, what else has to happen before he deserves the right to be read into what the fuck was going on? He's already eating fucked up cookies that, you know what I'm saying, he's already eating cookies that was meant for Hank to fuck him up in a different way, that fucked him up in a way worse way. And it's like, I mean, what else needs to happen to him? Like, before, a lot of this happened to Juliet, and she was finally being able to read and being read into the situation. What really has to happen before he was read in? I mean, at least at this point, of course.
And if anything, Juliet got off easy compared to them, really. Like, she was in love with some guy that she wasn't, and she was in a coma for like a couple weeks. Had to remember some shit, but Wu was fucking eating paper clips and carpet and whatever the fuck else he was eating. And then, yeah, he finally, like, he goes through the Hank thing where it's like, I've seen something. I know that I saw it happen. But, yeah, they just kind of let him feel crazy for... I don't really know how long he was in that place. It
doesn't matter.
Really a defined timeline.
It doesn't matter. But when they process through, and he's kind of accepting the fact that maybe it was just, you know what I'm saying, some figment or whatever, and they're good with that. I mean, I just found that very disingenuous. I'm like, how can you be okay with processing him like that when, you know what I'm saying, like everything that happened to him that qualified you didn't seem to qualify him, and I just thought that was fucked up for real. Like almost everything that happened to them that qualified them to be read into what was going on. You know what I'm saying, the personal connections, you know what I'm saying, the things that's being brought up that he's speaking to you about. Like, you didn't know what the fuck this was before he said it. You was having an idea. You know what I'm saying? You was having an idea, but he was bringing things up, and then he matched up what you were finding out. And it's like, come on, man. It's like, and that's still wasn't enough. He gets confronted by it, still wasn't enough. Scratches on his face, still wasn't enough. It's just like, come on. It's like to me,
and that it's not like he's not an outsider or anything. Like, he's pretty much like,
he should be detected.
Yeah, sure. Hank's as close to you as anyone. But
he should be.
I'd say Wu is just slightly below that. Like,
Wu should be detected.
Pretty much. Oh yeah, definitely. Drew Wu.
But yeah, that was just that. Yeah, that was.
Do you think that's what it is?
What?
Just like, we can't call him Drew Wu, Detective Drew Wu. Do you think it's racism?
I mean,
or whatever that is.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, look. I guess cops feel like, you know, different departments of cops are different and fit, you know what I'm saying, and fit in their own areas, I guess. So I guess beat cops aren't quite, you know what I'm saying, are always going to be beat cops unless they prove themselves to be detective material. I mean, I guess people could always make the excuse that they never felt like that Wu was detective material. I don't know. But he seems...
We've seen Wu prove himself on several occasions. And that's just what we've seen.
He's definitely proved himself
what was
worthwhile.
The fucking episode with the video game developers were being killed. And he had all this knowledge that significantly helped with the case.
Oh, he's always there with a good anecdote about something. He always has some working, you know what I'm saying, some working familiarity with most things that they may be speaking on or investigating. That's for sure.
And I credit that episode actually with I grabbed the audiobook for a Connecticut Yankee in fuck, what's the title? Hold on. It was a Mark Twain book that I had never heard of, but I checked it out because of that episode. This is important to pretty much no one, but I'm going to look it up anyway. And
Awesome.
Audible's being a jerk. Okay, a Connecticut Yankee and fucking, god damn it, show me. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, which the audiobook is by Nick Offerman. Very interesting. It's a very solid book.
All right. And real quick, I just want to so we definitely got through Mommy Dearest. But that is, but right, I do want to say while we were speaking on, I don't know if you guys have already said that, but I just want to make sure, just in case, that I really found that kind of, that is really kind of sinister for like for these particular creatures to, you know what I'm saying, to prey on the first, you know what I'm saying, on the first child of a relative like that, you know what I'm saying? It's just, I have to say, you know what I'm saying on that one, because that is just, that one to me is really sinister. That's really messed up. A messed up cycle to go at least just so she can extend her life a little longer. That's just, I mean, I don't know how long or how many years that's worth, but I just found that really sinister. That's the process that they have and things like that. You know, that's
the
still
fucked up thing is,
traumatizing.
it's probably not that much.
Say again?
I would figure it's probably not that much.
You don't
Like
think so? You
the
don't
life
think it's
extension.
you don't
No,
think it's a
I
good
don't-
quarter? You don't think it's a good quarter century at least? What do you think is lowball? What would you think is lowball for taking the first child, for taking the first unborn child that someone is someone's having?
I mean, just the way they kind of act. I feel like it could easily just be only 20 years, maybe
So-
25. But
So
I don't think I don't think you're getting an extra century on it. But
So
then,
it's 20
I don't know.
Is 25 lowball?
Probably.
That's lowball
But
for
I
you.
don't think it's like this kind of like. I don't know. They just certain people. They just seem like they're always scheming for something. So I think they'll just kind of take what they can get. An opportunity comes up. It's like, oh, fuck! I could get an extra 10 years for auctioning off this baby that I don't give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about the mother or the baby.
I mean,
But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they ever I don't think they really went into detail about that, did they?
what would be? I mean, to get your hands that dirty, what would be worth it to get your hands that dirty? Because that's what it is. Like, you're dying, you're getting old, you're dying. In order to extend your life, you know, it's a little bit more, make you a little bit more vibrant, you have to take the first unborn child on the way from a child of yours, or maybe like an upcoming niece or nephew or some crazy shit like that. I mean, what would be enough? What would be worth it for you to get your hands that dirty? Because that's the only way it can happen. You can't just go on a random and that work out. It has to be a relative. So what would be worth it to get your hands that dirty?
You got to give me at least a full lifetime, and then $50. A full lifetime and $50.
So you're talking about almost 100 years, somewhere around 100 years, and $50.
Oh, for me, I consider a full lifetime to be like 47. So, but yeah, I'll take an extra 100
Wow,
years.
so 47 more years would be good enough for you. So almost 50. Okay, I was figuring that would be
take
the
that.
thought process of most people, about 50 years. Well, what about you, Charles? What would be worth it? Would there be any amount of years added on to your life that would be worth it to get your hands that dirty?
Dirty for what?
Like to add, how many years would be worth it? How many years added on to your life would be worth it for you to, like you're an Aswang and you are getting old, you're dying, but taking the first born or the first on the way to being born child of a relative of yours would extend your life. What extension of life? How long of an extension would be worth it for you to get your hands that kind of dirty? Or would there be any number of years that could do it for you? Would there be no number of years that would be enough to make you want to do that?
Well, I took that off the table because.
Oh, okay. You got. Oh, so you, okay. You got in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So fine.
Yeah,
All right.
I took
Fine.
I took no as no is not an answer.
Okay. No
Because
problem.
obviously, unless
I
you're a
don't think
real
I
enough.
can do it. I don't think I
scumbag.
can do it.
You
I
don't
don't
think?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't-
That's why I took no off the table because I don't think I could do it either.
Yeah, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could.
I mean, if you gave me what I consider a full lifetime, I feel like I can make it to 60 or 70. I think I can make it. I truly believe I can make it, and maybe even past that. So I would probably want about 70 years. I think I would want that. I gotta say, if I had the answer, and I'm willing to, I think I would have to. Definitely 70 years would definitely be. 25 would definitely be a low ball.
So you're saying you would do it?
You would rather just die? You would rather just go ahead and just die?
I mean,
I'm just saying.
It's
Self-preservation. We need to be honest about our self-preservation. We need not to act like Hannibal and the jokes aside. We need not to act like that if we were in a situation of extreme starvation, extreme starvation. That the way to sustain yourself would be to eat. One of your dead compadres that's out there in the wilderness. You know what I'm saying? Along with you, you have to do what you have to do, eh?
Got to live for 6 or 70. Eat a little baby.
oh my god.
Classic. This guy.
See what you've done, Stone.
What
See
I've
what
done.
you've done.
This is
What
your
I've
fault,
done.
Stone.
Me, that's me. I
How
did.
long would you want to live if you just had to eat a little baby? Make someone else eat a little baby.
Tremendous.
Crosswalk, eat a little baby.
Tremendous. Oh my God.
God
The,
damn it.
the cult of loom. The cult of loom there. That guy right there, that voice is what you hear is the oracle. The oracle of the cult of loom.
Out of the loom is my market where I sell little babies so I can live another 60, 70 years. Pig babies.
See, I'm not even going to engage you on this. Oh my God, the mirroring. I can't even engage you in this right now, man. But I know I need to be doing it this way because I know this is supposedly the right way. But I'm just looking at it the wrong way. But let me just.
It's not the right way. I can't even do it myself. I can't even fit this way.
Now I think I do
I'm
it
doing
right.
it on the right. So
Now
the
I'm doing
other
it.
way.
Now I'm doing it right
No,
here.
No.
I'm I've
You're just
mirrored.
doing what I do. So what you're saying is you would eat a pig baby. It's a sign of solidarity.
I am not an Aswang, so of course. But I'm just saying death is a scary time. I'm just saying if you had to be really honest about that situation, what would be worth it? What would be worth doing a despicable act such as that? What would truly be worth it? That was the question I would be willing to answer, I guess.
I mean,
Cowards.
if I was an Aswang, I mean, maybe, but here's the thing. I'm not an Aswang. So it's a non-issue. I mean,
Okay, and let me see. We did speak on the once we were gods. We did speak a bit on that, and we're not speaking too much, by the way, on the whole trials. The trials initially of Adeland and everything like that, and how it's like Adeland. I just can't. Real quick, I just want to make sure that I do mention that because she was trial of being pregnant, and she was really a hot mess, though. I mean, look, besides her looking like a Karen, she was really a hot mess. Ratchet, as some people might say. I mean, she had sex with 2 half brothers. She was tossing it up the way, so that one of them could have been the father. But when one got blown up in a car, then of course, Sean became the father for sure. What I'm saying? It's like that. That's one thing we have to look at. When she lost her powers thanks to Nick, she decided, she was going to get one more "fuck you" to Nick before she, before she fled the country.
Quite literally.
Yeah, before she fled the fucking country, was giving, sending Juliet into a coma. Then,
I thought you meant the last time.
we're leading into that, of course. Yeah, we're definitely leading into that. But yeah, it's just like you do that, fuck off, and then basically get up with the brothers, position yourself, the half brother, position yourself there. Then you go through a process of getting your powers back while being pregnant and everything like that, which is a very just a despicable process. She tries to act like she's so indifferent to it, but this is what you want. I mean, come on. To think that the horrors that are revealed when she shows her true face, like you think that comes without a bunch of just disgusting and despicable activity? It doesn't come easy. I was almost sure of that, even back then when I was first seeing this. But so we get all of that.
And she looks, since she got the powers back, she looks more horrific as well when she vogues.
Think so?
I would say she looks closer to her mother.
I mean, I'll grant it. When she realized
it seems
that
more intense, more just like more of a full body kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll grant it. When she realized that her baby was gone and she ran onto the street, I would say that did seem to be a bit of a difference there. I would say that, but I mean, she looked horrific before, though. I mean, I gotta say.
I mean, yeah, it was never like oh nice. It was always just like oh damn, that's woof. But yeah, I think it's worse since she got the powers back.
And what of so do you think it was just the process alone that gave the baby these powers, that the fact that she went through the process with carrying the baby that gave the baby these powers, you think?
I would say it's gotta be because otherwise you would think that Sean would have similar things. Because it's more or less the same situation. Well,
basically it was more of a Hexen beast mixing with
less than initially.
But it was more of a Hexen beast mixing with a human that created Sean Renard. If we're to understand that the Royals are just basically regular.
Yeah. Though when she initially was impregnated, though, she was technically just human.
Okay, yeah, I mean,
a human mixing with a half Hexen beast.
Zauber beast.
Zauber
beast. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, but see that's that whole thing. Is it like you could say powers? I mean, her powers were gone. Her powers and everything were gone. But I mean, is she really? I mean, can you really say someone is not who they were? I mean, like her power, her abilities are were gone at the moment, but they are gonna be. Essentially who they are. She may not be able to endow anything upon her, but the process that she was able to go through to gain that, I think, gave her powers back. And I think by herself, it may have been a little bit more dormant. I think with the fact that she did mix, I still kind of believe the fact that she did mix with him because it seems to be a real mysterious importance of Sean's mother also that that still has yet to reveal itself. So
yeah, Like, I would say if she didn't do any of the things she did throughout the pregnancy to get those powers back, or like any of that weird fucking rubbing the blood in the stomach, or any of that shit, if it was just her without her powers being essentially a normal human being, I don't think that baby would have turned out the way it ultimately turned out.
I mean, I definitely could say that with seeing what was happening and seeing the skull come up on her stomach when she rubbed that stuff on, I could definitely understand your point. But I just still say that, like, I still feel like that if creatures are creatures, species are species, it's in the DNA. Like, it doesn't, I don't feel like that what happened breaks her down at the molecular level. In a way, like her abilities are gone. You're no longer Superman, but that does not mean you're not from Krypton anymore. You see what I'm saying? You may not be able. You may not be able to burn people up with your eyes, but that doesn't mean you're not from Krypton. That doesn't mean you're from Earth all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? You're still a Kryptonian. You just can't fuck people up on a world leveling scale. You know, but your DNA is still gonna say you're not an Earthling. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Definitely.
So while she may not be able to basically express her Hexen Beast powers at the DNA level, she's still a Hexen Beast.
Like, it's still in there somewhere.
Yeah, you can't just she's not just human because all of a sudden she's now been changed at a molecular level. Her DNA has been changed because of that blood. It's just her powers have been taken. She's been tainted because of because of Nick's Grimm blood. She was tainted, but she's still basically at her DNA, she's still this thing. She's not, it's just what that is. It's a very complicated thing being a Hexen Beast like this, and all this wizardry and this, all this type of very gory shit that it even took for her to even get her powers back and everything like that. It's just a complication in that, but that's what I kind of feel anyway. I feel like the process of her going to get her powers back while with Chow supercharged everything. The fact of that she is a Hexen Beast at the level, now she's getting the powers back. There's this process from the other Hexen Beast and her powers, and Sean Renard being a Zobber Beast. I think all of that just kind of supercharged the situation and supercharged Diana, as it were.
You know what I thought was funny during that whole thing? Remember when she had to dig the hole to, like, what did they make her dig the hole for? Was it to bury the organs, the body parts?
To bury the heart. I thought it was the heart.
Yeah,
it was to bury all the body parts.
Yeah, but she dug a hole.
Even the hands,
it would have taken her
the
like
hands and the feet. Yeah, all of it.
Yeah, she dug a hole that would have taken her maybe 5 minutes, if that. And they're like, "All right, you can stop digging now." She's like, "Oh, thank God! Like, you've really never done anything in your life, have you?"
Being a Hexen Beast on one side.
Like, oh, phew.
Yeah, being a Hexen Beast on one side,
5 whole minutes.
Yeah, and being a Barbie blonde on the other side. I mean, it just it just kind of you kind of think she is the definition of what a charmed life is like.
I will say that character gets both harder as the series goes on, but the cunt meter also goes up and seems to sort of, kind of rival each other.
I do gotta say this show kind of took a primal look at men and women, as it were. Like I think the whole creature aspect of things kind of gave the show an excuse to kind of really examine males and females in a more straight out, bare bones primal type situation, and we're seeing certain things kind of peak themselves out. Like the prettier and the more glowy the girl got, the more fucking ambitious and mean spirited and bitchy and vengeful that she got, and it's just more self-centered that she got. Yeah. The more she realized,
us guys watching, we're like, get back in the kitchen.
The more she realized she could fuck the world up, the more she, the more she just expected everyone to be afraid, to be very afraid, that's where we just start to get to. But I mean, it's just How can I say? Let me check one out in particular here. Let me ask you this. Why do you think? Do you really think that? So the resistance really did recruit Nick's mother in to basically smuggle her out of the country. You really feel? You really buy that? You really buy that?
I believe that she has things, knowledge that would be useful to them, probably.
I'm not saying she's not useful.
And she's not like, you know.
I'm not
She's
saying
not
she's not
beholden to
useful, but I'm just saying that she's really creating a dangerous situation. She created an instant dangerous situation just by the fact of, Adeline newly having her powers back, and she's in the midst of the person who killed her mother. I mean, now, is she really vengeful about that? Do you really feel like she cares that much about that, though, and want to get at the person that killed? I mean, I've seen the conversation. It does seem that way, but it doesn't seem like she would. It seems she would be more pissed, though. I mean, but what do you guys think?
Like, you mean, does she really care that much about the death of her mother? I would say no. To me, she strikes me as extremely selfish. I think everything, pretty much at all times, is about her and what she can gain, depending on the situation.
Interesting. I didn't expect that to be the end. I mean, that's not particularly your answer, but I didn't particularly. I would even hear within our circle here that would be the theory from either one of them.
Like,
so
to me,
what do
that's
you
just
think?
how she comes across.
But she seemed to be pissed. But at one point, she seemed
I mean,
to be pissed about.
on some level, you kind of have to be. On some level, but I don't think it means as much to her as she would maybe make out that it does.
Because even with everyone expects of her anyway, I don't think that it would. I would have thought it wouldn't have mattered that she pretended to care or act like that she really cared or tried to foster some feelings of caring about her mother being killed, because people would expect for her to be that way anyway, of not really caring. So why try to convince?
I think she tried to use it to trick people a little bit into thinking that's what her sort of like. Oh, she's this is what she's trying. Like, she's pissed about her mother dying. This is what she's try. Like, it kind of simplifies her goals a little bit.
Okay.
Whereas when it's more about her and the almost confusing amount of things she seems to want, I think that knowledge, if they knew that, would make it a little more complicated as to what her goal is. But then the way she just kind of does shit and pisses off, it may not really matter either way.
It may be complicated in the ways of the ways of relationships and females, but I mean, essentially, she wants what a lot of women want: power, security, status. She definitely wants that. I think also on the other side of that, her Hexen side, she wants to be feared. She wants to be seen as, the powerhouse that she believes that her and other Hexen beasts believe themselves to be. And,
definitely.
And so, yeah, I think that's what her motivations are always going to be. And every move that she makes is to that end, is to, and, it would seem that, and I think that the baby coming along kind of brings a little bit more of a, they're trying to give a likability. They were trying to give a likability to Adeline with being pregnant and having the baby and everything like that. And then with having the baby taken away and that type of thing, I think it was to bring out, more of, let's see more of what she's like now, having her powers back, and with this whole process and the baby and everything, and now having the baby gone, let's see how things work with her now, as far as this goes. And
like I was constantly not sure of that. Like, is this trying to, like, at first, like, definitely with the whole baby thing, I was like I feel like there's sort of some kind of shift going on with her. But then the further it went on, and maybe things just switched, I started to think, like, is this all just part of a bigger ruse that she's trying to,
It feels
trying to pull on people?
it feels like we have to kind of center in more on the kid. That's what I started to realize too, that it was like Diana seems to indicate things by her actions and things like that. Now, and you just see if you felt this way too. Like certain things that I felt like indicated on her actions. There's someone within the immediate midst. I'm not sure if it's Adeline. That would be an easy thing to throw right immediately, but there's somebody that she doesn't trust. She seems to really trust. She seems to really trust Nick's mother. She seems to really trust and like her, and like had no issue. Because I mean, if she had an issue, she would definitely definitely already have a mind to be able to do certain things to people in order to basically, I guess get whatever that she apparently wants. But she seems to be very content, even going with a Grimm and everything like that. While they thought she may have been sick, or having a fever, but maybe she was just getting a little warm and being upset and maybe feeling like there's somebody that she doesn't trust. Maybe. Am I off base with this, or what do you guys think about that?
No, there was definitely a lot of elements in this season that I was trying to figure out. I'm like, what exactly does this mean?
Like that was one thing that kind of got to me. Like there's something that makes her feel uneasy being in the immediate midst. And I don't think it's Nick. I don't think it's Monroe or Rosalie. The easy play would be to say Adeline, something about Adeline or either Sean that she doesn't trust or something like that. And then maybe it was for good reason, but then it was a whole play. They made her feel like she was, they were giving the baby to Prince Victor, only to act like they were like resistance, soldiers. Yeah. And took her to basically put her in the care and protective custody of Mother Grimm, and everything. So it's like,
I think, by the end of the season, when she gets on the plane after she's done her shenanigans, I think she still thinks that he has the baby. I think, right at the end of season 3.
No, because toward that time, because by the time we get toward the end of season 3, they've enacted that plan. They, they ask her to come into the station to give a statement about,
Oh yeah.
They enact their whole rules. They have Nick's mother arrested for the murder of her mother.
Yeah.
They bring her in to give a statement about her being out of the country and everything like that. And it's at that point where he's like, yeah, you can leave her with me, and where he basically goes out and acts his plan to make her believe that, well, not make her believe, but he actually does give Diana to Prince Victor and have that whole thing going on. Yeah. So she really thinks that he did that to protect her and protect them and everything like that. But then they just go ahead and decide that they're going to do a sting operation, take the baby, give her over to the Mother Grimm for protective custody. And that's where it kind of lies. She has no idea that Diana is with Mother Grimm right now. She still thinks
that's what I was thinking. Because when she gets on the plane at the very end of the season, she sort of has this, vision in her mind of Victor with the baby.
Yeah, so because that's the plan worked, and that's what she thinks is going on, right? At this point.
Okay.
But they felt like the way to keep the baby safe, in order to keep them being less distracted, for them to finishing what they felt like they have to finish at this point. They felt like the best thing to do was to put Diana in the protective custody of Mother Grimm, that she would basically, of course, give her life up to protect this baby and everything like that. And she's a very formidable opponent still right now. So while they're doing what they need to do, and that keeps basically them away from that keeps her away from Victor while he's trying to, I guess, go at them and they're going back at him. That they won't have the baby around to be vulnerable to anything because they will have no idea where she is at this point. So, but that does put an X factor. Go ahead.
No, you go. There you go. That question very different.
It does put an X factor in the situation because Adeline right now is pissed. And she's still gonna have it in her mind, as most mothers as they depict would, that she's got to get her baby back, and she's going to enact a plan to go and get her baby back and everything like that. So that's always going to be that X factor of she's not really going to completely accept this and let this, like, there's no one in their right mind that thinks as a mother, even a despicable woman like her, there's no way that she's going to even act like she's going to just let this baby go for whatever reason her real motivations are. There's just no way she's going to just let this stand as it is. There's no way it cannot be unanswered. So I always knew that. So, and then we get to where, do we feel like it seemed like we still know very little about Grimm's, and then another Grimm kind of comes into the picture.
Teresa Rubel.
Like, here comes trouble.
Was it just me, or did I felt like that could have came later when we could have known a little bit more about Grimm's, and he could have a little bit more comfortable in his skin about being a Grimm? It's like he's still, because when they bring her in and she still try to seem so, like, it's like always anybody who's a Grimm or knows about Grimm, I feel like they know about Grimms, or even the more evil Grimm types, the more old school medieval, you know what I'm saying, chop chop chop, goodbye, you know what I'm saying, everyone, you know what I'm saying, type Grimms. You know, it was like they all think like, damn, you're a puss, you're a biatch, you know what I'm saying, you're wine spritzer, you know what I'm saying, like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody's like, even she comes in like,
really, you cut the throat, you didn't cut the whole head off, you fucking pussy.
It was like, hey, I'm a cop here, you know, look, hey, I was doing fine over here, could have got a little more information before you butted in. Like, what the fuck? You're not a cop. The fuck are you doing over here? You cannot be jacking people up against the wall, and this is not medieval times. You cannot do that.
And notice they pretty much gave her Nick's haircut from season 2. Oh, like fringe and shit. It's like the lady version.
And it's like Juliet got a thing for that. She got a thing for pale, you know what I'm saying, for pale, you know what I'm saying, attractive, you know what I'm saying, people with short, you know what I'm saying, with short dark haircuts. It's like she's really got a thing for them. You know?
Yeah, right. It's like, besides, just Lady Nick, come and live with us.
It's like, well, you know, yeah, he was put. I mean, but it's like,
surely one of you can cook bacon without burning the house down.
And then you're right, Charles. We do, and then thanks to her whole connection, her whole, you know, entrance here, you know, saying abrupt as it is, but I guess it was meant for Trouble to be abrupt. It's like we finally get to see this whole, you know, leech type character. I mean, and you have the name, sir?
The name for the new Grimm?
No, the leech type character that that had his stable of shoplifting girls that she went undercover into.
I know who you're talking about. Shit. It's a very complicated name. No, I don't have the name.
The Lichtenstein, it was at least the Lichtenstein. Okay, no, okay, maybe not. But I don't, anyway, but it was like that leech type character that was trying to be an old school Grimm before we finally got.
That guy's name was Ryan.
Yeah, that initial guy. Name. Yeah.
But we see more of that Vesson type in this episode, where Trouble is
going undercover.
And yeah, she dresses up all nice and everything in a dress and everything, which is completely out of character for her. And yeah, just this leech type vest. God damn it! I'm gonna look it up.
You're gonna look it up, no problem.
Yeah, I gotta look it up, man.
It's fine. It is absolutely fine.
Oh my god, I really need to look this
up. Yeah, ultimately, I didn't mind it. I don't mind the character of Trouble.
No,
Teresa.
Yeah, Trouble.
Is it Rubble? Like it? Like it's gonna be like Rubel or something, right?
There it is. Okay. It is Lebensauger.
Oh,
Lebensauger.
I was getting close. Yeah, okay. No, I was going like in something. Okay, yeah, leave it. Okay, yeah. But it was like,
Lebensauger.
yeah, it was getting them to getting the vulnerable girl. He's sort of like a pimp type, but not in a way. No hooking, no hooking. Not a pimp like that. No hooking.
Only
You
the
just go out there-
occasional backhand.
you just go out there. And, no, well, I think the occasional leechy dick down. Ooh, I wonder what that's like. But that's what I think. But yeah, it's shoplifting and because there ain't no backhands. It's gonna be more. It's gonna be that face biting and shit like that. Whatever he does there, like unsettling. But it's just, I gotta say, it's just like, I don't know. I think that if he had to have more, like if this would have happened in season 4, and if he could have had more of a handle on being a Grimm and being a little bit more assertive and steadfast with it, like he's the senior guy a little bit. I know she's seen some
Like
things.
more of a mentor who isn't still learning.
A little bit and more, and it still doesn't seem intimidated in his own way. It's like, God, she comes in and she's such. It's like, but don't be so intimidated. I mean, settle her ass down. You're a Grimm too. Settle her. You know what I'm saying? Settle her down some. You know what I'm saying? Like before she gets herself into some shit and get you all exposed. I mean, you just gotta calm that shit down some. That's the kind of the thing that I was starting to, kind of feel in that situation. But of course we get to. But then, of course, we get to the inheritance, which we start, which we find where another key comes into play with the guy who's
the third Grimm of the season. Third new Grimm of the season. No, second new Grimm of the season, but fourth in the season total. Because you got the mother, but she was an already established character.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, you got
we're talking
Trouble,
about-
and
you're
then
talking
this.
about Josh and his father, right?
Yeah, his father. Yeah,
Yeah.
who Josh may or may not be a Grimm. That remains to be seen.
But see, like I said, but that's always. But even with the Vesson, that's like 50-50, right? I mean, apparently it was almost apparent that. Because I mean, while it wasn't confirmed that he was or that he wasn't, I mean, it didn't seem like he was a Grimm.
No, it was very much just like you might be, but as of yet, you don't know, and we don't know either. So maybe somewhere down the line, you'll get these powers, but for now, he's just a regular guy. Maybe it skipped him.
Well, you know what? It definitely seemed to have skipped him because no matter how much his father tells him, he doesn't seem to see it himself, so he doesn't seem to have the ability to see it.
Yeah.
Even with the guy coming at him, he didn't seem to see it.
No,
Wasn't that your takeaway? It seemed like the guy attacked him, and he didn't seem to see that he was any different. He's just some guy attacking him, but he still want to put it on his father like you killed this guy. He was attacking you.
It's
Like,
like really, you've like, yeah, you might think I'm a little nuts, but you've known me your whole life, and you think I'm just gonna kill a guy for no reason?
But it just
Come on, son, for fuck's sake, guy.
I can only take it that shows that he really doesn't have it, because how can you sit here and see a guy that just as soon as you open the door, he leaps at you, and he's actively trying to assault you, and somehow you just don't. You somehow go to, you're being overtaken. Your father's an old man. He does what he could, and just basically, basically stakes the guy, and it's like you're looking at him like he's crazy.
You're like, seriously? Were you not here during what just happened to you?
But that's
Like, okay, I get it. You don't see what I see, but you've experienced things, right? Like you don't just you're not a goldfish, right?
Let me see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Josh, I'm not entirely sure if Josh is going to become a Grimm, because, yes, we know Nick was a late bloomer when it came to developing his Grimm abilities, but Josh is roughly around the same age as Nick.
Yeah, I would figure around, probably Be exactly the same age, yeah.
He's around the same age. If Josh hasn't developed his Grimm abilities by now, I doubt he's going to develop them at all.
Probably not, no.
Yeah.
And let me ask you guys this.
And didn't Kelly Burkhart even confirm that the Grimm gene can even skip a generation?
Yeah, that's definitely been established for sure.
Yeah.
And let me ask you guys this. So, when Adeline is concocting this doppelganger potion and whatnot,
When she's smoking a witch hat bong.
like, why? I mean, is it stuff like that that makes you believe that her whole motivation was and all of that was just to fool people into believing that she was really trying to do the right thing and about the right thing, and it was all about revenge and striking at people who struck at her no matter what?
I got that feeling a lot of times. Like, there's definitely many times where she was just saying what she knew what needed to be said to trick whichever person into either believing she was reformed or doing what she wanted. Like, I almost never get any sense of innocence from that character. Even, like, I feel like I was briefly kind of like, okay, maybe she is turning around. And then that quickly went away.
Okay. Oh my god. let me
Yeah,
see.
but with Adeline, I mean, you're talking about Adeline changing herself into Juliet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, her reasoning for doing that is obviously getting back at Nick for what he took from her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which was Victor's idea, I think, right?
Yes.
Not that, like, I'm sure she thought about it, but he probably pointed her in the
Yeah, it was
more
definitely Victor's
specific
idea.
direction about how to do that.
And at this point, Adeline still thinks that Victor has her baby, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah, because I know that Adeline has not gone to their what is the word I'm looking for? Their Victor's castle yet. Adeline has not gone to Victor's castle yet, so yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's what I was going to ask before. With the change from Eric to Victor, because Eric's death was very abrupt.
Yes.
Yeah.
He just almost came out of nowhere. Do you think that was like... Do you think they lost that actor to something else? Or do you think that was always part of the story? Or do you think it was like, hey, we can get Alexis Dennis off? Let's fucking
I
have
don't
him.
know where that actor went to after Grimm. I know he went somewhere else.
Yeah,
but
I'm
I
not
don't
sure.
know where he went to.
He could be seen and doing certain other little roles. Like I think I seen him at one point on CSI Miami at one point, but among other things, where he always kind of plays the douchey guy. It's kind of like his milieu is like he's always going to be like that. You know what I'm saying? The guy who's in power, who has money, who has influence, like a prince or anything like that, but he's always a douche about it. You know what I'm saying? In a way, but.
Well, to me, he's always going to be the asshole vampire that walks up to Jason Stackhouse and says, "I'm a vampire." Then he gets shot in the chest with a shotgun and explodes in a mist like cloud of blood.
Yeah. Franklin, I can't remember his last name in True Blood, but Franklin something.
Yeah.
He was in the show for a while until he really, really wasn't.
Yeah.
I truly think, it just seemed like the way they structured it, like with the attempt that he made, with that whole commotion that he set upon the city, and in trying to take Nick and everything like that. I think it just like they just felt like I seemed like they kind of wrote it the way, okay, yeah, we need to. he needs to be like assassinated. You know what I'm saying? Like this he's pushed things up a level. So yeah, he needs to be assassinated now. And he put old boy, his sort of like right hand guy Meisner on that situation.
I think it was just the way it played out that kind of, made me question it. I was like, why did this happen exactly? Like,
But they gave gave the whole thing. They gave the whole thing like 2 or 3 days. You know, so when he comes to the city, he's talking to him. There's the whole thing with with the Baron and everything, and then we realize that the Baron is working. Is working for the Prince and everything, and all this that they threw out here with these zombies was just about trying to smuggle Nick out. And it was just like you're seeing that he's basically really trying to push the situation. So they're not trying to get the key. They're trying to take Nick and use him in some sort of way that it was still kind of not revealed, like what they were going to be planning on doing with having Nick as a zombie. So it was like, it seemed like he's really pushing it. So he's got to go. So it's like he's really pushing things right now. So maybe if we take him out, we'll slow things down. Kind of where I took from it.
No, I'll definitely take the trade-off. Fucking love Alexis Denisov. He's a great actor.
Oh yeah, he was great as Victor.
It's funny, like when he came into Buffy, I was just like, he just like he sort of guy is like, I would never have pictured him as a villain. But then in Angel, he definitely had moments where he got the chance to play that kind of, not necessarily a villain, kind of at times, but just that more like he got that chance to play the more morally questionable guy. And definitely like, somewhat of a villain at some point. And in this, he just gets a chance to just really just go like, I'm not a good guy.
Well, I definitely am excited. I kind of resisted going to season 4 immediately, even though part of my thing is I like to do that, but I'm kind of
I was going to, but I get confused too easy.
I just wanted to hold up before I said something. Just wanting to have a conversation, and I said something that would just push it too far, and I was just like, let me just chill for right now, and we'll get through this, and I'll get right to it, because I just want to see what the hell I want to get back in and refresh myself on what happens and see how I feel about it now as compared to what I may have felt about it then, if I can remember how I felt about it back then when I saw this. It's like so much show content, so much stuff that I've watched, man. I sometimes like to think I remember what I was feeling when I watched all that stuff, but I know it's not always. I don't know if it's that I'm getting old or what, but I'm just saying.
I think it's like even things you've seen, like let's say you've seen this series through 3 or 4 times, doesn't mean that next rewatch isn't going to change something.
You're right.
You get that on good shows,
or at least you see things that you didn't see when you go and review it again.
Exactly.
But I do find myself feeling different, definitely different than I was, and I definitely feel like I noticed some things, or I always notice, of course, a relationship, the marriage, the all that type of stuff. The things were there, but it was just like I wasn't as zeroed in on it as much as let me figure out what all these things are and how this whole conspiracy plays out and this action and everything like that. That's what I was looking at, but it's there. We have to as NBC. That's what I was telling Charles way back when we used to do the the SSC. I would tell him, like, for CW, we gotta feed those casual viewers that want the relationship shits, the will they won't they's, the the unrequited loves, the all is how's this person evolving? Do we have a LGBTQ representation on this particular show? Is going to be all those things that casual viewers going to want that watches CW? That's not necessarily going to matter to the person who wants to see the accuracy of the show done right. So it's just kind of like the way that is sometimes. And with a show like this, NBC is definitely going to be a part of that too. So, but unless we had anything else to say, I think we did a very efficient job of getting through the whole entire season 3, and I just feel like I'm just very excited to see if we start to know a little bit more about the Grimms themselves, because it definitely seems like they have more than just seeing ability. It seemed like that once because definitely what that told me, I don't think he was given any particular powers as by being zombified by the Baron. I just think that he was kind of locked more into his rage, and I think that once he locked more into his rage, or more into what it is to be a Grimm, and really kind of centering on like his mother does. Like, she's not rageful, but she's kind of locked into a point where she's really dangerous, really still pretty strong. Like like when they first fought, like he really could not handle her. Initially when they first reunited.
Yeah, it's almost like certain things that happened to him just maybe sped up the process a bit.
Yeah, definitely the Vesson that would spit the little worms or whatever into into a person's eyes before licking their tears or whatever and things like that. It was like that seemed to give him more like
super hearing,
super like almost everything. You know what I'm saying? It seemed to be it definitely seemed to be like all the senses were heightened in a bit. Like he seemed to keep sensing things, or maybe you were right. Maybe he happened to be hearing those like when they were in the hotel. Maybe he was hearing the Hunjägers coming up the steps in the hotel, huh? Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, like it seemed to just. Yeah, maybe it did just enhance his perception in general, but hearing definitely at least that's the thing they made most obvious. Was he seemed to have, what people think of when they think of blind people. It's like, you can't see, so your hearing is amazing.
But what do you think happened when he got? What do you think happened when he got zombified? Because as you remember, Hank threw this seemed like this heavy sculpture, at him, and he was and he didn't even turn his head, and he was able to catch it and turn around and everything like that. Like, what do you attribute that to?
That I'm not sure, because that they'd go into literal medical tests in this season with that. And it's just like, we can make you sprint for 600 miles. Your heart rate's not going to raise, and you're not going to sweat. Like, he's got this weird kind of somewhere between the living and the dead kind of thing going on.
But was that always? Could that always have been the case? And maybe this sort of maybe brought some of that out?
That I'm not sure. That's there's certain things where I'm like, is he a bit more enhanced than other Grimms, or is that just something that may have happened eventually once he sort of settled into his. I don't know. And I don't know if they'll ever make that clear.
I think it's unique to him because take a look at Trouble. She doesn't have the enhanced hearing, and whenever she sees him use his enhanced hearing, she doesn't know what he's doing. She's I think there's even a moment where she's like, "How do you do that?" She's like, "I can't hear anything." She can't hear what he can hear. So I think
it definitely does seem to be unique abilities.
Well, I definitely think that those incidents that happened to him, with the Baron, and with that exotic fucking insect that would spray the mist into people's eyes, mainly as grieving people, if something about a grieving person or the stressed person crying that really just kind of did something for him. But with that seemed to do something for him too. But I think that but I think it's certain things that may unlock it. I think what he went through seemed to really unlock him in a way to where he was able to focus into certain things and really unlock certain abilities. I don't know if I venture to believe that if the same thing happened to Trouble, that she might experience that herself as well. I think, and I just think
I was kind of wondering about previous Grimms who've experienced a lot more than Nick has, and have probably been affected by a lot of things. Is it just I mean, yeah, I guess it probably is dependent on your experiences, really.
Like being a Grimm kind of like, see, it didn't quite negate him, and he was able to get treatment. See, that was the thing. Like, and maybe that's what that trailer also represents. Like, once they realize, like, okay, certain things happen and you can get treatment by doing this. This is all the stuff in Studies and Travels, that whole trailer, and it has his own potions and things like that, because they're starting to recognize, they were recognizing over their travels, as this happens to us, you know, if you do this, it'll help you with that, because normal doctors, normal hospitals won't be able to help you with what you're being afflicted with. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with these vessels. So, you know, now we know you do this, you know what I'm saying, you'll be able to get through that and things like that. So I think that's kind of what it's about. And I think when they come out on the other side, it's like they're not normally affected the way normal people are affected anyway. But no one knows how true that is. But just realizing with the Baron is like, most of those people are perceived dead and are in the morgue for at least a couple days before they rise back up again. They could hardly get in the air before Nick was back up again,
he
ready
was
to
down
fight.
for like maybe 3 hours at the most.
Maybe. And he's back up ready to fight. Spit some more in his face. It didn't take him down. He just absorbed that and was ready to go again. It was just like, it was when he really got locked in, he was dangerous. It was like, you know, a truly locked in Grimm that's truly devoid of, like, they're dangerous. So like, those old school Grimms were probably locking into their true power, and like they were seriously dangerous out there. But then they realized that Nick is not quite locked in yet. So they're kind of, some people kind of see it as a good thing, and they're willing to commiserate and give and respect the fact that he's trying to, you know, evolve the situation. But there's some people that think it could be taken advantage of, you know. So that's kind of what I feel also. But I guess we'll find out a little bit more when we discuss it next week. We don't want to belabor and long out the situation. I think we've done a great job, and I think we definitely got here. Don't quit now. Guys are going on 5 hours. We're almost there.
Yeah,
we only have about
there.
30 seconds before we get there, so I think we can hold out and say some final goodbyes and say some final words before we get once we get the 5 hours, and then we'll be done. So, what do you guys? Anything?
I mean, I could do the dead air dance for 30 seconds.
Oh my God! No,
Dead
but now
air.
because
Dead
now we
air. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. Dead air. All right, it's getting old.
yeah, it is. But no, I'm just playing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm only kidding.
Well,
was
5
only
hours.
kid-
5
Yeah.
hours.
I was only kidding.
You happy now, Tish? God damn it.
Yeah, we're good. Look, Gandalf, you know what I'm saying? Gandalf the Early has now become Gandalf. No, see, okay. Damn, what do you?
You ruined it.
I know.
Damn it, I had something for this.
I'm high. I don't know. I lost it. I thought I had something great, but then I realized it kind of seems shitty. Like Gandalf the Marathon. No, it's just nope. This doesn't work. I was like, no, it doesn't work. So I kind of dropped it. I just dropped it. But I thank you guys as always. You know what I'm saying? My highness betrays me because it makes it seem like I'm getting tired, but I'm not tired. I'm just high. I've smoked like at least 2 to 3 blunts here. I can't help it. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna happen to you when you smoke that much. Let's be honest. But I've enjoyed the show. I'm definitely not weary of the show. Nah, Gandalf the Late. That's just 2 on the nose. That's just 2 on the nose, Rich. That's just 2 on the nose. Like it's just Gandalf the Late. That's just 2 on the nose. I'm just saying. Gandalf the Persistent, if I would say anything, but you know, the Steadfast, Gandalf the Steadfast. But I don't know, but I'm just gonna say right now before I say anything else crazy and high like, I'm just gonna say that I enjoyed myself once again. I'll enjoy myself next week. I'm gonna be jumping right on some more Grimm if I don't go and watch some crazy ass horror movie on Tubi. But one or the other, I'm sure.
Perhaps both.
And I thank you guys for your time. And if we have nothing else, we will definitely say Until next week, folks, please get us back to a consistent over 100 views. We kind of like that. We kind of like feeling like we're consistent and we have that consistent audience. That makes us feel good and feel like we have a really chance of making good shit here. We're gonna eat great content and crap brilliance. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna be the Rocky Balboas of podcasting. We're gonna eat content and crap brilliance. All right. Well, thank you. Well, if that's the way to end it, then I'll end it on that one right there. No. Better yet. Come on, man. One more impression. What
do you
Damian?
call a pig baby that's born late?
What?
A bacon baby.
Well worth it, folks. That was worth it. That was definitely worth it. Have a good one, folks. Have a good rest of your Saturday afternoon.